Hello.
Hey,
Hey,
hi.
Hi, hi. Hi, how are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Yeah, good, good. Thanks. Uh, let's wait for a few more minutes and we'll like once everybody joins, then we'll start the session. Is that fine?
Yes, sure.
Oh, okay, okay, great, great. So yeah, by the time, meanwhile, like we'll get a small introduction from everybody who is in the call now. Like, so Harish, you're from which place, and can you give us a little introduction about you?
Yeah, sure, sir. Good morning,
Hmm.
everyone.
Yeah.
I'm Harish. I'm from Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. I'm
Okay.
working in Wipro for past 4 years. I'm working as a performance tester.
Hmm.
I'm worked on both JMeter as well as load runner.
Hmm.
So I'm here to develop my fundamentals as well as my technical knowledge. I'm expecting to develop in this session. That's my expectation here.
Great, great. Thanks, Harish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So who's going to go next? Hitesh?
sure. Yeah. Good morning, good evening from wherever place you join. Yeah. My name is Hitesh, and I have got almost 7+ years of experience in software testing, mostly into functional testing, API testing, high-level security, and accessibility testing.
Mhm.
I work for Accenture, Pegasystem, and MTX Group, and currently I'm working for a US-based startup, Maverick Quantum. In short form, it's MavQ. It's an AI-based startup. I'm working as a senior QA slash lead QA role currently, leading
Mm.
QA practices for two products only. Apart from this, I'm a national level tennis player. So yeah, I
Great.
serve both passions. That's it. I just got to know about this workshop, and really excited to be part of it and get best of it.
Yeah,
To know more about performance testing basics, and then start my or maybe have performance testing as a secondary skill in my resume going forward.
mhm.
Thank you.
Great, great. Nice to know, Hitesh. Welcome to our boot camp. And yeah, next, Priya.
Hi, good morning to everyone. Myself, Priya. I have 12 years of experience in performance testing, and the
Mhm.
tool I have used mostly is the load runner. I'm from India, Andhra Pradesh.
Okay, great, great. And Srikanth. Yeah, Srikanth, you are unmuted. Sorry, we can't hear you. Hi, Harish. Harish, hi, Harish. I think Abhishek is the one who joined, right? Hi, Abhishek.
Yeah, hi Vasant.
Hi,
Good
Abhishek. How
morning.
are you?
How are you?
Morning.
I'm good. Thank you. Thanks for your messages. It is really helpful in the LinkedIn and the YouTube as well. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
okay. Thank you so much. And yeah, can you give us a little introduction? We just completed the other introductions, so if you can start
Sure.
with the introduction, it'll be helpful for everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, hi everyone. Myself Abhishek. I have 10 plus years of experience for all IT, and currently I'm working in Robert Bosch as
Mm-hmm,
a performance, senior performance engineer. I
mm-hmm.
have experience on the JMeter and Neolo tools.
Okay.
So, as a basic, recently started basic, I would like to
Mm-hmm,
extend JMeter experience. So,
mm-hmm,
I used to
mm-hmm.
follow your YouTube channel. So,
Okay.
when I seen your invite, so I thought to join
Mm-hmm.
and know, expect a more what do you call to knowledge on the JMeter tool as well. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Great to know that. Yep. We have a few more people. Gopi, can you tell us about you? Gopi, you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, Vasant.
Yeah.
I'm able. Yeah, I have total 7 years of experience in performance
Okay.
testing and engineering. I worked
Mm-hmm,
with the loader tool. I have
okay.
experience with the app dynamics and dynatrace tools.
Mm-hmm,
Currently, I'm working
mm-hmm.
with TCS.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
I'm
Great to know
following
that.
your YouTube channel. And I thought it's
Mhm.
better to join this call and hear something more about it.
Sure, sure. Thank you so much. And yeah, welcome to our team. And yeah, Pradeep Kumar can go next.
Hi all, my name is Pradeep Kumar. I'm currently in UK. I'm a student, an international student studying in Edinburgh AP University.
Mm-hmm,
I haven't previous experience in non-IT tech, but I want to explore in the IT tech. So I started to learning a JMeter, the performance testing.
mm-hmm,
Since a 6 month I was saw many videos, but I can't get any clarity. But after watching a little slow video, I get more knowledge on this.
mm-hmm,
So I want to explore in the performance testing knowledge. So
mm-hmm,
I just want to start my career in a as a performance tester.
mm-hmm,
So maybe this bootcamp will be very helpful for me. I
mm-hmm.
also have some knowledges in the JMeter because my brother was a performance tester.
Okay.
So I saw some video. What are he doing? So and then regularly watching the little star YouTube videos.
Mm-hmm.
So I have some knowledge in this.
Okay. Great. Great.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. And Nagarjun.
Yeah, hi Vasant. So I have around like 8 years of experience,
Mm-hmm,
majorly in performance testing. I have majorly worked on load runner and with your neoload playlist, I learned neoload as well. So yeah, so I wanted to have a knowledge for JMeter, so that's the reason like I have joined this bootcamp.
Great to know that.
Currently I'm working with Cognizant.
Okay. Okay. Great. And Srikanth.
Yes, Vasant, am I audible now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. So yeah, so
That's
I
okay.
have 13 years of experience in the field of software testing. I mostly
Mm-hmm,
take care of web automation and API automation. However, non-performance testing is something new to me, and I want to
mm-hmm,
practice from scratch and hence I've joined this part.
mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
Great to know that. And yeah, let's wait for a few more seconds, a few more minutes for others to join, and then we'll start the session. And meanwhile, quick introduction about me. So you all know that I'm working for Bank of England in London, and currently I'm working as a senior Azure DevOps engineer and platform engineer. And performance engineering is my previous role while I was with TCS. And so performance testing and engineering is my passion. So that's the reason I'm taking the videos, and I believe I was able to manage my knowledge with performance testing. And yeah, so for now, thanks, Abhishek. So yeah, that's a quick introduction. And yeah, I have experience with tools like JMeter, LoadRunner, NeoLoad, K6, and there are like again like Dynatrace, App Dynamics. So these are the tools which I have used during my work. Like I had a little hands-on, and then everything else is like through my learning. So I did everything with that. And yeah, I have a good passion, so that's the reason it took me to launch a channel. I think I remember I started this during the COVID period where I've got a lot of time to spend time in home. So that's ti- time when I have started creating this channel. I've started posting videos, and yeah, now we are here. And I think I think my videos are mostly related to performance engineering and testing. But going forward, it'll be in a wider way, and that's the plan for now. And yeah, so going forward, I'm looking for people to collaborate. So if you guys were interested to join the team, the Little Sla team, you are always welcome to join the team. And just drop me a message in WhatsApp. We'll have a catch up, and then we'll try to make our team a very bigger one, so we can share more information. You can learn, and you can uh, earn as well from sharing your knowledge with the Little Sla YouTube channel. And yeah, so that's a quick introduction. And yeah, going forward, we'll talk more about this. So yeah, I think we have passed 14 minutes for now. Yeah, so let's give you a startup for now. So currently, I work from London. So my time zone is like UK time. And yeah, so the first part, if you remember, let me share my screen. Let's start a whiteboard. Can I see my screen?
Not at present.
Not yet. Okay. Yep. I believe you see the screen now. Can you see now?
Yes, Vasan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay. So the first part of the session which we planned is, so the first hour we'll be looking into few topics. So which is like a kind of an introduction to performance testing. So before we move on to what JMeter does and how does JMeter works, let's go. Let me give you a quick introduction about the JMeter part. Just take this one. So first session is going to be introduction to performance testing. Yeah. And in this one, we're going to see about the overview. So what is performance testing, and what are all the types of performance testing, and why do we really need to do so? We're going to discuss all these part when it comes to the performance testing thing. So based on your introduction, I could understand like everybody, like most of us, were working with performance testing, right? Uh, so yeah, so the primary goal of performance testing. So before we do the performance testing, we must understand under what category does this performance testing falls. So basically, we have two major categories. One is functional, and the other one is non-functional. So any testing that falls under that comes under testing either falls under functional or it falls under the non-functional. So when it comes to functional, we do the manual testing, where we test the functionality of the applications. And when it comes to the again like functionality, we okay, we have got, I think we've got few more people. Yes, yep. So yeah, hi Hitesh, welcome to the call. Hitesh, right? I think yeah, he's already there. Hi Hitesh.
Hello, so I just dropped and joined with my Gmail ID.
Oh,
So,
okay, sure, no problem. Yep, sure. Okay, so talking about the function, the testing part. So we have got functional testing and non-functional testing. So in the functional testing, we have got the functional, the manual testing, and the automation. So whatever we do in the functional, we then create automation test cases. We then do the regression. So everything deals with the functional part. But when it comes to the non-functional, we have got a lot of non-functional testing related uh, things, like something like the performance of the application. How does the application really perform, and is that reliable, or is that uh, one more Venkatesh. Okay, hi Venkatesh. And then we have got uh, it's not just about the performance. We have got different types of performance testing. We all know like what are the other types of performance testing we have, and then we do have security testing. We have uh, operational acceptance testing. So we do really have a lots of testing under the non-functional part. But even though we have a lot of other non-functional testing things, but the performance testing plays a major role, because we all know every now and then, by some way or by some chance, we are using the uh, nowadays I would say, like, we are using some web applications or some apps or some tools we use in our day-to-day life every time, right? So and we do not want them to be very slow, or we do not want them to be with a high latency. We do not want them to like respond slowly, right? Even though like for example in this Google Meet, right? So when we are using it, we do not want a slowness, or we do not want it to be like very slow, where if I'm talking now and you're receiving it later, or you do not you could not see what I'm typing. So all these things are a small example of how and why the performance is really important. And for example, like today we have an IPL match and you were traveling and you want to watch it in your mobile. So just remember, just imagine, like, if the uh, uh, game is going very slow, or like the streaming is slow, or you could not get a good quality. So everything comes under the performance in terms of your quality. So um, in fact, one thing my professor always used to say, so you must have all tasted, I'm not sure whether you have tasted it, but you must have all tasted Adai Anandabhavan sweets. So that is one thing which we say, preparing laddu. So we all know that it's a laddu and it's taste. Uh, it's very tasteful, but when it comes to certain brands, they have a little bit of quality, right? So that is where the performance testing comes in. So we all know everything is same, but few brands come up with a better quality or better taste, right? So that's where they are like outstanding when compared to the other brands, and that's where the performance testing comes in. So just remember, you were working on or you're using an application, and you find that it is very slow or something, and but some applications, they were like very performing well, and they do have a really good reliability in terms of its performance. So we do really like those applications. So there are like several examples like this, like for example, if you were trying to book something in your online portal, you're trying to order some food, and just imagine if it is like very slow in terms of selecting your choices, or in terms of you making your payment. So it gets you frustrating, right? So that's the reason we all wanted an application that is very quick and that's very reliable, and you do not want to wait even for every single request, right? So that's where the performance testing comes in. And yeah. So any doubts so far? Like, why do we really need to do performance testing, or what exactly is expected? Okay, so I don't hear anything, but yeah, thank you. So mostly the expectation is like the application or the system should perform efficiently and effectively, and that too under even expected and even during unexpected load. Say, for example, if some during some launch, an application launch, or during some peak days, something I would say like many of the e-retailers, they come up with their festival days like Diwali launch or uh, some sales, right? So even and on those days, they do not want their application to go down, right? So that's why we do really have to have an efficient and effective application. And what do we get out of this performance testing? Why should we do this? Okay, we all know we are going to do performance testing, so what exactly are we expecting out of it? So we have to identify the bottlenecks, if there is really any bottlenecks, and we do really need to check, or we need to find the place where it is weak, so the weakness area. And also we must find out the areas of improvement in terms of the system's performance. So this is exactly the objective what we are going to uh, find, right? So this is the first part. So the objective of doing the performance testing, or what is the primary goal of performance testing, right? So again, let me give everybody a quick recap. So the primary goal of the performance testing, uh, we have got a few more people. So the primary goal of the performance testing is to ensure that the software application or the system performs efficiently and effectively under both the expected and the unexpected loads. Because we all know we prepare the system for the expected load. So for example, we imagine that we have got like 10K users every day. But what if some new launches you have, or what if some new products you have, and your system, your application goes immediately higher, you get a lot of users who are pitching in, and do you really have your system reliable based on that particular unexpected load? So that's where we come in, where that performance testing comes in. So we should test the application before even the application goes to live, and make sure that everything works fine. And also by doing the performance testing, you're going to identify the bottlenecks, the weaknesses, and the areas of improvement, right? So before, because by the time you find everything before it goes to the live, you are saving your organization. Just remember, you are launching a new product into the market, and just imagine your application goes down, because this happened in several scenarios, right? We all see, we every day we just come across some website. Just remember, your on your salary day, just remember, imagine your banking goes down, and you want to transfer your money to your parents or to your friends, or to just to pay your bill. Just imagine if your bank website goes down due to high usage on the salary day. We all feel frustrated, right? And what do we think? Okay, let me move to another bank where they give me a good application, a web application on my salary day, right? So that's what everybody thinks. So this is an example, because I have come across the same situation on my salary day. uh, I have even posted this in my LinkedIn. My HDFC bank website goes down because of high usage. This happens every month, and if I wanted to transfer money, the website goes down and I cannot do the transfer. So I used to find out some ways on how can I transfer, or I used to make some automatic payments, so I don't get into trouble in terms of transferring money or in some scenarios. So that's how it happens. We all know, we do all come across some scenarios. But the thing is, the performance testers are actually the saviors in terms of getting the goodwill to the organization, because we do not want our organization or the company we works in to get a bad name with the clients or with the people who are really using it, right? So that is why we are all here to, in fact, we give, or we get a good name, or we have the name of the organization to be in a goodwill for every with every client and with every business. So that's the objective of performance testing. And that this is a small overview. So far we saw about the objective. Why do we need to do the performance testing, right? So any doubts so far, guys?
No, and so far so good.
Good. Okay. Great. 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 And we have got few people now. Welcome. Welcome, guys. Can you just quickly go through your about you? Just give us a little introduction. I think we have got Nagarjun, Pradeep, uh, Ravi, Shai Krishna. Can you just give us a quick introduction? We'll just continue with the next topic before we move on.
Yeah, Vasan, Sai here. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, fine, Vasan. How are you?
Good, good, good. Thanks. Yeah, just give a quick introduction. We'll move on to the other people now. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'm working in QA
Mm-hmm,
from past 5 years,
mm-hmm,
and by seeing your notification, I thought of joining
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
for a quick performance testing guidance.
Okay. Okay. Great, great, great. So yeah, thanks for joining. And if you have any questions, we can discuss in the meanwhile.
Sure,
And
sure.
we'll go to Srikanth, Srini, Venkatesh. Yeah, you can give us introduction. Vinod, you there? Hi, Vinod. Yeah, you're unmuted. You can talk now. Sorry, we can't hear you. Okay, fine. No worries. Okay. So before we move on to the next, yeah. Hi. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, Vasan. This is Ravi
Hi,
here.
hi, Vinod.
So,
Hi, Ravi.
yeah, sorry for the background noise. I'm in bus, but yeah. So, I'm a
Okay, no problem.
performance tester.
Mm-hmm,
Currently, I'm working in Accenture.
mm-hmm,
I have 11 years of experience. An
mm-hmm,
aspiring performance engineer. I'm following your YouTube channel.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. So, want to learn more. So, yeah, invest more time and probably,
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thank you.
yeah.
Thanks, Ravi. Thanks, you.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Thanks.
joining.
Thanks a
Yeah,
lot for
yeah.
sharing.
Thank you. Okay, I think Vinod can hear us. Fine, no problem. You can uh, continue. We'll continue. And yeah, so far we saw about the objective of performance testing. So now we'll move on to the next part, which is what are the types of performance testing. So we all know what is the objective, and like why do we really need to do the do the performance testing. And now, so we knew that these are the objectives. Like the objectives is to find the bottlenecks, to find the weakness, and the areas of improvement. And in fact, we have to say that if the application works fine, yeah, it's working fine with all these reasons. But again, we must be very careful in terms of identifying the bottlenecks and the weakness. But again, how do we really find it? We can't just go and open the application and find it, right? So what are the types, or how do we really approach to find the types of like the bottlenecks? Or because every bottleneck that we see will come out with a different set of testing, right? So take for an example, we do with the major testing, I would say, in terms of testing, we do have load testing, which we all do whenever it comes to the performance testing. And we do have the stress testing, we do have the endurance testing, we do have the scalability, and we do have the volume testing. So these are the major 5 types of performance testing we have. And when it comes to the load testing, so what do we do? So how do we evaluate? So we evaluate the system's ability, that is the application or the web application or the product's ability to handle the anticipated user load, which is we do know what is going to be the user load, such as, for example, the concurrent users or the transaction volumes, which we say as the throughput, without any significant performance degradation. So we're going to do the testing with the anticipated load. Say, for example, the load test, we normally do it with like 100 users for 1 hour, or 200 users for 1 hour, or 300 users for 1 hour, and we do test the application concurrently, or we used to like keep on sending requests to the application. But again, the objective is to evaluate the system's ability without any, so we should not find, or we should not see any significant performance degradation. But the point here is we have to do this testing to identify some of the bottlenecks, right? So we will see like what are the bottlenecks we do expect for each of these objective, for each of these testing types. So that is the very first thing. So the very first type is the load testing. So what do we do? So we do test, or we do the load testing with the anticipated user load. So say for example, this might uh, can be your an interview question in case if you're attending it. So the load testing is going to be evaluating the system's ability with the anticipated user load. And what's the next one? So the next testing is the stress testing. So what do we do in the stress testing? So we are going to push the system beyond its normal operational limits to evaluate its robustness, and we're going to determine how it behaves under extreme conditions. So uh, we know there is a little bit of difference when it comes to the load and stress. So in load, as I have mentioned, we are going to do this test with the anticipated user load. But when it comes to the stress testing, we are going to push the system beyond its normal operational limits. Say, for example, if you're going to do a test with 100 users or 200 users with a load test, you're not going to do the same level of testing with the stress. So what you're going to do, or how will you do it, is you're going to keep on increasing the user load. So for the first 5 minutes, or for the first 10 minutes, you'll be having like 100 users. And then after that, after 5 minutes, like you'll be adding another 100 users. And after another 5 minutes, you'll be adding another 100 users, because that's how the normal uh, real-time scenario works, right? So people used to join the system, or they used to keep on joining the login into the application, and they used to do their transactions, right, in the real world. So and again, by adding the users every few minutes, like every 5 minutes or 10 minutes, we are going to test the operational limit. So at what point does the application is going to break? So that is where we are bringing in the stress testing. And you're going to see how does it behaves under extreme conditions, whether it's going to break or whether it's going to work, or at what point or what load does it going to get break, right? And again, there is another thing. So so okay, we know at some point of time, like with 4,000 users or 5,000 users, the system is going to break. And what is this going to do next? So whether it's going to come back, or whether it's going to stay down, or what's the application is going to do, because after some point of time, we all know the system is designed in a way that after some point of time it should come up on its own, because there is no more request and the system is free now. The system should automatically pick it up. So these are all some of the objectives when it comes in terms of the stress testing, right? And moving on to the next part, what's going to be the next one is, so the third one is the endurance testing. So what are we going to do in terms of the endurance testing? So the third one, the third type, which is the endurance testing. So during the endurance testing, we are going to assess the system's performance over an extended period of time to identify any potential issues, like the memory leaks, or the database connection leaks, or resource exhaustion. So okay, so we do load testing, we do stress testing, yes. So what is endurance testing, and how are we going to do it? So load testing, as I told you, we are going to do it with a fixed amount of users. We are not going to increase the users during the load test. Uh, if we have fixed it like 200 users or 300 users, yes, that's going to be your load. But when it comes to your Stress testing, we are going to keep on increasing the users. What is going to be the endurance testing? So how will we do it? So in the endurance testing, as I told you, we are going to do the testing, or we are going to assess the system's performance over an extended period of time. So how will we do it in real time? So if we are doing a load test, for example, with 200 users, how will we do the endurance testing? So we'll take 50% of load from the load testing in this, if you're going to test the same application. So if it is like 100 users, you're going to take or 50% of it is, which is like 100, which is like 50 users, and then we are going to use that 50 users for an extended period of time, say for example 8 hours. So why is that 8 hours? Why is that 8 hours? Why it should not be like 10 hours, or why it should not be like 12 hours? Sometimes we do, yes, we do for 10 hours, we do for 12 hours, we do for even for 24 hours. But the reason why we do it for 8 hours is like, that is the actual business time, which is 9 to 5, right? So 9 to 5 is the major business time, which we all know. For example, any application, can be any application, that will work between 9 to 5, because that's where most of the users pitch into any application, whatever you know. We do pitch in the application. So we do it for 8 hours, and that's how this endurance testing, the 8 hours of industry standard, comes in. Okay. And what do we do? So we do keep on sending the request. So we'll have to design again, the load will not change. It will be like 50% of your load test load, and it will be the same load level, but the duration will be 8 hours. And again, we are not going to increase, or we are not going to decrease it during the testing. It's going to be 8 hours, the duration, and then it's going to be 50 users load, and we are going to keep on continuously hitting the application. So what do we get out of it? We are going to find the memory leaks, whether the memory is getting leaked. Like for example, like we all know there is a concept called garbage collection, right? So if the garbage collection is not working as expected, or if it is not working properly, we do get memory leaks. So what is a memory leak? What is going to get leak out of the system? We are going to see the memory is going to be occupied more, but it won't come down. It just keeps on increasing to a point where there is no memory in the system. So once, if you don't find any memory in the system, what do happen? Your system or your application will not respond, right? So just imagine, even we do come across in our own mission, like if we open the task manager, and if you are having opening some random application, and if your memory is a little low, and if you are opening some application which takes a lot of memory, what happens? Your system goes unusable. Like you can't use anything. Your system says like, I'm not responding, there is no response, and you'll have to wait. You have to either kill the application, or you have to completely restart your mission. So that's what happens, because every application, or every application that we use, they are sitting somewhere in a machine, right? Which we call it as an app server or a web server, which is somewhere, it can be in a cloud, or it can be in on-prem, right? So it should come from there, right? And uh, if the memory leak happens, automatically that particular machine which we are using uh, to load the application, it will go unusable. Or that's the moment we used to get the errors like 500 response code, or 503, the service unavailable, or there is no any response from the system, right? So that's why we have to do this endurance testing, and to make sure that everything works fine. And then the database connection leaks. So how does this database connection leaks happens? Because you're continuously hitting the application, and at some point of time the request starts to get queued up, and there won't be any more. So the previous request will be getting processed, and there won't be any new request that will get processed, right? So that's where the queue gets higher and higher, and automatically the database connection leaks will start to happen. And then we have the resource exhaustion. So what is resource exhaustion? So what are the resources we do have? So we do use the app servers, we do use the web servers, we do use the database, the logic servers, and everything. So automatically at some point of time they used to get exhausted, right? If we are continuously using it, automatically at some point of time they used to get slowed down, right? Because the CPU, or the memory, or the network input output, or your disk, even everything will keep on continuously running, right? So at some point of time they used to get exhausted. But the point here is we need to find, do they really go down, and if it is going down, what is going to be our mitigation plan, whether we are going to add up some machine or whether we are going to reduce the resource usage. In what terms of are we going to do it? Are we going to do it through code, or are we going to use it, make some changes fixing it through the hardware part? So that's why we are doing this endurance testing. And then the fourth one is the scalability testing. So what do we do with the scalability testing? What's the objective of the scalability testing? So we are going to measure the system's ability to handle the increasing load by adding more resources such as servers or network bandwidth to maintain the performance levels. So far we saw about how we do the load testing. So for example, for load testing, we do test it with 100 or 200 users. With stress testing, we are going to increase increase the load by every 5 minutes or every 10 minutes. Or with endurance, you're going to use 50% of the load test load, and we're going to do it for a long time. But when it comes to scalability testing, it's almost similar to load testing, but you're going to scale it. So how are we going to scale it? For example, if you're doing your load test with 100 users, with the scalability testing, you're going to scale it. So when it says scaling, you're going to add at 25% of your actual load, or you're going to add 50% to your actual load. Say, for example, if you're running like with 100 users, if you're going to do a scalability testing, you're going to do like 125%, which is like 125 users. Or if it's a 150%, you're going to do it with 150 users. So why do we need to do it? Because there is always a goal to any application, to any business. I would say they have to increase their profit, right? They have to keep on increasing their profit, and they have to increase their revenue, and they have to increase their user base, which is like scaling their users. So in that point, they must come up with the high scalable point, or they must increase the user load. Say for example, Zomato, when they were started, it is not having the user load which it currently has. So by the time uh, when we entered the COVID state, or after that, the sales in applications like Zomato or Uber Eats or Just Eat or anything, the number of users have really increased, right? So does the application is also scaling up, because they do not use the same setup which they had 3 years ago or 4 years ago with the current user load, right? They automatically have to scale up. They automatically have to increase their uh, servers or the network bandwidth, because only by doing that they can handle the increasing user load, because they can't uh, they can't have their application with what they have 3 years ago with that load. Automatically the application will fail at some point of time, and no more users will be using it, right? So that's why the scalability testing comes in. So every now and then, every 3 months or every 6 months, there should be a scalability testing that has to be done to test whether the application is scalable, or whether my application can handle the increasing user load. You can't just keep on increasing the same load. See, we normally do the load test, but at some point of time we have to add load to the user, add load to the system, and then we have to increase it, we have to scale it up, right? So that's where the scalability testing comes in. And then the fifth one, which is the volume testing. So how will we do the volume testing, or what is the objective behind the volume testing? So you're going to test the system's performance with a large volume of data to ensure that it can handle the expected data volumes without performance degradation. So this works in either way. So when we do the volume testing, we do it either way. So which is when I say either way, we used to remove, or we used to have,
Vasant, sorry
yeah,
to
yeah,
sorry to interrupt. I have
yeah,
one
please go
doubt.
ahead.
Like,
Uh-huh.
what is the difference between stress testing and scalability testing? I think both are similar, scalability and stress. Is there
Okay,
any
okay.
difference?
I'm not sure whether I have joined a little early when I was explaining stress testing. So when you do the stress testing, how do we really do it is, when you start your stress testing, you started with For example, like let me tell you the numbers straightforward so you can easily understand. So you start your stress testing with 100 users, okay, and those 100 users will be keep on testing, keep on sending requests for 5 minutes or for 10 minutes of time, and after 5 minutes or 10 minutes you will add another 100 users, and they will start running now. So you'll have currently 200 users in the system, and then after another 5 or 10 minutes, you'll add another 100 users. So by doing this way, you are keep on increasing the user load every now and then. Like for example, every 5 minutes, you used to increase 100 users, and at one point of time, you will be having 1,000 or 2,000 users, and you will have to wait until which point does the application breaks. Okay, that's what the stress testing comes in. You're going to keep on increasing the users. It's not going to be a steady load. But when it comes to scalability testing, you're going to do a test with the steady load. You're not going to increase the load during your testing. You're going to increase the load in your planning state itself, because for example, like I said, the load testing and the scalability testing are very closer, because yeah, if you're testing your load testing with 100 users, you're going to scale it 25% or 50% or even 100% or even 200%. But you are not going to increase it during the load test. It's not going to be a dynamic test. It's going to be a very static planning. It's going to be just 200 users or 150 users in your scalability testing. So till the end of the test, so from the moment you start and till the moment you end the test, it's going to be the same load. You got it right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yes, Vasant, yeah.
Like you're telling, like if you are testing for a load test for 100 users,
Mhm.
during the
Yeah.
scalability testing, we are just increasing our user like to 50% to 25%,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. So based on it's not just only 25 or 50 or 100. You
Mhm.
have to understand what is going to be the scalability load based on your discussions with the stakeholders. So you'll have to
Yeah.
talk with the BAs, or you have to talk with the marketing team and understand what has been the actual load, or even you can get it through your analytics, right? Because nowadays every application is tied up with your analytics tool. So you will have your real-time web traffic, and every 3 months or every 6 months, you can very well see how much is your application scaled up, right? Uh,
Yeah, based on the business requirements, we can decide that, right?
exactly. So
Yeah.
based on your business current application, because sometimes you will be getting some feedback from your customers that telling that, see, my experience in terms of the performance, I could see there is some slowness. So you must really do some study on that. Why is he getting a slowness, or what's happening? Is the actual load has been increased, or even with the existing load, are we going facing this performance issue? So we have to keep on doing some research every now and then. It's not just you are waiting for someone to give you the requirement and telling you that, come on, do this testing, do this, do that. It's not just like that. You'll have to um, keep on talking with the stakeholders, like the BAs, the dev team, the marketing people, because I would say when it comparing to big organizations, many startups have this opportunity. So you are the one who is dealing with everything, and you can have direct interaction with the people, and you can start understanding a lot of inputs, right? So you have that opportunity to do all your testing proactively, and you can fix all these issues before they even go to the production, right? Because every now and then, nowadays in the agile way, we do give regular updates, right? Every now and then, every week we do some production release, or every day we do some production releases, right? So all those things are a way that actually helps the performance engineers or the performance testers to improve the performance. They really do have the opportunity to improve the performance. So we should be very careful, and we should be proactive when it comes to have or to improve the performance of the applications, right?
Yes, got it.
Yeah. So yeah,
Thank
the
you.
last one, thank you. Yeah. So the last one, when it comes to volume testing, so how do we do it? So we do approach it in a way that we have a 50% of the data in the application, and then we do a load test. So which I say, so how will be the load? So we'll have the load test numbers, but the data will be half. The database will be like half filled glass, right? So if we are, we have four more people. Just a second. Yeah. So you're going to do the load test with 100 users, but the database or the data in the system will be like half of what we have it during our load testing, and then we do a test, and after that we'll be increasing the load to 200%, which is from the 100% to 200%, and then we'll do a test and we'll see how does it work. Because the reason behind doing this is, whenever you do any query or whenever you do some search, the data that comes or the data that's been pulled up will take a little bit of time. We all know that, right? Whenever we do some query, even if you were using your Microsoft SQL Server, or if you're doing your MySQL or any databases, you must have really have some hands on. You should have made your hands dirty by doing it. Uh, you have seen, right? You do some select star query, and automatically your system says the query is processing, just wait for a few more seconds. That exact thing will happen when you're doing your any sort of query, when you're doing it in an application, right? It will take some time. It'll have to fetch all those data from your database, and it will take some time to send it to your front end, right? So you'll have to test it. You'll have to test with a half-filled database and then with 200%, so that you can understand how does the system performance with different volumes of data, and how does it has been handled when it comes to different data volumes, and whether is there any performance degradation. Whether it might work very well, it might work very fine when it comes to your what to say, with a better with a lesser load, but when it comes to higher load, there will be some issues. So how are we going to fix it? So we do have really several uh, parts, like several ways to approach it. Say for example, we will actually deal with I'll just tell you, explain in detail, whether if we have time today. So there are like some little ways of fixing it. So the first part of doing it is through your indexing. So we all know that indexing way, where we do the indexing, and that will actually improve the performance, or we will have to tune the query. So how do we tune the query? Whether it can be through the joins, or whether we can even tune the query in a way that we're going to extract the only data that we need. Instead of doing a select start from, you'll have to give the proper column name or the proper field name, so that you're going to fetch only those values, which will be very quicker. Because if you see, when you're doing select start from, let me just make a note, because I'm actually planning to make some videos on those as well. But yeah, let me just make a note of it so that I don't remember, forget it. And, yep. Indexing and joins. Yeah. So like I said, so by making tuning to your queries, you will have a better performance on your applications, right? So that is how. So this is the how we do different types of performance testing, and each of these performance testing has its own objectives. And in fact, the reason I'm taking this as my very first part is, these are some of the questions which you can expect in your interviews. So in the interviews, you might have been asked like, what type of testing have you tested, and why do you really test it? So we all know they all come under performance testing, but at some point of time we get confused whenever the interviewer asks this question. And so just make sure you remember the objectives, because the objectives is the one that differs each testing from one another, right? So any doubts so far?
No, sir.
No, all good. Okay, okay, great. Okay,
Whatever system you said, I
yeah,
have one question.
yeah, please,
So it
please.
would be great if you could just let us know the underneath system configuration, ideal underneath system configuration on which we can perform this load testing. Like, what would be the ideal configuration?
There is, to be honest, there is no ideal configuration, because nowadays we do have a different set of configurations. Because previously we do have the on-prem setup, where we do have some Linux where the app runs in, and then we do have a web server, and then we do have a database server where we have several like Oracle or MySQL or anything. But nowadays, when it comes to performance, the configuration part is no more an issue because they comes with a better pricing, right? And uh, the point here is just imagine the load that we have previously and the load we have now, because uh, previously I would say the role of applications, the web applications, is very less, because anything that we do it offline. Say for example our railway booking, right? uh, Previously the railway booking was not the load that we are testing now, or the banking thing again. After India has moved to the digital India role, the role of web applications or the performance has hugely increased. Right nowadays we don't we do money transactions. We go to a shop, we do GPay, and then we move out, right? So that's how in every country works. Any country, uh, we do like everything through the web applications or the web transactions or the APIs. I would say it's not just only the applications, it's the APIs again, right? So the amount of APIs, the amount of systems has actually drastically increased, or there is like a huge number of transactions that is happening every single time, every single moment. So uh, there is no ideal system configuration, I would say. That's the only thing is we'll have to keep on adding, we'll have to keep on scaling up every few months, because we have to handle the user load. I would say, like for example, like previously we had machines, the old hard disk machines, and then we have slowly moved to virtual machines. But now in the current era, I would say everything has moved to cube or to pods, because we need to have the resources increased, but we do not want to spend enough amount. But that's actually a huge topic. We all know. In fact, I'm very uh, uh, happy to even take you to those areas, from how does we migrate from VMs to cube and to pods, and how exactly is it working now. Anything that we see now is not actually the one that we see few years back, because initially we have a virtual machine to run our app or we run our logic, but nowadays they are moving into pods, which is we are going to just use what exactly do we need. There is no more a need of a virtual machine to run your application. It's just a pod. So in fact, again, thank you for asking this question. Like again, I would say it's not only just the system. We do have reverse proxy servers. We need to use a load balancer, right? So the load balancer is where we distribute the load based on the availability of the systems. So the entire setup has been improved, or it's like in a way it's like highly unimaginable. So they keep on improving and increasing. And previously, if you remember, if you have a system with a 32 GB of RAM, we imagine that is a very big machine. But nowadays the memory has been like, I could see the the current setup is like 128 GB is not a big deal, because it's you are in cloud. You're going to virtually create some machine, and you're going to have like 128 GB of memory, which will never go down, right? So that's how actually it works. And you have a better load balancing algorithms, where we never keep the systems down. You keep on running some machines, and if some machine is down, automatically you get alerts. You jump into it and find why is it down, and you immediately fix it, and then it keeps on running again, right?
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
Yep. Yep. So yeah, so the next thing is uh, yep. Okay, and then the next thing is, okay, I think so far there is no doubts with all these types of testing, right?
It's clear, Vasant.
Okay, okay, great, great.
Yeah. So
Can you
for
say in one line for volume testing? How can we say explain?
Okay, so when it comes to volume testing, you are going to test the system's performance with large volume of data or with different volumes of data, to ensure that you're going to handle the expected volume or unexpected data volumes without performance degradation. So the testing of the system's performance with different or varied volume of data without performance degradation. Got it? So the underlying point is the volume of data.
Yes, got it.
Okay, it's not going to be your app server or your web server. It's just completely on your volume of data. Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm? So yeah, let me before we move on to the next part, let me just tell you how the existing system works. Okay, I don't know, I got some notification. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. So any system that we work, so this is how we send the request. So just imagine this is your computer. Sorry, very bad in drawing. So just imagine this is your computer and you're sending your request. And then where does this request goes in? So we do have the presentation layer, or I would say the web server. But before, okay, so on the background, this is again the setup of the system, and we do have our web server, and then we do have the app server, and behind the app server we do have a database server, right? And they all sits inside the either it can be inside your cloud or it can be any on-prem setup. So this is how the uh, system works. So we do have a web server, we do have an app server, and we do have a database server. Because I remember this was one of my one of the question when I was asked in some interview. So they asked me to explain the architecture. So by some point of time I told the app server in the front and then the web in the back, and then I just completely messed up. So just keep in mind, so this is exactly how it works. So any request that you send first will go and hit the system where you have a load balancer, right? So the load balancer is a system where it gets all the requests and then they send it to the web server. So you can have one or two web servers or three web servers depending on your system's current infrastructure or architecture. So the first thing I would say, like any applications that you're going to test, please do understand the architecture of your application. Any application that you're going to test, just understand how does the architecture is actually working. So do you have two servers? You are going to have three servers? And what about the app configuration and then the database as well? So any request that you send goes via the load balancer and then it reaches the web server, right? And it distributes to the web server, and then all these web servers connected through to the app servers. So either you might have a load balancer here, or it will be like you have a CIDR range where any requests go to any of the app servers, and then they get connected, and those requests will go to the app server. So any request that you send will first reach to your web server, and that will check your request, and if it is a valid request it will then send it to the app server, and then the app server will process, because the app server is the place where you have your business logic, right? So it will have your business logic. Say for example, if you are ordering an food, what is the business logic behind it? First it has to check whether your order is a valid one, and whether that particular restaurant has that item available, and then if it is satisfied or if it is validated, and then it will send that request to the database server, right? So or else it can even validate get data from the database server to check whether there is the number of uh, items that is available, or they can handle your order, and then that particular request that you send to database server will send back its response and say whether it is yes or no. And based on that, your app server will send that particular response to your web server, and the web server receives it, and then it sends back to via the load balancer to your computer. So all these happens within a matter of seconds, right? So we all know this takes a lot of there is a lot of process that's happening inside the process, but all these happens all these should happen in a fraction of second, right? That's what we expect everybody. You are not even though you are not a performance tester or engineer, you can be anyone in the world. We all know that this would happen in a fraction of second, right? Even though we know that there is a lot of things that's happening behind, but we don't worry about that. What do we all need is we need to get the response very quickly. We need to get our request. It has to be satisfied, or it has to be like completed in a few minutes of time or a few seconds of time, right? Because we do not want to waste our time sitting in front of a computer or in a mobile and just waiting for our order to get the request that we send has to be like taking some amount of time to get processed, right? So yeah, this is a quick setup. So it can be anything nowadays. This can be an on-prem, or this can be in a cloud, or it can be like any sort of a setup. Like it can be either Windows or it can be a Linux. It's the same applies for everything. It can be a Windows or Linux, and database server can be it can sit on Windows or Linux, but the database server can be an Oracle, or it can be a MySQL, or it can be a Microsoft SQL Server, or any NoSQL or anything, or data lake, or whatever we do. So this is actually the basic setup. But apart from this, this can be connected to several architectures to your application. So this is actually a very basic setup, but they might interact with the other system. So you can see that there are like other systems that's been disconnected. But yes, so this is how the very basic thing works, because anything that is connected to it will be connected via this setup. Like your app server might be connected to a different set of third-party servers, or third-party integrations. Like it can be a microservices, or it can be an API services, or whatever you say in the world. They'll be connected from here, right? But this is how the basic setup works. So any doubts so far with this architecture thing?
No.
Yeah, I have the.
Yeah. Tell me.
How many web servers can we have, and how many app servers can we have?
It depends. It depends on how your application works. It can be like, for example, it can be two web servers and it can be two app servers. Because why the web server has to be more is that is the first point of contact for any of your web requests. So we do see the applications, right? The JSS, the JS, the HTML, everything sits in your web server. That's why we call it as presentation layer, because that's what is getting presented. You don't see any of the logics, the business logics in your web server, because all those sits in your app server, right? So we all know any logic, any just imagine the Reliance application, the Reliance of what to say, the Reliance retail, where you do order for groceries, or you do order for dresses, the garments. So the web application that you're seeing now through your eyes, through the website, right? So that is in the presentation layer, in the web server. But the logics behind it, right? The inventory thing, they sits in the app server. Whether that particular item is available in the store, in the or to say in the inventory, or it's not there, or the price change, the clearance, the offer, all those things sits in the app server, right? So the very first part which we see is the web server. So it'll be mostly like 1:1, or like if it is like two web servers, it will be like two app servers. Or if it is like one web server, it can be two app servers. So it can be anything. It depends on all your optimization, or it depends on how the architecture. So that's why we do have architects. So they do actually have to come up with this idea of how much web server we do need and how much app servers we do need. So once you start gaining these knowledge, we actually are. So I would say the performance testers are just not testers. We are actually half architects, I would say. The better. So to be honest, the more you work into performance testing and understanding these architectures, you can navigate yourself to an architect level, because based on your experience, that how does this architecture work, and you can actually share your insights, and you can gain a lot of knowledge in terms of architecture as well, so which in turn will help you to become an architect, right? So I would say again, uh, the numbers, there is no actually exact numbers, because uh, for a newly launched application, you will, based on your previous for example, you must have a similar application, I would say, like for example, um, a retail application, so online retail application, so you'll have the consultants, right? So those consultants, they will have their based on their previous experience with their other clients, they will come up with a same set of configurations. Like for example, they must say, okay, let's have two web server and two app servers, because in a current organization where they are dealing with 1 million users, they are having this current setup, so let's go with that. And they should actually come up with some more reasoning, right? And based on the analytics, so they can say that this set of configurations can handle this much amount of load, and you should distribute them with the proper load balancers, so that there won't be any performance degradation during your actual load. So all these will come up on your experience, will come up on the way you keep on doing it, right?
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Any other queries, any other doubts, guys?
No, good.
Good. Okay, great, great. And yep. Okay. Let's move on to the next thing. So, okay, so far we saw about what is the objective and what is the types of performance testing, and then now let's move on to the key metrics. So, you are doing your testing. So, at the end, what do you collect? Mm, what kind of evidence do you have to show your business and telling them that, see, there is a performance improvement or that's a performance degradation, right? So, for that, we do have the key metrics, the performance metrics, I would say, the performance key metrics. So what are those key metrics? So the performance testing involves measuring different set of metrics to assess the system's performance. And the first one we all know, which is the response time. And the second one is throughput. So how much throughput the system can handle. And then the resource utilization, so how much your CPU or your memory or your disk is being utilized, and then what is the error rates. So all these four major metrics is what we are going to collect during your performance testing. So it can be anything. So in your load test, you will collect the so when it comes to the response times, we do have to collect the minimum, the average, the maximum response time, and in some clients will ask you for 90%, 90 percentile, the 95th percentile, and even 99th percentile, right? So have you come across this scenario where the user is asking you for the percentile? And were you able to, because I really have a separate, I had a separate video on what is percentile and how do you collect it. So you guys have any idea on that? Like you can share your experience in terms of your response times. Okay, fine. Okay, so basically what exactly is response time? So the moment you send your request, it goes in, gets processed, and then the moment all your responses comes back to your system. So that's the interval that's been that's between your request and response is the response time. So if you are sending your request, so now, so for example, if you are sending your request at 10 o'clock, 0 minute 0 second, and you're receiving your response back at 10 o'clock 0 minute and 8 seconds is your response time. So the time it takes to, and it actually goes through through all your architectures, like it goes through your load balancer, it goes via your what to say, your web server, your app server, and it gets processed in database server. It gets back all you extracts all your data, your required data, and then it comes to the app server, comes to the web server, comes to the load balancer, and then it shows it on your screen. So all these actions take it happens in a fraction of seconds, right? So that's what the response times is. And then you have several layers of response time. So you might so when it come in terms of your testing, so you'll have your minimum response time, you'll have your average response time, you have your maximum, you have your 90th, 95th, and 99th. So when it comes to minimum, it's the minimum, the lesser the response time is your minimum response time. And then what is the average? So you have around 100 hits, for an example, and you'll have different set of response times. I would say, like, for example, your first request would have taken 10 seconds, and your second one would have taken 8. Your third one would have taken 7. So all these values will be added and then divided by the total number of requests, and then that is your average response times. And then you have your maximum response time, which is one of the maximum response time it took during your testing. That is going to be your maximum response time. So for example, when you start your test, it can be like 20 seconds, and then at some point of time you'll be having more load in your system, and it will increase to 22, 23, 25 seconds, and that's going to be your maximum response time. So the minimum might also change, right? So some of your requests which will be taking lesser amount of data will react very quick. So your minimum, your average, or maximum will keep on changing during your entire load test, right? And then you have your 90th, 95th, 99th. So you guys, any idea? So any of you know what is the 90th, 95th, and 99th percentile, and how do we calculate it?
Shall I give it a try, Vasant?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so as far I know that, example, if 100 requests was, sent from the client machine to server, server will respond the particular time. So if we calculate all the 100 response times, might be depends upon their bandwidth and network. So might be we'll get example 1 second, 1.5, 1.3 or something. So all the 100 response times will collect it, and it will be arranging order to smaller number to the bigger number, and the 90th one will pick it, because as per the market standards, what we decide is 90th. The remaining last 10% could be the high, low bandwidth, or could be the edge, or could be the network, or 2G or something, 3G, or might be the not irrelevant behavior and all they have performed, or network depends upon that. That could be the reason 90th value is the accurate value what we decided. But some of the clients, they might expect to provide it as you mentioned in the sheet, 95th or 99th percentile. That settings we can do it any kind of the tool where we can generate the performance testing values as per the average 90th or 95th or 99th value.
Exactly. Thank you so much. You have hit the bullseye. So that's what exactly is the 90th, and same way it comes for the 95th and 99th. In fact, I even have a separate video on this as well. So that's how, yeah. So collect all the response times, sort it from ascending in the ascending order. So you have from the smaller number to the bigger number. So the minimum to the maximum. Like I would say, like the lesser to the higher. And then the 90th place where you see. So that's why we don't say it as 90th percent. We say it as 90th percentile, because it changes. Like we know how the percentile works. It keeps on the dynamic thing is the percentile part. So that's why we say it as percentile. So the 90th, whatever value that comes at the 90th place is the 90th percentile, and that is going to be your 90th percentile response times. And then same applies for the 95th and then the 99th. So again, like I would say, reiterate your point. So it shows that how does the performance is being, it's a kind of a way to balance. So it says that, yeah, it's not going to be a maximum response time, or it's not going to be an average response time. So somewhere it plays in the middle, right? So that's how the 90th and the 95th and 99th works. And then we have the throughput. So anybody can just throw some light on throughput. Yeah, please go ahead.
Vasant, I have one question on the first one, response time only.
Mm-hmm.
very new to this performance testing, and have basic idea of response time, but have this question that what value we can derive it from. Let's say we got our 95th percentile, and then but the max response time can be far higher than the 95th percentile as well. Right? So like, by getting 95th percentile, we get to know, okay, the top 95 five requests will be completed by this 95th percentile time, right? But what about the remaining five? Is there any metric, or do we also assess that, okay, remaining five which are like lost, or which are which we are ignoring for now? Will there be accepted time duration between 95th and max response time, or it can be anything?
Okay, so can I take your question as why do we need to see the 90th, 95th, and 99th percentile and not the minimum, average, maximum? Is that the question?
Not exactly. It's like, do we really relate with our 95th and max percentile and draw some metrics out of it? Or not?
Yeah, so let me tell you the other way. Like, why is it more important comparing to the minimum average? So we do have this. Let me just drag it up from here.
Can we
We'll
have an
get this.
example of, hello?
Yeah, please. Yeah, tell me. Yeah.
Can we have a small example of by taking few
Yeah,
statistical
sure.
numbers, like, for example, marks per given student and all? Simple statistical example would help us to understand better.
Okay, you want me to give an example about this 90th,
Yeah,
the
any
percentage part? Okay,
statistical
sure.
example. Yeah, small
Sure,
amount.
sure. I'll give it to you. So, firstly, I would say why is this percentile part important? So, when it comes to the average, so that is actually the 50th percentile. I would say the average response times. Okay, those that will actually give us a general idea of the system's performance, and it does not actually reflect the experience of the significant portion of users. So, when it says significant portion of users, that's the maximum. So the 90th or the 95th percentile actually represents the response times which are experienced by the majority of users. Okay, and they give a more comprehensive view of the performance under normal conditions. So that's the reason we do not want, or I would say it's not like do not want, but still most of us, or most of the clients who has a better knowledge on the performance, so they will actually ask for the 90th and the 95th percentiles. Okay, and then they will actually help you to identify the potential issues, like for example, for any performance outliers or for the slow transactions that is degrading the user experience, right, for a significant portion of users. So these 90th and 95th, they will actually clearly tell us that uh, what something is going wrong, because even if the average response times looks acceptable, the percentiles will tell you that there is some potential bottlenecks, or there should needs to be some scalability issues in the system. So that's why most of the times, if you see the average response times looks fine, but the 90th percentile and the 95th percentile will be like a big will be like a broader numbers, right? And yeah, and also these values, right, so they helps us to set some realistic targets for performance improvements rather than the average, because when you say average, we are going to average the numbers from minimum to maximum. So your minimum numbers will save you from the maximum numbers, right, because they will drag the response times down, and there will be some bias, because if you get more number of response time in minimum, and when compared to the maximum, it will automatically the response times will be on your minimum side, it won't be on your maximum side. But this 90th, 95th percentile, right, they will give you a clear idea, right, on how your system is performing. So that's why we do really check about the 90th, the 95th, and 99th. Okay. And on top of it, so when you do your comparison of your performance results, so if you are getting consistently high percentiles, uh, it's like you are doing a 1 2 3 load test, and you're comparing all your 90th percentile of the test. So if you're seeing that there are like consistently high percentiles, they indicate that there is a degradation in the performance, that needs to be addressed, because they will give you an idea on the performance of your application rather than your average. And then, in fact, they even help you to plan your capacity of the application. And when it comes to an example, let me just open an Excel sheet. Just tell me if you can see my screen. Can you see the Excel screen now? Excel.
No.
No.
No, sir.
No,
Okay.
No, sir.
Can you see now?
Can you see now?
yeah.
Okay, great. So take for example, if you are having some random time here, and let me just drag it down. Then you have several 0.2, 0.1, 0.3, and some point of time you get 0.4, 7, and then again 0.2. Okay, so now if you see, we have around 78 count. Okay, 78 response times. Okay, so you have hit your applications, and these are the from your maximum response time. So they are not your minimum or they are not your average. So they are the maximum response times. And how are we going to do the percentile part for this? So okay, let me just make it to 100 so that we can have a proper number. In 192. Okay, and you might have some 1.0 or sometimes you get it 2.1, 1.3, 0.9, 0.8. This 7 we have. We just take 3 more. 100, just okay. So now you have one of us team said, like, you have now 100 data. Okay, so adding the header, so now we have 101. So what do you do is let me think. Yeah, so what do we do is, let me go to the data. So all these happens in your using your tool. So you go to your filter and then click on it, do sort smallest to largest. And now if you go to your 90th, so let me just I get to the top. Okay, or else I can do this way. You can just copy this one and move it here. So now if you come to the 90th place, go to line 90th. Sorry. Okay, let me go this way. You're going to your 90th. So this is your 90th percentile response times. And then the 95th is your 0.7. And then your 99th is 1.3. So now imagine, so just imagine this is your, okay, now let's go do other way. So you're going to be minimum, average, maximum, your 90th, your 95th, and then your 99th. Okay, so now just go to your minimum. So your minimum is 0.1 because that's the top one you see. So your minimum is going to be 0.1. And what's your average? So just I'm clicking on this part, and if you see, your average is 0.3, right? So your average is 0.3. And what's your maximum? So your maximum is 2.1, right? And now your 90th is 0.5, your 95th is 0.7, your 99th is 1.3. So just imagine, just see, what is your minimum, average, and your maximum response times, and just see what do you have for your 90th, 95th, and your 99th. So can you see the difference? So it's nowhere related to your regular response times, right? So you could see there is a huge difference, right? So this will actually help you to do all these assessments, your performance assessments, or your to find any potential issues, or to so this is actually the representations of the user's experience. So this is how actually it works. So that's why I'm giving you this example. And again, thank you for asking this example. So this is how actually it works. So when you say when you give your minimum, average, maximum response times, they look very cool. They look like, oh, okay, the application works fine. But when you move on to your 90th or 95th, this is just an example. So this is how your something a very bad, a very bigger amount of response times you get. But this is actually, it works. This is how the response times works. And if you see, there is a huge difference, right? So I'm just giving you a normal example. So this can be in a highly scalable way, right? So I hope you understand how does this work. Firstly, I just want to confirm. So you understood, right? So how this minimum, average, maximum, and the 90th, 95th, and 99th works.
So definitely, yeah. But sir,
Yeah,
if
hi
the
Karthik.
difference is very minimal, say like it was 0.1 second in minimum. So if it was the 90% was 0.2,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. If the difference is very minimal, hello,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tell me. Yeah, go ahead.
am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello, Karthik, can you hear me? Karthik, can you hear me? I think I lost you.
Yeah, if the
Okay.
difference is minimal,
Uh-huh.
so can we see everything is fine? I mean,
Okay, let me tell you this way. So this is actually the number which I'm giving it. So this can be any amount of number. So you could have seen that the minimum is 0.1 and the 90th is 0.5. This is not actually exactly is happening, right? So when you're doing your actual testing, your actual system might be more than this, what you see with the current one. So this is an example which I'm giving. So even in this, yeah.
yes, I'm
Okay,
here with the
okay,
voice.
yeah, good.
Yes.
So even in this simple example, you might see there is a little bit of difference. I would say, see, I'm having a good heart, so that's why I'm giving very small numbers. But when you see your actual systems, you might not see this level of response times. It will be like quite heavier. It can be more bigger, right? If I'm not wrong, I think you all admit that. So it can be in a very huge number. So you can understand only when you do this in your application. So whenever you start doing your applications, you can understand how exactly do they work. So this is again just an example. I don't have any proper any actual testing numbers. That's the reason I'm giving you these numbers. But if you really do your actual testing, you might come up with the actual numbers. And this number, yes, I agree, 0.1 and 0.5. Again, with a huge user load, it's actually a big difference. Like every one of us, I don't want someone to have the 0.1 response times, and I don't want to have the 0.5. Everyone should have the 0.1 response times, right? Why I should negotiate, or I should compromise with the higher response times? So when everybody wants to have a higher response times, yes, even I do want to have that higher response lesser response times, right? So the point here is, have you understood how does this work, this 90th, 95th, and 99th works, or you do still have any doubts on this part?
Wasn't I got this clear with this example, but
Mm-hmm.
my first query which I asked is that in this example also, if you see the 90th percentile value is coming to 0.5 and the max is
Yeah.
2.1. There is
Yeah.
almost 1.6 difference between 90th and
Yeah.
max, right? So when a customer asks us, okay, we provide them 90th percentile, but there are still requests left which are after 90th percentile, correct? And
Yes.
there's a bigger gap. So in real time project, do we really care about that bigger gap? Okay, what is happening for the remaining requests which are after 90th and falling between max? And do we try to reduce that big gap, or we just focus on the improving on how we can reduce our 90th percentile, rather focusing on reducing that gap?
Yeah. See, I would say when it comes to reducing the response times, you'll have your SLA, right? So every response times that you have should be under your maximum response times. So everything should come under that maximum thing. Sorry, the SLA. So for example, if you have your SLA as 3 seconds, just ignore everything, every 90th, 95th, 99th. So because the reason we are having this 90th, 95th, 99th is to understand uh, like to give an idea, like, okay, there is some issues with the performance, or we need to have some tuning. But overall the objective is we need to have all these response times below the SLA. Like for example, if your client says I need to have the response times less than 3 seconds, yes, that's going to be your objective. So you must or you should compare your response times with that value. So your maximum should be less than your SLA, right? So at that point of time, you're not going to bother about your 90th or 95th or 99th. So the reason we are collecting these 90th or 95th or 99th is to see how does the maximum users have their response times, right? So when it say maximum, the higher response times. So that is the reason we are collecting these response times. I would say the maximum, sorry, the 90th or 95th or 99th. But again, when it comes to the completion or the accomplishment, you will have to take your SLA. So you have to compare all your response times against your SLAs. Okay.
Okay, so this is great. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So any other doubts, queries? Any doubts or queries so far? Or can we move to the next part? Yeah.
Vasant, I have a small doubt here. Yeah. So, Vasant, we observed high response time, and after that, we found it is a DB queries issue.
Mhm.
So, then what is the next procedure?
Okay. Okay.
Like,
So
few of the queries are taking more time.
Mhm.
So, then what is the next process? Yeah.
Okay. For now, I'll hold this question. I will answer this at the end of the day because this is something which is quite uh, a thing that has to be discussed in a bigger manner. So, if you don't mind, shall I hold this question and shall we discuss at the
Sure,
end?
sure,
Because there
sure,
are like
sure.
some
That
other
will be
topics
fine.
to discuss. Yeah.
Yeah, sure,
So,
sure.
sure. So for now, maybe if you don't mind, if you can add this question to the chat so that we can discuss all these questions at the end. So let me just add this question. What is your action when you find your database takes time, right? So if I'm not wrong, you can even edit that question and reframe and add it to the set. So yeah, yeah, that's actually it's a kind of a high priority question because most of us has that question, and it actually needs a huge amount of work to find or to narrow down to what exactly is happening. So yeah, we'll discuss that at the end of the day today, and moving
Yeah,
on to the
Basant,
next.
I have a
Yeah.
question. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, Basant, you told that for the volume testing, we need to do with a large amount of data volume to test. So, what should be our objective of volume testing? Means what metrics we should focus on?
Yeah, so the metrics again is going to be the same. Your response times, your throughput. So what is the response times when you are doing it with different loads or with the smaller load and slowly increasing it to the larger load. So what is going to be the response times when the data is increasing? So the objective or the metrics is going to be the same thing. It's going to be a response times. It's going to be the resource utilization. It's going to be the throughput. So when it comes to the resource utilization, in terms of your volume testing, it's going to be a database resource utilization. You're going to monitor your databases resources. Going to monitor your databases CPU. You're going to monitor your databases memory, and then your query timing.
Okay, thanks, Basant.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay, fine. I think I have explained you this part. So this is actually another quite important. So just if you have any questions in the key metrics thing, like the response times throughput, you can discuss now, and then or else we can move to the next part.
Vasant, sorry
Yeah,
to interrupt. Just one
no,
more
no problem.
question. Before this topic, we discussed the architecture, right? The app
Mm-hmm.
server, web servers, right? So there is a
Mm-hmm.
one component called load balancer, right? So
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
had this question also in the chat window, the later point. So what
Mm-hmm.
kind of techniques will be available, like round robin technology? So what it will
Mm-hmm.
does? So how it will be
Mm-hmm.
happen? Because the
Mm-hmm.
engineering part, it will be helpful.
Yeah. Sure, sure. We'll discuss that. So for now, I can yeah, we'll park this question, and yeah, we'll
Sure.
we'll discuss it because there are like several uh, 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 what to say algorithms have come up in terms of your, like you said, the round robin, and we have several algorithms. But most of the times, what happens is, okay, let me just add this question for now. Balancer algorithms. Okay. So most of the times, what happens is people used to don't bother about the load balancer algorithms. They do come up with the basic default setup they have, but then only when they start facing any issues, and only then they used to think about, okay, we'll have to reframe or rework on the architecture, or we need to rework on the algorithms, right? So and most of the times, what happens is there is a load balancer sitting up, but when you see the CPU or memory, you might find one of the machine that has been taking most of the utilization, or one of the machine that has been taking all the hits. Right, so you must have even had that experience. So when you see the CPU and memory of two web server or the app servers, you might find that one of the app server might be having more than 60%, and the other one will be like less than 10% or 20%. So you must be confused, like why is that there is a difference in terms of the load balance, the utilization, right? So in those point of time, so you should think about that. Okay, the load balancer, there is some issues with the load balancers, and then you have to fix it, because it's not just about the app servers or the web servers or the database servers. Sometimes the load balancers also uh, has some impact in terms of the performance, because if you see when all the requests are going to one particular server, and if it is getting highly occupied, automatically the response times will come down, right? So that's the reason we have the load balancer, and we will have to distribute the load so that both the machine will have enough amount of breathing space, and then they will perform well. So that's the reason we are having this load balancer, and then we do distribute the load to multiple servers. Okay. Yeah, so far I think we discussed about the key metrics, and then let's move on to the next topic here, which is the tools and techniques.
So can you explain throughput itself? It's last one, right? So,
Okay, the throughput. So there are like two different. Okay, let me just explain it here. So there are like two different ways of throughput. One is we see the hits per second, and the second one is the data sent or received per second. Okay, in terms of in kilobytes. Okay, so both of these we call it as throughput, because sometimes people used to say that, okay, no, some used to have an assumption that it's just only the hits per second, or it's just only the database sent or received per second. So both of them are throughput. Okay, which is so why do we need to bother about the throughput, and what is going to add value to it? So because the more I mean, like I would say the optimal number of hits per second that is being taken is what your system is capable of. So if some systems, right, they will take the hits, but they will not respond back, and that's not actually an efficient system. So the exact amount of throughput that you're going to give to the system, it should actually respond back. So for example, if you're sending 100 requests, automatically you must get 100 response, right? So if you're sending 100 requests, but you're sending only, if you're getting back only 80 responses, which means the other requests are getting queued up, which means the system cannot handle those requests currently, and that's why you're getting a lesser responses. I mean, say what I would say is, like, you're getting back lesser responses in terms of your throughput. Okay, so you must also see the request again. In most of the scenarios, I would say in some places we might all have this experience. So they will say they'll not give you the load. okay, the user load. They will say, see, I have to achieve 1000 hits for 30 minutes, or I have to achieve like 10,000 hits for every 1 hour, right? So at those point of time, because they will have only those data from the analytics part, they will not see the they can't analyze the load, because that's why we are there. So we have to analyze the load based on the throughput, okay, and then based on that we'll have to come up with the load and everything. So we have to plan everything, right? So, and then the data sent or received. So the data sent, which means the request that you send either through your get request or your post request, and then the data you receive. So when you receive your data, so for any time when you see your JMeter received, sorry, there's a graph, right? So which where you see the data received or sent. So there you can see the data sent will always be very less, because the bytes that you send will be very less, but the response you receive will always be more, because when you receive a response, you receive a header, you receive a complete body of the response, and then along with that you receive all the other supporting data. For example, you'll receive the JS, the CSS, the images and everything. So that's again another important part. Because why is that important is this throughput part. When it comes to the data center receive, your data disk, right, in your app server or your web server, they actually perform some action. So they directly involves getting involved into this part in terms of your throughput. So when it comes to throughput, your data disk also has some impact. So which means your data disk also must be capable of sending you the responses back, right? So that's why this throughput is very important in terms of your hits per second, which is uh, the servers. They must have the capacity to send back the responses, and along with that, the data center received, which is the data that's been sent from the data disk from your app server or your the logic servers, or from the database servers, right? So any doubts on the throughput part now?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, yeah, so I think we have completed the key metrics now, and then yeah, let's move to the tools and techniques. So there are various tools in the market available. Uh, the biggest market share, I would say, is the load runner in the market. That's again a licensed tool. So load runner is from Micro Focus. Previously it was with HP. Previously to Micro Focus it was with HP, and previously it was with Mercury. So Mercury, yeah, I remember if I'm not wrong, if it's with Mercury previously when it was innovated, and then it has moved to HP under the software. It was previously with HP, and then then they distributed the HP into hardware and software. It went under the software, and then it went to Micro Focus with the bigger acquisition. So Micro Focus is now having a huge collection of tools like load runner, the performance center, and they do really have the mainframe thing, the RTE part. So Micro Focus is having that. So Micro Focus nowadays is having a huge stack of applications. And then the another bigger one in the market is Apache JMeter. So today we're going to see about the JMeter today. And then JMeter is part of an open source, and when it comes to JMeter, it actually handles web protocol, APIs, web services, RTE in some manner. So I don't say you can handle a huge load, but yeah, with a considerable amount of load, you can handle it. And then you have the FTP, you have your database testing, and then again, JMeter has connectivity to App Dynamics, Dynatrace, and any other monitoring tools in the market. So again, like JMeter has a huge background, a huge support from people who are keep on developing every now and then. People are improving its features, because most of these plugins which you have in JMeter, they were not even with the load runner or with any other tool, like even with the Neoload or any other tool in the market, because that's the amount of dedication that's been given to JMeter, because it's keep on getting improvements every now and then, and most of the issues are getting fixed. If you're addressing something, if you're facing some issues, say for let me just give you a quick example. So there was an issue, even I have discussed this in one of my video. So in 5.6.0 there was an issue that you can if there is any response time that's less than 1 second, you can see in the minimum as zero, just zero. If it is less than one, only if it is more than one, you can see the actual time. Otherwise it's only zero. And that issue is being fixed in 5.6.3. So if you see now, that's the issue being fixed, and if you can see the actual minimum response time, even if it is less than 1 second. So that's the amount of dedication and support that's been happening for JMeter, right? And that's an open source again. So if you are able to if you want to really test more number of users, you can use distributed load testing, where you can have your master, can have your slave machines, and then you can do your testing. And even JMeter has been supported by Azure DevOps, where you can create a pipeline. I mean, again, LoadRunner or NeoLoad also has that support, but Apache JMeter is quite has some better handling in terms of your testing, so where you can use your non-GUI mode and run your test. But when it compares to LoadRunner or NeoLoad, JMeter does not have any web API testing, like how the LoadRunner has the performance center, or the LoadRunner web thing, or how the NeoLoad has the NeoLoad web. Apache JMeter so far does not have that, but by using the Azure DevOps, the pipelines, the releases, you can very well improve the presentation of the JMeter does. So you have several graphs, and then by running it through the non-GUI mode, so you can do it very well. And then the other tool, which is the Tricentis NeoLoad. So previously it was with Neotis, a French company, and then Tricentis has actually acquired it. So again, it's a paid tool. It's a licensed one. And currently, again, Tricentis has again a huge stack. They have Tosca, which is something like a functional automation testing tool. And they again have a huge stack like the Tosca, the Tricentis, and there are like several other tools in the market. And then there are like several other tools. We know about the Blaze Meter, and we know about the K6, and we have the Gatling, and then we have Locust. So there are like several other tools in the market. But the top three, I would say, are the LoadRunner, the JMeter, and then the NeoLoad. So they actually have I would say, the 95% of the market share. All these three combined, they have the 95%. So we all know, at least we would be using one of the top three tools in the market now. So either it can be LoadRunner, or it can be JMeter, or it can be NeoLoad. And we do have several uh, uh, advantages when it comes to JMeter, because JMeter actually previously came up with an idea of a functional testing tool, but then after seeing its capability, it was built on Java, the Java uh, architecture, the Java code. So it is actually a kind of I would say a platform independent. So we can use the same JMeter, the JMX script, anywhere in your Linux machines, or in your Windows, or you can use it in your Mac OS, or any operating system. So that's another advantage of the JMeter part. And yeah, so what does these tools do? So we know all these tools are there, and what so again, a quick thing about LoadRunner. So they actually give us support on lots and lots of protocols, but most of them we don't use. So the major thing that we use in terms of protocol is we use web applications, again, like APIs, web services, I would say the mainframes in little bit of terms, where still some organizations are using mainframes. Yes. So apart from that, the major are web applications, APIs, and the web services. And then, so why do we need to use all these tools? So these tools actually help us to simulate the user behavior, where we can generate a huge load on the system, and we can collect the performance metrics for analysis. So that's why, that's how we use uh, the performance testing tools. And so why do we need to use tools? Why can't we use it manually? Because when it comes to manual efforts, it actually takes a lot of efforts, because 1000 users testing is not easily manageable with users, because the concurrency can be missing, because humans are prone to errors. We do errors, yes. So but the machines, the systems will not do errors. So that's the reason we do employ or we do implement the tools, where we can simulate the user behavior. So when it comes to user behavior, every time I would say in my videos, just add your think time, your pacing, because when you're doing the actual user behavior, the user will actually take a little bit of think time, right, in between each and every transactions. So that will actually another way of simulating the user behavior, and can generate load to the system where you can keep on increasing. Because if you really want to do a stress testing, you can't bring in 100 users every 5 minutes and ask them to do the testing, but you can do that using your tools. So that's why we bring these tools and techniques to simulate, or I would say the word emulate is the right word. So we can emulate the load like what you do in the real-time system, and you can collect the performance. It's not just only hitting the system and breaking it. It's about collecting the performance metrics for analysis. So that's why we do really need all these tools and techniques. So any errors so far, any doubts so far with these tools and techniques part?
So far, good.
Okay, great. And in fact, there are like some other tools which I've used, but I have missed it. Something like the SOAP UI, load UI. You would have heard about that, where you can test the SOAP requests. And they were like some other tools. Like I'd say, since I said 95%, so these are something that falls under the 5%. Yeah. Someone else asking something.
No. Web load also another tool. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, there are like several other tools if you use load UI, and then like you said, web load. Yeah, there are like lots of tools in the market, but again, the majority of share goes with this because of the support it gets, and the amount of exposure it has, and the amount of technology it supports. Yep. Okay, and yeah, if you guys, so shall we take 15 minutes of break, and then shall we join again? If you guys are okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. And yeah, let me just. Okay, thank you. Thanks for all your feedback. So thank you guys. And now the time. Did someone is asking anything? Okay. Yeah, Ajay, please go ahead. Yeah, Ajay, you are asking something, or yeah, Ajay,
We
go ahead,
can join
please.
us in 15 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So, guys, what's the time there in India? I'm not sure. My time is like 6:30.
It's 11
11
a.m.
a.m.
11, right? Okay, fine. Then we'll all join at like 15. Okay. Yep. Yes. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello. Azan, sir.
Yeah. Tell me.
Tell me.
சார் தமிழ்ல பேசுறீங்களா?
சொல்லுங்க.
சார் இது இப்போ இந்த கிளாஸ்ல வந்து நீங்க அந்த டூல் பத்தி அந்த டூல்ல ஸ்கிரிப்ட் எல்லாம் எப்படி ரன் பண்றதெல்லாம் சொல்லுவீங்களா சார்?
கண்டிப்பா மனோஜ்.
ஓகே சார்.
ஓகேங்களா? சரி. அதான் நம்ம டைரக்டா டூலை பத்தி பார்க்காம like ஒரு சின்ன டூல் காட்டுறேன். By today we'll see that. Okay? Don't worry, Manoj.
ஓகே சார்.
Okay. We'll join another 15 minutes.
ஓகே சார்.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Hi. Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, Vasan.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, let's wait for a few more seconds for people to join, and then we'll continue. Okay, fine. Then let us continue. Okay, so far we saw about the tools and techniques. There are a few more things to see before we move on to the JMeter part. So the next thing is the testing environment, right? So yeah, we all know we have our tools ready, but which environment are we going to use for recording the script, or are we going to use it the environment to run the load test, right? So whenever it comes to this part, we normally have a lot of confusions because the development team or the business will be giving us the same environment where the functional testing is working, or the functional testing team is doing the testing, and then they will ask us to share the same environment for the function, the performance testing as well, for the load testing. So what exactly is the problem here is why we should not use that same environment is, I understand there is some budgeting involved, and there is some release process that's involved, because every environment should have the same set of configurations in it, right? So for example, if you are I would say, like, every time when the development team completes their development, so they will release the changes firstly to their development environment for testing, for the unit testing, or the functional testing, and then they will move their code to the SIT, the system integration testing, and then they will move to the UAT or to the pre-prod, and then finally everything goes fine. They will move it to the production, right? So that's how it normally works. So what happens is, when if your setup, if your organization setup is something like you have a little problem in, like, for example, like if you have only a dev environment and then your SIT and then directly to your production, so you do not have a separate environment for doing your performance testing, right? So in those scenarios, uh, why okay, let me just explain you why do we really need to have a production like environment, because for testing, because whenever we want to create a realistic test environment, so we that has to be like closely resembling the production environment, and the reason is like it is very important for getting the accurate performance testing results, because the reason is you are using a load which is like you're scaling down the load which is actually in the production. Say for example, if you're having like 1 million users in your production, you can't expect the same set of load to be tested in a kind of a test environment or a dev environment, because those dev environments are specifically configured for your development, right? And you must. So the reason again, like why I'm telling you this is like since we discussed it in the previous session, the previous part, where I told you about the load balancer thing, the web servers, the app servers, and everything, right? So we should exactly replicate the same scenario, because that is how we can find if there is any issues between the in the load balancers, right? Otherwise, what happens is, we might be testing only the web server or the app server with just one machines, like one web server and then one app server and then one database server. So what happens is we might miss the problem, or we might miss where we do not know how does this the load balancer part works, right? Or whatever the load balancer algorithm works, or if there is any reverse proxy or whatever the proxy thing that you use, right? So that is the reason we do really have to replicate the same setup with what we have in our testing environment, right? Otherwise, what happens is, uh, again, like this testing environment involves the following thing, like the hardware, the same hardware. It's not like you do not want to have the same production environment, but at least it should be a mirror environment. For example, if you have four web servers and four app servers and two database servers, one with primary and one with secondary, you must at least have half of it, or at least 25% of it. Because what happens is, in most of the scenarios for the development environment, they used to have the same server as web server and app server. So they used to have all those logics, all those set up in the same machine. But that does not is the scenario in the production, right? So you'll have to talk to the team and get the actual environment, and like it involves the hardware and again software. Yes, like you told, we need to have the latest config, the latest version what we have in the production. I think that's quite easy, because in terms of the budgeting or in terms of your configuration, it involves our own configuration in it. So we can, if you're able to configure, yeah, you can configure it. You can get all the latest one that is having in the production. And then the network conditions. So when it comes to the network conditions, you must have the same level of the bandwidth with what you have in your production. And then you need to have the database. So yeah, I agree, we can't have exact data, because those data are data secure, should be data secure. So most of the time we used to get the scrambled data, or the what to say, we used to make some tweaks so that we don't actually release the actual data which is in the production to the testing. So yes, we do that. But again, in terms of volume, yes, at least we should have what we have in the production environment. And that's how we can actually mirror the real world scenarios as closely as possible. Because if you have a smaller system, or which is like nowhere closer to your production, and if you're doing your testing, and again, when you're doing your testing with that, you might be facing issues, because you're having your load from your production, but you're running your test which is nowhere closer to the production. Yes, you definitely will face it. And again, the configuration part, like I said, the load balancer part, or the reverse proxy or a reverse proxy thing, so you must be exactly replicating what you have in your production. So that will actually help you to create a realistic testing environment, and will help you to find the real bottlenecks, rather than your emulator or your simulator bottlenecks, which is nowhere related what you see in your production. Because sometimes you face these issues in your testing, and you might not face that issue in your production, because they were completely different setup. It's like you're comparing orange to apple. They don't really work, right? You must have something like an apple to apple comparison. It's not like an orange to apple comparison, right? So that's how your testing environment plays a key role in your performance testing, right? So any doubts so far, guys?
Vasant, some cases, right, like, it is should be like to like the environments production to production, but some case like, budget or some cases, like, we can see the 1:2 or 1:3, the servers in the
Hmm.
test and where we are going to conduct. So in
Hmm.
such cases, like, the SLA is what the client is expecting. Do we need
Hmm.
to target the same, or we need to reduce that user load and what we are having the current user load? What do you suggest?
Yeah, thanks, Abhi, for the question. So, when you're scaling down from your production to your the environment where you're going to test, so same way you have to scale down your load as well. Because if you are running 1 million user in your current production, you can't exactly use the same count in your testing as well. So you have to scale down. Say, for example, when you say uh, you're running 1 million users in the current production environment, and when the pre-prod is somewhere later to like 1:4, or like you said 1:3, so same way you have to scale down the users, and you'll have to again the SLA stands the same. If it is like 3 seconds in your production, yeah, the same 3 seconds stands for your pre-prod as well. But the point here is you'll have to scale down based on your throughput and based on your user load, right?
Yes.
So yeah, so that's again a very critical thing, because we have to really work on it, and we have to get it signed off from the client, because most of the time they will never agree very easily. So we have to bring up all our points in justifying that, like why are we scaling down and what is the reason behind scaling down. And but again, like I said, the SLA, yes, we have to achieve it, we have to meet it, because if you are facing if you are able to achieve it in the production, and you must really achieve it in your pre-prod as well, and we must try to achieve it in the manner that we reach. Because again, like, yeah, I agree, there are like some third party services, some APIs that will definitely take time, but still the tuning is where everything stands in. Like if we're able to give some tuning recommendations in terms of increasing the speed, or in terms of reducing the response times, yes, we must definitely give our tuning suggestions. And that's why we do all this sort of testing, and we have to prove them that, see, this particular point is taking this much amount of time, and yes, we need to reduce them. Yep. So that's how it works. And yep. So okay, after doing all these testing and replicating this, and finally a quick thing is all your analysis and reporting, and that's how it plays as an important role, because I would say everything starts from your planning, your scripting, your execution, your test data thing, your like execution, everything is, I would say, is just 50% of your testing activity, and remaining 50% is your analysis and your reporting. Because once you complete your performance tests, the results need to be analyzed for what? For identifying your performance bottlenecks. So you have to identify the performance bottlenecks, and for any scalability issues based on your test results. And you have to identify, for, as I told you in the very beginning, you have to identify the areas of optimization. So this will actually take the maximum amount of time, because if something goes wrong, then that will definitely reflect in your production. So you have to be very careful. So you have to identify all the performance bottlenecks in terms of your response times, your throughput, your CPU, the memory, everything, whatever metrics you collect, you must look for the performance bottlenecks and the scalability issues. So in case, if so, your test might run fine with your current setup with the load test, and when you do a scalability, when you scale your load, if the response times goes higher, yes, that's a scalability issue. So that same scenario might reflect in your production as well. So for example, your test might be running fine, everything goes fine with the current load. What if in another week of time, or in another month of time, your scale up, the users are going to scale up in a large manner? So you're launching some new product, or you're launching some new items in your cart. So automatically there will be some scale ups, right? So that has to be handled in prior to your release, right? So all your scalability has to be tested, and you have to be very clear that, okay, even your application is going to scale, your SLA is going to be less than 3 seconds, right? And then the areas of optimization. So when it comes to areas of optimization, you'll have to optimize your CPU, your memory, and then the databases as well, the database SQL queries as well. So all these things has to be optimized. So that's a huge list. So again, like I said, all your test planning, your scripting, your execution, test data collection, and running, everything is just 50%, and the remaining 50% is your analysis and reporting. So when it comes to reporting, you'll have to prepare an entire report, right? So at what time you started the test, and which environment you started the test, how many users you have used, and what is the response, the minimum response times, the maximum response time, the average, the throughput, the errors, the graphs that you collected during your testing in terms of your throughput, in terms of your CPU during your test. Either it can be before, during, and after the test. And yeah, that's again a reason behind taking the CPU before, during, and after your uh, test. Because uh, if your CPU is always high, then you can identify that in your before, during, and after. And you can also, you must have a huge difference, because when your CPU, like there is no testing is happening and your system is idle, automatically the CPU will be like less than 3% or 4%. But then when you start your test, automatically they will like scale up to 60 or more than like 30-40%. But that is actually the differences between your uh, uh, the difference when it comes to testing, right? So you must understand that part. So that's the reason I told you, like before, during, and after, you have to understand like how does it work. It same applies with the memory as well, same applies with the disk IO, same applies with the network, like the network bandwidth, whether the network can handle the amount of load. So all these things has to be like observed and analyzed, and then they have to be properly documented, and then we'll have to inform the stakeholders whether they are okay with these results before we move on. And again, I would say most of the times I was one of the reason uh, to delay the uh, change that is getting released, because most of the times what happens is you might be facing some issues with some of the response times, or some of the issues will be there with some of the transactions where they are like quite higher and they are like too critical. So you are not in a situation to give a sign off to release, right? So you should have the authority to hold it. And that, for that you have to be very careful in coming up with your results, because you must not come with some random results, with some fault results, and telling that see something is wrong and you must hold. It's not like that. You must have a proper evidence to prove your point that it's fine, or if it is not fine, you're going to sign off for the release, or you're not going to sign off for the release. So you must be very careful in analysis and reporting, and that's again a huge part. And that we will see that how to collect them after we run the JMeter test, and I will tell you like how to collect those part. And yeah, so that's again it's one of the part of our objective of the side, the overview of performance testing. And any doubts on this part, guys, the analysis and reporting?
Vasant, can you tell me what are the some specific critical bottlenecks we should cover?
Response times. That's one critical bottleneck. So what happens is when you start your test and it's running, suddenly you see a spike in response times. So what do you understand from that? So if you're
Mm,
seeing some high response times, what will be your first point of check? Like what will you do now?
like there will be some memory ticks
Okay.
or some bandwidth issue or
Yep. So yeah, these are some of the points which we have to test. But again, there were like several scenarios. So you must first check whether the network is working fine, right? So if the network is not proper, automatically there will be a delay in getting back the responses, right? So every single thing we must analyze it. It can be anything. Like for example, if there's a sudden spike, you must even check the test data, because that at that particular point of time, what test data are you testing? If you are testing some test data which really needs to take a lot of data, yes, there will be a spike in response time, right? And there is another thing, like if your CPU or if your server gets saturated, that there is no more request to get that server cannot accommodate more requests, automatically yes, there will be a delay in getting back your responses. And if the queue length is getting saturated, if there is no more queue, if there is no more place for the server to accommodate your request, yes, automatically the request will get saved in your queue and it will take more time to get processed. Yes, so it's not just a one word answer. It's just a it's you have to have a lot of analysis. You just have to have lots of hands-on in dealing with those part. So only then we have to come up with the result. So it's when it comes to bottleneck, it's not just only the response time. There are other things, right? Your server might go to unresponsive mode. There won't be any responses. So you might see suddenly there will be like the response times will be like very lower. Even that's a bottleneck. So you cannot think that okay, the response times are very lower in the middle of the testing and everything goes fine. No, that's again a bottleneck. What happens is like there is no proper responses, and suddenly what happens is like the throughput will be very high, but the responses will be response time will be very less, or the throughput will be less and the response time will be very high. So everything we should be very careful. We should have a pair of eyes, another pair of eyes to see what exactly is happening in terms of the responses. So I would say most of the times what we'll do is like we'll not bother about what is happening during the real time. So we must, once you start the test till the end of the test, you must be very careful in watching all those responses and see like how does it really work and what happens with the testing, right? So it's not just about you're facing a bottleneck. It's not just about a bottleneck. It's about what exactly is happening, and you're trying to save and you're trying to solve those issues, right?
Yes.
So it's actually a big area. It's not just about, because every performance tester would come across some bottleneck in any of his issues, because you might not know, in some scenarios what happens is when you are doing a manual test, everything will work fine. You're validating everything with one user, everything will be working fine. But the moment you start your test, right, automatically you'll see a lot of red screens coming up, like everything will go wrong, everything will be like error. So you might not know what exactly is happening. So at those scenarios what will happen is like in several cases, people like us, we do a mistake. What we'll do is like we'll do a functional testing, like we do a quick validation, and then we find like okay, everything is working fine, and then we'll suddenly start a test. So what happens is in most of the scenarios, before, in between the time after we do the quick check and before we do start the load test, there will be like the development team might do a restart, or they might be releasing something, right? So the automatically the environment will be down. So the moment we'll do the load test, we find that everything fails, and we were like clueless. Okay, what is happening? Come on, everything works fine when I was doing a load test, and now everything is failing. So the main thing again, like which nobody tells us, but that's a main component for any performance test, is communication. So before you are going to do your testing, you have to keep everybody informed that okay, I'm going to do a testing, and please everybody refrain from the system and give me the system alone. I'm going to do the test, and once the test is going to get over, I'll tell everybody. So this is some of the basic ethic, or it's a high priority thing, that you have to tell everybody that see, I'm going to do a testing, please don't touch it for some time. Functional testers or anybody, please just refrain from the system, because again there is a risk, because the functional tester might be using some of the test data which you're using it, the same policy number or the same PNR number or the same whatever the primary key that you're using it, and they are doing some validations, and that might actually create some trouble in your performance testing, right? So these are some of the things which you must be careful, because it's when it comes to bottleneck, it's not, you have to like look for the 360-degree of everything in terms of performance testing. Okay. Yep, I hope I have answered your question.
Yeah, sure. It's very
Sure.
pretty much good for me.
Sure. Great. And I believe everybody has the JMeter setup in your machine, right? I think I have asked you already. So I believe you have it. So in case if any of you have any issues in doing the setup, please do let me know. We can you can share your screen, and then we can go ahead and fix that issue. So I believe everybody has the JMeter setup, and if anybody has any issues in setting up, please do let me know. We'll start to jump into the JMeter thing, and we'll proceed from there. And we are going to use JMeter 5.6.3 for this for today's the bootcamp thing. So anybody, I believe everybody is fine with the setup thing.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So yep, let me just take you through this part here. So this is actually the official JMeter page, and you have to extract the zip file, which is for the Windows machine. And yep, so once you get that, automatically when you extract it, you get this folder, and inside this folder we have several important thing inside it. So you have your bin. So bin is where you have your jmeter.bat file, which will trigger your jmeter, and then you have your the certificate, the jmeter certificate, which you'll have it here, that you'll use for your recording. And some of the any scripts that you record, I would advise you, it's a kind of a best practice, just create a folder and then create all the scripts. For example, if you are creating some scripts for your testing. Just create a folder in it, and then you can add all your scripts to it. And yeah, that's it about the bin folder. And then docs, these are some of the latest folders that's been added in this version. So I mean, in the latest versions, where they have added a docs folder, and they have given some it's a kind of a help document related to all this testing and everything, and for CSS and images. And then you have your extras, where you have some extra files related to it, but most of them you don't use it. And then you have your library file. So any plugins or any other jar files, you'll have to bring it in here inside the library folder, library file. And then any other special files like jar files, you'll have to paste it under your ext folder. So this ext folder is under your library, but again, when you do your plugins installation, they will clearly mention like this jar file should come under the library, or it should come under the ext folder thing. And then you have your licenses. So this is all about the JMeter 5.6.3 folder structure. And now let's go to the bin folder. And here we have the JMeter.bat. So this is nothing but, so this will actually help you, like, let me just open it. So this is nothing but it will ask you, it will tell to start the JMeter, so which is inside your JMeter machine. So this is just going to start your JMeter. So this is not, just a very basic bat file. And if there are any errors, right, so you'll get that exception. So, and make sure you are having your Java installed for this. So you must have your Java installed, and then on top of it, you can use your JMeter running. So yep, I'm starting my JMeter now. And again, another best practice which I tell every time to everyone, that always use the JMeter non-GUI mode whenever it comes to running the load test, because when you run it your GUI mode, it will take a lot of memory, and that's another best practice which I would recommend, and that's been even recommended by Apache JMeter as well. Yep, so let's wait for JMeter to get loaded. So far, any doubts in terms of the JMeter setup or installation, guys, or is everything fine with this part?
So do we need to install any root certificate to record the application in the browser
Mm.
level?
Yeah.
Okay, the similar way how the neoload root CA certificate we install into the trusted root option, the similar way for the JMeter certificate also need to install.
Yeah. So what happens is, let me show you how to install the JMeter certificate. So you have your, can you see, right? So the Apache JMeter temporary root ca.crt. So that's the Apache JMeter certificate. Okay. So once you click on it, you get this window, and click on this install certificate, and then the current user, click next, and choose this automatically. Select the certificate stored based on the type of certificate, click next, then click finish. So what happens is, like, you'll have to install this certificate in several locations. So select this place all certificates in the following store, and then select personal. So this is how actually I normally do it. So I select this one, and then another local machine. Sorry, not the local machine. It's always the current user. And then because if you're the one who is going to use the machine, yeah, then it's the current user. And but if multiple people are using it, then it's going to be local machine. And then browse, then trusted root certificate authorities, click OK, next, finish, and then another time you'll have to do it in another folder as well, because most of the times, like, it will look for all these stores. So again, enterprise trust, then next, finish, and then again the next folder as well. So this is going to be intermediate certificate authorities. Yep. So again, I understand it's going to be pain, and all these certificates will be like valid for just 7 days. So yep. So you must need to install it again for interested publishers. And yep. one more thing, which is untrusted certificates. Yep, I think that should be enough. And one more thing, which we normally do a mistake, so which is once you install the certificates, right? If it really want to reflect, just go to file and do a restart, because only then any changes. I mean, it's not just about the certificates; it's for any changes that you do. Always do a restart. Even for changes you do in your properties files, because sometimes what we do is we change the properties files, but then we wait for them to reflect without even restarting it. So if you see, there is the JMeter properties, right? So you can use this effectively when it comes to I mean, like, most of the people will not touch it, but uh, again, it's very clear that they have mentioned this file should not be modified, but still we do it. Right? So yep. But again, like, I won't say that it's a harm, but if you are really able to handle it very well, then yeah, it's a piece of a cake for you. It's like a cakewalk, and you can very well handle it. Um, yeah. So there are like a lot of things which you can do it, like the SSL config. You can even I think I have very lately I have added a video on how to increase the number of the results in the view results tree. So all these things can be handled here, and you have all the hotkeys to add the JMeter components. All these are like very interesting. So if you get a chance, you can actually go through it, and they help you to understand a lot more about the how the JMeter works. Okay, we'll see this in a separate video sometime. And yeah, so what I was telling you. Okay, yeah, let's go to the JMeter again. Yeah, so I believe everybody has your setup ready, right? You have your JMeter setup ready. So because I want, if you really have any issues in creating the scripts or anything, we can solve it out. Okay, we can solve it out jointly. And yep. So let me explain you.
Just one question. Like I
Yeah,
had
yeah,
read
yeah.
that was 5.6.2.
Uh-huh.
And the latest one is 5.6.3. And
Yeah.
I downloaded that, but is there a way to upgrade it without removing the previous one?
Yeah, you can just open 5.6.3, and if you bring it automatically, yeah, it will be like working fine. So
Okay.
it won't be any issue. Yeah. And again, there is this thing which we would say that if you are uh, uh, moving from a lower one to upper one, it will work. But it's in most of the scenarios from the upper one to lower one. Like, for example, if you are using some 5.6.3, and if you want to bring it to a lower version, sometimes we face some issues, because the latest version always has a better connectivity and everything, right? But that issue, like, if you're bringing it to a lower environment, sometimes we face that issue. Okay, so always moving forward is will work fine, but moving backward will always throw some issues. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. So yeah, so just a quick look on this test plan. So test plan is something like which will hold every single thing which you have, which you're going to create in your uh, for the testing, for the scripting. So everything that comes, because you can't go beyond this, and you can't add anything other than the test plan. You can't have multiple test plans, to be honest. Like, you can have only one test plan, but you can have any number of thread groups, or you can have any number of any other configurations, but you can't have more than one test plan. So which is, any test that you're going to run will be under, or everything comes under this test plan for this particular test. Okay. And so again, going back to the files, you can create a new test plan here. So if you click on new, automatically you get a new test plan. And then when it comes to templates, here we have several templates actually. Most of the times I use very lazy, and then I used to pick one of these, something like a recording. So when you click on recording, you get a recording window. So if you see, we have got a user defined variables, HTTP request defaults, cookie manager. So we know the cookie manager is something which deals with your cookies. So whenever, so most of the applications will need to have some cookie setup, so that the values get stored in these cookies, and then they will help you during your testing. And then you have your thread groups. So thread group, so thread here in JMeter is thread is equal to user. Okay, so if you are telling that the number of threads, which is it's the number of users. Okay, so thread group is, so again, like it's a Java keyword. Like in Java we used to see like the word threads, so that's the same thing. So when you say it's threads, it's the number of users. Okay, and so when you say thread groups, so you can create multiple scripts under one thread group, and then you can run it, and you can have multiple thread groups. Okay, so you can run multiple thread groups, and you can run the test. Okay, so each thread group has a set of each thread group is a collection of is a script actually. So if you have a set of flows, for example, you're logging into an application, you're adding some items to the cart, and then you're logging out, so that's one thread group, which is like one script. Okay, so that you'll have under one script. And then you can have multiple thread groups, and you can have under each thread group you can add several elements like the logic controllers, the preprocessors, the post processors, the assertions, the timer, the test fragment, the config element. So we will see them all one by one today. And yep, so this is all about the recording. And then we'll have another one, which is these are some of the basic thing I would say, which you would need, because most of us would deal with a web protocol. So I would say that you would need to do a recording with think time. So this will actually come up with a think time built in. So if you see, you can have a think time, so the uniform random timer, and this will automatically bring in the timer. So most of the times I would recommend you, so this is my way of doing it. So let me just, okay, again apart from that, there are other things like a simple HTTP request. So this will actually create a simple HTTP request. So if you see, yep, so this is how it comes. So a thread group with a simple HTTP request, there is no cookie manager or anything else, or there is no setup for you to create the recording. So this is how it comes in. And then what are the other common templates? So you have, so in case if you are doing a database load test, you can even use it. And if you want to do a FTP test plan, FTP we all know, the file transfer protocol thing, so you can use it. And then if you have LDAP, even I have a separate video on how to do a Kafka testing, so that's actually comes up with the, so that's what I'm saying, like JMeter has a huge coverage of the protocols, I would say. Again, Kafka we all know, so nowadays the publish subscribe thing, so that's in the in the industry, it's like in the top rate, so if you have an opportunity, just you watch my video on that Kafka testing, and you can use it as well. Yeah, so for now, for this example, let me pick the template, which is going to be recording. And then yep, let me create no. Yep, so now we have got a clear setup, so we are not going to make any changes to it. So one thing which we have to do is we have to enable this test script recorder, and we have the test script recorder. And then the other thing before we start doing our testing is we have to check which port are we going to use it for this testing, because the same port number we have to use it in the browser, and only then we can capture all the values. Okay, and then let me open the Firefox. So since if I make changes to the other browsers, it might collapse the connection settings. So that's why I use Firefox, because Firefox and the Internet Explorer or the Edge will have two different, completely like different configurations. Even Chrome, Edge, everything has the same config, but Firefox it works in its own world. So let me go back to the three dots lines here, go to the settings. So I always have it in the JMeter proxy settings. So if you see, anytime when you see my machine, it will be in the same settings, because I use this for all the scripting and for all the videos prep. So if you see, just you have to select the manual proxy configuration, because if you select the no proxy or use system proxy or auto detect proxy, you can connect to the system, but they won't be recorded. So I'll just show you what happens. Okay. So if you see, okay, let me just show you the other way. So most of the times what happens is like we used to, without making this change, we used to start recording everything we do, and then we don't find anything in the recording. So I'll show you what happens. So if I'm choosing no proxy here and I click OK, and now let me open the JMeter thing. Yep, I have the JMeter. Okay, and let me do a start. So I'm starting the recording now. And it will tell you that we need to have that certificate thing that should be ready. And yeah, so let me do a recording. I'm opening the Firefox.
Vasant,
Yep.
sorry, one quick question. My name is
Yeah,
Ganesh.
yeah, please go ahead.
So, this when you start clicking on the recording, there is a pop-up of certificate, right? So, does this pop-up come each and every time you try to record a new
Yeah. It
script?
will tell you that you have to have your certificate ready and everything. I mean, if you go through that, it'll just disappear in a second. So the point is like it will tell you that you must have a certificate, because that will actually establish the connection between your JMeter via the proxy to the external world.
Mm.
Okay, so
Okay.
that's a kind of a notification. I think even we get that in load runner as well. I think we don't get that in neoload. We don't get that as kind of a similar notification with the load runner, but we do get that in neoload as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
It
Load
tells
runner,
you
this root certificate is already by default installed.
exactly.
So the SHA is already enabled.
True.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe one more question, but maybe I think you will cover it later. This October Pet Store, all those things works on. I mean, like this sample websites works on the local host, but when it comes to the real world, like any other kind of HTTPS sites, like in client environments, when we try to record in local hosts, the first thing that we get hit with the issue is the page will not be loaded, or the proxy connection will not be um, handled properly when we try to set a local host, right? So in that case, there is no much options, right? So we have to use any other alternatives apart from the local host.
Yeah, see, even this Octopuff, right? It's not local hosting. It's resided somewhere
Yes,
in
it
a
is
web. Yeah.
HTTPS, but
So,
yeah.
Yeah. See.
But if you
Yeah,
try
I
some other
agree.
sites, right?
True.
I think it might not work.
Yeah.
Maybe we can check. I just want to
Yeah,
let you know
and the reason
how.
is these websites, right? So they were, I mean, I would say in terms of the pet store or any other sample websites that we test, they were actually designed in a way that we can record it. But in the other websites, right, they were actually set up in a way that they won't allow us to record. Even we
Yeah.
can't record much of a request into Google or something that were
Yes.
really into production. So yeah, I agree that. But again, that's the thing I'm saying. Like again, if you see, there is one more thing. You can't record your production application, but you can record your the test environment, like the test environment script. So every time you can do it. But sometimes, yeah, I agree. The testing won't sit on top of the JMeter thing. Yeah. So in those scenarios, I face that same thing. Like every one of us face the same thing. Like in those scenarios, we'll have to bring in some tools. We'll have to just test only the APIs, or we'll have to bring in Fiddler to track the network, and then we'll convert those scripts into JMeter. Yes, I do agree. I just came
Yeah,
across
yeah.
everybody
Sure.
would come across the scenario. But yeah, that's again a common. I would say not everybody face that, but again, I say it's a common issue in this
Yeah,
field.
whenever we
Yeah,
eat with that kind of issue, we always go with sniffing tools like Fiddler
exactly.
or
True.
take the HAR
My
file.
shark. Yeah.
Um,
I agree.
okay, thank you.
Hmm. So again, yeah, thanks for bringing that, because most of us face that issue, but nobody talks about that. Yeah. So if I'm like recording the script, so I'm just navigating through the pages. But if I stop it and come back to my JMeter, I don't find anything, because the reason here is I'm using the localhost proxy as 8888. But then when I go to my application here, to the settings, to the proxy, I don't. The way the proxy works is we need to have the exact same proxy which we are using for our testing. So that's the reason we have to use the manual proxy, and that goes via the. So this is something like a kind of a tunneling, I would say. So tunneling is something like if you go inside a tunnel, what happens is you will have access from one end to the other end, and you are the only going to use the route, right? So that's the reason we use this local host in a way that we're going to use this so that we can go. I mean, like any network any network interception, like any network values will be intercepted and they will be recorded as a transaction. So that's the reason we are going to use the local host and double it, because anything that comes via, like I said, the tunneling part. So anything that comes via the tunnel will be captured and then they will be taken to the tool and they will be recorded. So that's the reason. Again, it should not be, it cannot be like double it. You can use any other ports, because since I was using many other applications as well, so I'm using every available port in my machine. So when you are using it, just make sure you're using the same port what you have in your JMeter, and then you can use the same port here in your browser. So that's the thing which I wanted to say. So let me click OK. So now I am using the localhost port. Let me close this, and yeah, let me just show you how to do the recording. Go back to the JMeter. And another best practice, I would say, always name the transactions in a way that you started with 1 2 3, so that you understand which is the first transaction, which is going to be the second one, third one. Otherwise you will get a confusion that we might not know what in what order did we recorded. And yep, so that's the reason. Yep, so let me start the recording. Yeah, so if you see here, I mentioned that certification has duration of 7 days, and if the created one is newer than the last one installed, it will work. So that's the reason. And yep, so the transaction one. So I always normally use this, follow this transaction convention, which is like the first one will start with 01, and yep, enter the store. So usually this page won't be recorded. So yep, let's wait for a few seconds. Okay, I think the certificate is not being installed properly, and that's why we're facing this issue. So let me stop it and let's install the certificate again. Yep, one more thing. Yep. And on top of this, I would do one more thing, which is I go to the browser, go to the settings, and yep, I go to the settings here, and I'll search for the certificates so that I can remove the expired certificates. So if you see, there are some certificates in the system which you can remove. Yep. So if you see, if I find them, they are like old, then I can remove them. I can just open it and see. So this one, yep. So this is a old one. I can remove this. You can also check. So this is how actually we can fix this issue here. And if I want to import, I should also do this as well. Yep. Press this, and click OK. Yep. And after this, like I said, I'll go back to the JMeter, do a quick save. Okay.
Hello,
Go
sir.
to the bin. Yeah, hello.
Sir, can you repeat it, this process again, sir?
Yeah, sure. I'll tell you. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
And going to the folders, I'm going to create a new. And just remember, don't leave any spaces inside the folder, because when you create a file or anything with the spaces, it will be like treated as different words. So always make sure you create the file names without any spaces. You can fill it with some minus or with underscore. So it's going to be script underscore 01. Then save. Let me save it, and then I'll do a quick restart. So like I mentioned you, most of the times we do this mistake, we do all the changes, but we don't restart it, but then we'll look for the change. Yep. So I did the restart, and let's do another recording, and then I'll tell you how to do that again. I open the script to JMX. Go here, click the start button. Yeah, and just another thing, I'll pray to God every time after I make the change that it should work. And
Hopefully, should work.
And yep, I believe it's working fine now. So if you can see, the start, it works. So then go to fish and click on this transaction. Click add to cart. 4, proceed to checkout. 5, let me enter the credentials. And always I should thank everyone for keeping this credential alive, because usually they used to remove this one. But then since we are using it regularly, it's still available. And I do a quick sign out.
One more also there, the J2EE. That is also.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yep. So let's go to the JMeter, and sorry, I was not aware of that thing. Alfred, you want to ask something?
Vasant, so where can you see that events getting loaded while you traverse the screens? Can we see the number of events that is getting loaded?
Yeah. We can see it real time. No, it's not an issue. I'll just show you now. Okay. And
Okay.
yeah, so the script is now recorded. I will tell you what did I do. So go back to your. So this is the one who asked for the certificate thing. So just double click the certificate, click install certificate, select your local machine, click next, click yes, and place all the certificate, click browse, and try to install in each of these certificates. So I start doing from personal, trusted, enterprise test, intermediate certificates of the authorities, trusted publishers, and untrusted certificates. So I used to place this certificate in all the folders to make sure that I don't miss anything. And then I click OK and
Will it be
next.
impacting anything, Vasant, if we do it only one particular place, like trusted road certificate only if I add it? Or
Yeah,
is there any?
I tried that. To be honest, I tried that. This actually I came up with almost, I would say, like more than 100 tries. But then I could
Okay.
find that, after I installed that in all the certificates, in the folders, it worked. And then even after that, I used to sometimes I used to come up here and go to the settings part and find it here. So most of the times what happens is they don't actually reflect it very quick. So that's the reason I used to open it here and check what is
Okay.
the validity. Okay. Just to make sure that it's been installed and set up. And then I used to, if it is like something old, then I used to remove it from here manually, and then I used to install it, because it's not just only the certificate authorities, it's just a combination of a lot of other things as well, because you're just trying to break the proxy of your existing machine, and you're trying to establish the connection, right? So the system has to be ready to accept that setup. So that's the reason it needs a lot of other configurations to make sure it works fine, right?
Yeah. Most of them is not aware this option. Thanks for this info. So really helpful with this part. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, sure. Yeah, in fact, I have created several videos on this as well. And if you get chance, you can view it later when you get time.
Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, so I think the certificate thing is resolved, right? So anybody has any doubts on the certificate installation thing? Because this is very critical, because every time when you start doing it, you definitely face this issue. Anywhere, like even in your own environment, in your testing or in your other environment, you will definitely face this. So if you have any doubts in the certificate issue, just let me know. We can clear it now, and then we can move to the next steps.
So during that root certification acceptance from personal to untrusted is enough, right? Up to untrusted.
You have yeah, that is enough, because that's what we did now, and yeah, from personal to untrusted, yeah, that should be fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, sure. Any other doubts, guys? Okay, so I don't think anything's there. Okay, fine. Yep. And after that, so once you start recording, we can't expect that only the application has been recorded, because, like I said, what is happening is when you record us, when you start recording your script, right? Everything behind your system will start getting recorded. I mean, any interaction. Like sometimes if you were recording in your office, right? If you opened your Outlook, if you opened your Teams, it almost all those record network will also be intercepted, and they will be recorded, because the assumption is anything that you send or receive, the JMeter thinks it's part of your recording, and then they get recorded. So every time when you complete your recording, just go and check whether you have only your application that's been recorded. And I think in Neoload, I think we'll see that in our next bootcamp. In Neoload, we have an option where it shows us that it will ask us whether are these the things that you want to record, and then we can clearly remove all the the unwanted requests. Okay, so now in this case, this Untitled services at Mozilla, because Mozilla, when we open, that will actually send back and forth some services requests, some APIs thing that will be sending back and forth from Mozilla. So we can remove that. So if you see, you can. It's always better to remove it rather than disabling it, because when you take this to your Azure DevOps or to your XML version, right? So there you'll get confusion. So it's always better to remove them. And then same applies to all the other transactions. So just go through it. So if you see, so there is like some telemetry data that's been sent back and forth. You're good to remove it. And yeah, see if you can see here. So if you want to select multiple requests, just hold Control or your Shift. So Shift will actually will connect everything. So I would recommend you just select the request, click Control, select Control, and then click on the unwanted requests, and then you can remove them. So yeah, so far this is good. Let me remove the other unwanted requests. And then pet store, come on, yeah, can remove this. Yeah,
Is there any option, Vasant, to select, go to the server's place like in the Neoload, right? The same way here we can exclude the server list.
Yeah. We have that option. We have that option.
That
You can
we
do it.
cannot, after recording, some pop-up window will come, right? On the
Yeah,
server. Here
not
in the
like that.
JMeter, it won't come. Okay.
Yeah. So here, what we can do is, if we go to the HTTP test script recorder, we have this option, that request filtering, where you can add those requests. So the next time they won't be getting added to this list. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so this will save you some time whenever you do multiple requests to the same set of applications, and you can use it so that so the coming requests, like if you are recording a new one, they won't be recorded. So this way you can exclude those URL patterns. Okay. Yep. And yeah, so this one we can remove the entire one because it's not required for us. And then this one, not recorded, not required. Not required. Yep. So yeah, so we have the scripts ready now. And yeah.
Vasant Alfred here, Vasant. Sorry, my
Yeah.
questions will be all related to load runner. Okay. So where can I see these snapshots, recording snapshots?
Yeah, I'll tell you. You can't see the okay for now in terms of JMeter, you can't see the recorded snapshots because the way the load runner is set up, or the neo load, because you can see the recorded snapshots in load runner or your neo load, but that has not been feasible in JMeter. But what you can see is you can see the replay load runner replay screen. Okay, so I'll just show you now. So okay, now the scripts is ready, so I'll show you what to do. Just right click on it and sorry, right click on the thread group and do a validate or an existing file. And now if you go to the view results tree, so here you can see when you select HTML and go to the response data. So if you see, this is how the maximum amount of so you asked it the recorded thing, so you can see here. And if you really want to see the source format, yep, you can choose this, the download resources. So you can see the maximum amount of application, like what you see when you record it. Okay. So like this, you
Okay.
can see, yeah. So, but yeah, like I said, you can't see the recorded snapshot, what you have, or you can see it in your load runner or in your load. Okay. So since they were like paid one, so they invest a lot of money to bring that, but still, this is something like an open source, so that is quite lacking in terms of that. But I believe, yeah, that should be also coming in the future versions. So yeah, so this is how we do check the applications. So now, yeah, so this validate part. So once you do the validation part, and if you find everything works fine, yep, so the script is working fine. And then there are other things as well. So again, I would say, so the thread group, so there were like multiple thread groups. So if you see, we have open model thread group. So if you see, so thread group is basically used for sending the request, like the number of requests you want to send for every users. And yeah, so here if you see for this particular thread group, this is the basic thread group that we get whenever we open the script. So this is like the number of threads, which is the number of users you want to send, and then the ramp up period is something like in how many seconds and how many minutes you want to ramp up all the users. And then the loop count. So usually we don't use this loop count thing. We normally, when you're running a test, a load test, you use to specify the thread lifetime. So for example, if you want to run it for 1 hour, then you have to give it in seconds. For example, I think for 1 hour it's like 3,600 seconds, which is like for 1 hour 60 multiplied by 60 is 60 seconds multiplied by 60 minutes, which is like going to be 3,600 seconds, which is like for 1 hour. And startup delay, which is like if you want to delay it for like few seconds or few minutes, because like I told you, if you want to monitor the CPU before you're testing, yep, you can do that using the startup delay. And then something like that, we have our open model thread group, where we can send the data in terms of the schedule, or like for example in the rate. Like if you want to send it for like 1 minute, we can send it. Or if you want to send it, like if you want to send 100 requests for a minute, you can send it. So we can plan like that. And if you want to add a pass, sorry. So this actually, I would say this open model thread group is quite complex. So let's for now stick with the thread group thing. But I will tell you like what are the other thread groups we have. So we have the arrivals thread group. This is quite simple to understand. And we have concurrency thread group. And then we have freeform arrivals. We have stepping thread group. So this stepping thread group is what we use for stress testing, where we can automatically increase the load. For example, like for it should wait for a few seconds, and then every few minutes we can increase the load. So if you see like for every few seconds or few minutes we can increase the load. And then we have the ultimate thread group. So this also we can use for the stress test. And then we have setup thread group. And then we have tear down. So I'll take you through each and everything. So like I told you, this open model thread group is quite complex because it mostly deals with this way, like the rate of 1 minute, and then the random arrivals, and then the pass. So how much pass do we need to have? So this is quite complex. I would say you can better ignore it. And coming back to the arrivals subgroup, so here you can add like how many arrivals, or like this is something like how many hits you would need. So for example, if you want 100 hits, you can add 100 hits. And then the ramp up time, like if you want to add it for like 5 minutes. And then the ramp up step count, for example, if you want to send the arrivals in like 20 step up, yep, you can do it. And then the hold, so for how many minutes you're going to run this test. So this is again, if you want to really run a load test, you can use this. And at the end, if you see, so this is in a scenario where you want to run a load test where you do not know the user load, but you have only the throughput. Like if the business or the clients are saying you that, come on, I need a test where you want to run or you want to achieve like 10,000 hits in an hour. So how will you do that? You do not know the user load, but then you only have the count, right? So for that, see if you see, you can achieve 6,263 approximate arrivals. Because why they say approximate is, sorry, if your response times is higher or if your response times is lower, you will be able to achieve like between 6,000 to 6,300. So that's the reason they mentioned this as approximate 6,263, because you might be adding something times in your script. So based on that, this will get adjusted. So if you really add some 120, so automatically you could see like you can achieve it in 7,000 hits in an hour. And if you like want to achieve 150, yep. So you can easily use this to achieve. So for example, like I said, not every user will come up and tell you that you use these many users for testing. They will say that, okay, so in my Google Analytics or my analytics tool, I got the numbers as 10,000 per hits, 10,000 users, 10,000 hits per hour. So I just want you to replicate that. So in those scenarios, you can use this arrivals thread group, right? And you can use this in a way to easily achieve that through the number of throughput. And then the concurrency thread group. Sorry. And then the concurrency thread group where you can achieve the target concurrency. So for example, like if you want to achieve, let me just give you the numbers. Okay, so the target, and then the ramp up time is going to be like 5 minutes, and the ramp up steps count is again 5. The whole rate is for like 60 minutes. So if you see, you get the number of concurrent threads. So you're going to achieve, you're going to have like 10 users. So for example, if you want to achieve like 100 users, this is going to be a perfect setup for running your load test. So you can use this. I can achieve 100 users. They're going to run for like 60 minutes, and then they'll keep on hitting your server, and then at the end you can achieve your results, the response times. Okay, and that's for concurrency. And then when it comes to freeform, so you can so this is actually a way where you can add several rows. So for example, you want to start with one user, and then you're going to end with 10 users. And then, for example, like this is in minutes. Let me just change it to like 5 minutes, and then I'm going to add another row. So here it will be like 10 users, the one where you end, and then it's going to be, let me just change this way. So it's going to be like 1 to 100, and then it's going to be 100 to 200. And this is going to be for another 5 minutes. And then I'm going to add another row. So if you see, automatically the way you see, right? So it's in a slanting way. So it's like 100 for the first 5 minutes, and then it's going to reach 200 in the next 5 minutes. And then here I'm going to add another 200. So the end value, start value is 200, and then the end value is going to be 300. And this I'm going to achieve it in the next 5 minutes. So this is how you can use it for your stress. So if you see, in the first 5 minutes it's going to be 100, and then 200, and now it's reached 300 after 15 minutes. And then again, it's the same way. You can use it very well to emulate this stress testing. And then I'm going to use 400 in next 5 minutes. So same way, you can use it effectively. Let me just delete this. Okay, so if you see, after 20 minutes you will be reaching to 400 users. So same way, you can keep on adding users. So by the time like you reach 1000 or for 2000 or 5000 users, automatically you'll be reaching the saturation point, where at that point of time the system will break, or you will reach the status where you'll find that what is the maximum number of users the system can handle, right? And then the stepping thread group, yep. So this is again similar to it. So this thread group will start with 100 threads, and then you wait for first like for 10 or 15 seconds, and then start another 100 thread groups, and then next add 100 users for every like 5 minutes using ramp up of 5 seconds, and then hold for 60 seconds, sorry. Finally stop. So this part, the on the top part, this is for the ramp up part, and then the one that is at the bottom, these three things, is for the ramp down. So if you see at the ramp down, you can see it's very smooth. So for every 5 seconds, like for every 5 threads will be like they'll be ramping down slowly in the system. So same way, you can use this thread group for running the test. And then you have the ultimate thread group. So ultimate thread group is almost similar to what we see in the arrivals, sorry, the concurrency is, I think it's the free form. So if you go to the arrival, you can use this, like the start thread count is going to be 100, and then the initial delay, and then the startup time is 30, and then the hold is for like, you can use it for 1 hour, and then the shutdown time. So the startup time is the ramp up time, and then the shutdown time is going to be a ramp down, and then the hold load is for your entire load test. So I believe you must have known about the ramp up and ramp down. So ramp up is something where you're going to add your users to the system, so they will reach all all the users will reach the system. And then the steady state, where you're going to have the full load for the entire duration, and then you are going to have your shutdown, which is the ramp down time, where you're going to slowly kick out all the users outside the system. So that's how the ultimate thread group works. So you have a ramp up, you have a steady state, and then you have at the end you have a ramp down, and then you have a setup thread group. So this is something like what we see the normal thread group, and then the tear down, which is again same thing like what we have in the thread group. So any doubts so far in the thread group, guys? Is everything fine? Any doubts with the thread group? Or you just want to understand like which thread group to use for which testing? So
Hello, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, in my system, only 4 thread groups are exist, sir.
Okay. For that, yeah, that's a good question. So for that, you have to go to options, go to plugins manager, and then you can install the plugin. So can you see this part in your system? So if you go to available plugins, you can see all the plugins in your machine, and if you want any of the plugins, you can just install them and you can get those in your system.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Any other doubts? So were you able to see this right in your machine? So now the plugins thing.
1 minute.
Yeah, sure.
No, sir. This option is.
Sorry, can you share your screen so that we can go through it?
Okay. Sir, sharing enabled, sir. Sharing option is not enabled.
Okay, Manoj, see, right? Let me check. Okay, can you try now?
Yes.
Okay. Yep, I can see your screen. Yeah. Okay. Try only that screen. Yeah. Just click. Okay, just minimize this screen. Just minimize this browser. Yeah. Now you're good. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Can you go to options? Okay. You don't have the plugins manager thing. Okay. Now what you have to do is, can you go to Google and search for JMeter plugins manager? Go to just a browser and go to
Okay.
Yeah. Open another browser. Yeah. And go to Google and JMeter plugins manager. Yep. Yeah. First link. And so here, can you see download the plugins manager jar file? Yeah, can you download that?
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And can you copy this and you have to paste it inside your lib/ext folder as it's mentioned there. Yep. Lib and inside your ext folder. Yep. Yeah, paste it. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Now, as you said, you have to restart. No, it won't work now. This is the mistake we do. So just go and file and restart. Yep. Now it should work.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you see now? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Now you can go to the plugins manager and check for the available plugins and you can install them.
Oh, custom that groups.
Yes. And yeah, so if you can show me, like we will see, try to record a script and just show us like whether it's working for you, okay? So that we can see that settings in work it was working in other system as well. So now do one thing. If you can open a website and you can start recording some transactions, okay?
Okay, sir. Sir, Answer need to record some scripts, sir.
Yeah, you can share your screen and you can start recording. Show us like whether it's recording is working for you. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
That group.
Now instead of that, you can go to template, file.
Okay, so file, templates.
Yep, and recording. Can you go to the bean cells sampler on the top? No, bean cell sampler. The first, yeah. Select recording. Yes, and yeah, create. Yes. Do you want to wish to save? No, okay, fine. If you want to save it, fine.
Okay.
The old one, yeah. So, otherwise you can ignore it. Yeah, create, merge. Yeah. Now you have it, right? Yeah. So yeah, you can start recording. It just shows how the recording works.
Sir, I have started, sir, and I have changed the proxy. And during this time, my network connection are not working, sir.
Which browser you're using? I mean, can you just show us what exactly is happening? Like,
Okay,
what
sir.
happened? Yeah.
Okay. Sir, in this I and I set the local host and port number. When I saved, the network is
Disconnected, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's why I use for Firefox. That's the reason at least for now, I use Firefox. So do you have Firefox in your machine?
Yes, sir. I use the Firefox only.
Okay. Can you open it?
Okay, sir. I have not installed the Firefox.
Oh, you can do it now. No problem. Yeah, I can do it. No, I think you have to go to, go from here. I think it's Opera. You can scroll down. No, not via this one. Can you go to that Get Firefox? I think the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth tab in that. Yeah, Get Firefox on the top. No, on the top. The fifth tab in it. Yeah. On the top. Fifth tab. Yeah. Click that. Yeah. Download Firefox. Yes. Yeah. And yeah, click come down. Yeah, it's downloaded. Yeah. Now open file and install it. Yep, and manual, yeah, localhost and www. Yep. Just a second. Can you go back to that settings again? Yeah, if you see, can you use this proxy for HTTPS? Yeah, select that. So that will actually select this as well. Yeah. And now, okay. Yeah. And yes, I think now we can start again. And before that, I think you must need to install your certificate.
Yes, sir. Where I need to install the certificate, sir?
Go to your bin folder.
Okay, sir.
In your JMeter, yeah, bin folder. Yeah, and can you see your certificate? Yep. Double click that, and like I told you, I have to install it in your Local machine. Next. Place all certificates and then browse, and starting from personal to untrusted. So you have to select each and every one and every folder, and then you have to select to it. No, first start from personal, and then one by one you have to install it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just a second, meanwhile you install. I'll just take a quick break and we'll join. Okay. I'm just going on mute. I'll just join it now. Yeah.
Can I install, sir?
Yep, I'm back. Yeah. So yeah, please go ahead. No. I think only that first. Yeah, until you're. Can you scroll up a bit?
No.
So, until untrusted certificate. So if you from personal, trusted, root certificate, enterprise trust, intermediate, trust publishers, and untrusted certificates. That's it. Just
Okay.
paste it in there. Yeah. Yeah. If you're done, then yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Click cancel, and then now open the Firefox and check whether you have that certificate installed inside. Search for certificates. Yeah. And yeah, authorities. Scroll down. Scroll down. No, I don't think it's installed. Yeah, but still scroll down. I think it's in the yeah. Click on your certificates thing. Your certificates.
No.
It's not there. Okay, fine. No worries. Go to authorities. Authorities.
Okay.
Yeah, and scroll down and check it in J. I think it's in ascending order. Just check it in J. E F G H I J I J. Yep. It's not there. Okay, fine. So click import. And yeah, that certificate thing, and then yeah.
Okay, sir. It's in bin.
Bin, yeah, and then the certificate, yeah.
Okay.
So open, yes. Trust, both you have to click. Yeah, select it, and okay. Yep, click OK again. Yes, now you're done, and now come to the JMeter.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now we can see it. If you want, you can double click and see the validity also. It will be like valid for 7 days from today to 19th.
Okay, sir. After ending the 19th
Again,
May,
you have to
need to install again, sir.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, same process.
Okay, sir.
But I heard somewhere that there is a way to keep it for a long time. But yeah, I'll just if I come across that, I then let you know in the YouTube video. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yep. Sure. Yeah. Now we can start recording. You have to enable the test script recorder, and you can start recording and shows. Yeah.
That we need to start the transaction.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
The website name, sir?
Pet store, petstore.octopuff.
What, sir?
Let me just send you in the chat, okay? Just a second. Petstore.octopuff.com. Yeah, I can find that in the chat now. No, the chat is at the right bottom, right side, above the time. Can you come to the right side? Yeah, right. Still right. Right. Right end, right corner.
Okay.
Yeah, chat. Yeah, I can take it from here. Yeah, can you close the browser behind this so that we don't see that replication? The browser behind the screen. Yeah, you can close it. Yeah, now we can.
Sir?
Yeah, now we can start recording. Yeah, enter the store.
Enter the store. Here we need to change the transaction.
No, the first one won't be recorded. So now from this one will be the first one. So from this will be the one that you click now will be the first transaction, and then the second one after that. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Enter Blackfish.
Yeah, and now change it to 2. Yeah, and now click on the transaction.
Here we need to click add to cart. And here security. The password is 1, sir.
Yeah, just 1. Yeah, same.
The sign out is 6,000.
Yep.
Now stop.
Yeah, you can stop now. Yes. So this is actually very basic flow. So you can use several things like this. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. So now you can see the recorded one. So like I said, you want to remove the unwanted request. You can remove that. Yeah.
The empty transaction. This need to be removed.
Yeah, and the first one also has to be removed because it says google.com. So you have to remove that. Yeah, this first. Yeah, 1 and 2 you can remove it.
Both need to be removed.
Yeah. So you can remove the you can remove the above one as well, the 0 1. So the entire thing will gone. Yeah. Click remove. Yes.
Here the first one also need to be removed. Also.
Yeah, correct.
First one or 7th one or 8th one, sir?
Can I click on 7th? 017. Yeah, this can be removed. It's not the pet store, right? So you can remove it.
Yes, sir. Just 0
that can
1
be there. Yeah, that can be there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's also.
Okay, great. So now you do a quick validation. So every time when you create a script, I would recommend you to do a validation so that you can confirm that it works fine. Okay, and for that, go to the thread group and right click, validate.
Validate. Okay.
Yeah. And overwrite existing file. So what happens is there will be some files that has been there. So that's the reason it is asking whether I have to append to existing file or don't start or overwrite. So yeah, click on overwrite. I'll tell you what happens. Yep.
Okay.
And now come to the view results tree.
View result tree. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the reason it's asking, right, whether I have to overwrite or append existing file. So can you see in the file name there is a recording.xml?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that is the reason it is asking us whether I have to append it or whether I no, not that one. So can you see the file name? Yeah, this one. So this is the file that's been saved somewhere in the location. So if you click on browse, you can find where exactly is that. And if you do not want that to happen, you can just remove it so that it won't ask the next time. Okay. So the reason it's asking is whether there is a file and JMeter is asking you whether I should append the file or whether I should overwrite the file. So when you say append, what happens is these results will be saved at the end of the file. Okay, and every time when you run, they will be saved at the end of the file because when you say append it. But when you say don't start, it won't start. But when you say overwrite, what happens is these results will be overwritten in the same file. So every time when you run a new test, automatically those results will be saved here.
Okay.
Got it? Yeah. So that's the reason you get this. But if you can you delete that file? Just do backspace and delete it. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. And same go to the view results tree above. Can you see another view results tree?
Okay.
No, not that one, not that one. Above the HTTPS the script recorder in the scripting side, can you see in the scripting side?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah, there is no files. Okay, good. So now if you do another validation now, can you do it? Can you try again another validation? Yeah, right click, validate. Yeah, now it did ask that question, right?
Yes, sir. We have been
Yeah, so
removed
that's the
that.
reason. Yeah, yeah. So since you removed it, it would ask that question, right? Yep. So that is the reason you get that pop up. Okay. So don't get confused or don't get bothered that okay, why is it coming and what should I do exactly now? Fine. So anybody else want to try the same setup? So I just want to proceed with that. So anybody wants to try this setup, the certificate thing, and the testing.
Can I share my screen? I'm getting one error on Gmail.
Yeah. Please go ahead, Hitesh.
Maybe if you please allow me to share.
Yeah, sure. Just a second. Hitesh, right? Yeah. Just a second. Yeah, I have added you as a host. You can share it now.
You can see on my screen, I'm getting this error.
Not yet. It's just loading. Could not create script recorder CLOG for details.
Need to remove HTTP domain sites.
Sorry, what was that? I think someone was saying.
No,
Yes,
beside port, HTTP domains is there, right? I think he has entered petshow.octoperf.com.
Yeah. HTTPS
He needs to
domains. Yeah, you
remove that.
can remove that. Yeah.
Okay, so it's just that.
No, completely can delete it.
Okay.
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
No,
And now you
can.
can.
Okay.
Yeah, I can try now. Yeah.
It's I already installed certificate in my Firefox proxy.
Yeah, then you can start recording. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Sai, for that quick insight.
Fine. Initially, I also faced the same one. That's why I have fairly tested.
Yeah. I understood. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Just that?
Yeah. Hitesh, you can start recording. Yeah.
Okay. I'll go to my Firefox.
Yeah.
What should I do next?
Yeah, I can click on next transactions and move forward. So now you clicked, okay. So the transaction name, like I mentioned, you can enter it as like 01 or 02, or even you can enter like, see, the transaction name should reflect what you are doing. Okay, so that's the reason we keep the transaction name. So even
the step we are doing, right?
Exactly. So like something like clicking fish and add to cart or click the product, something like that. Okay, so if here, if you can select like click fish, click fish.
Okay.
Yeah, click fish. And click on the fish, on the top. Oh no, click that, yeah. And now you have to change the transaction name to selecting the product or select product, yeah, because this is the product, right? So select the product, yeah. Now click on the product.
Okay.
And now select the item. Change it to select the item, and then click on add to cart, or you can add click add to cart, yeah. Select the item and now click on add to cart. Oh, wait. It did not happen. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I need to click it.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. And now click proceed to checkout. Or if you want, you can update the cart or whatever transaction you want. You can try it. Yeah. And now your username. Yeah. Username credential and just change. Yeah. Click enter login details. Yeah. And again, I would say, wait. This is one common misconception we have. So entering username and password is not a transaction because they will not create any network interception, right? Any network transactions. Okay. So these are like front end transactions, right? So they won't make any changes. So what you have to do is you have to okay, that's why I said enter credentials. Okay, so enter credentials and login is something like you enter your username, password, and then you click on login. So when you click on login, that is the request that will go via your system to the server. You got me right? Yeah. So yeah, you can change the password as well and then click login. Yep, and click login. Yes. Yep, good. And yeah, now you can sign out, and then you can click sign out, and then you can log out to the system. Yep. So basically, these transactions, right? So why do we name it in the name? Like what we do is because once you are showing the stakeholders, like okay, so this particular transaction is taking time, so this will be I can stop it. You can stop it. So this will be easy for them to understand. Okay, so this particular transaction has taken more time, right? So that's the reason we are naming it in a proper manner that it should work. Okay. I think did you install the certificate thing?
Yeah, I did install the certificate. It is okay.
And did you restart after you installed?
After restart the JMeter or browser?
Restart JMeter, yeah.
Restart the
No, you are
JMeter.
not manual proxy.
No, I did it to localhost. I don't know why it says that.
No, change the localhost to small l, localhost, small l.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think localhost is without a space. Yep. Localhost, everything is small, and localhost without space.
Okay.
Yeah. And now can you try again?
Okay.
Yep. Go back to and save it. Sorry, close it, and then you start recording. And I believe you restarted your JMeter right after you did all the certificate thing.
After certification, no, I did not. I need to.
Okay, do a quick restart. Yeah, just go to file and do a restart.
Yeah. Shall I save it?
Yeah, just save it. Just save it somewhere in the bin. Yeah.
Let me set up it again.
You can go to file
Yeah.
and open recent. Yeah, open recent. Yeah, okay, it should be fine. Yeah.
This is no controller. I just need to add one.
Can I wait. Target controller is configured to use the recording controller, but no such controller exists. Ensure you add a recording controller as. Okay, let's do one thing. Click OK and go to File Templates. Okay, you are using a recording controller. That's the reason. Okay, that's and select recording on the top. Yeah, select recording. Yeah, scroll down. Yeah, recording. Yep, and click create. Yeah, create again. Yep. No. Yes, so now you got it. Yeah, now you can start. Now enable this one and you can start recording. Yeah.
It's already done.
Yeah. Click OK. No, you have not enabled it, right? So you have to enable it. That's actually disabled. Can you see at the bottom that HTTPS test strip recorder? So that's
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
disabled. Yeah, you have to enable it before you start recording.
Now, shall I change it to 8080 because the port over there?
Yeah, change it to 8080. Yeah.
Here. Okay.
Yeah. Just go ahead and start recording.
We to stop it and then reset it.
Yeah. Yep. It looks like the certificate thing is not being installed. Okay. Yeah. Can you go to the JMeter now and let's see whether it's been recorded? Yeah, I think it's not recorded. Yeah, can you just change the port number to 8080 because I think 8080 is something it's a common proxy. Yeah, so you can better use www.
Okay. Then I need to set it over here as well.
Yeah, exactly. And you have to restart JMeter. Yeah. You can minimize that screen. Yeah.
Now should I try? This is not accessible. Yeah, it's accessible.
Yeah.
So just this.
Yep.
Just simply enter this too.
Still there is some issue. Okay. Can you open? Okay, just close this. Close this. Can you stop recording?
Yeah.
Yeah, and go to the settings and open the certificate there. Yeah, settings and search your certificate. Yeah, view certificates and open this. Can you open this for me? Sorry. Yeah, it is fine. Okay, just do one thing. Can you go back to the Apache JMeter certificate and install it for me, please? Just go to the bin folder and open the Apache. Yeah. Double click. Yeah. And install certificate. Yeah, a local machine. Next. Yeah, place all certificates in the following store. Yep. And browse. Yeah, personal. Yep. Just install it. Yeah. Stop. Next. Finish. Yep. Same for other folders as well.
Other which one?
No, other folders. Now click install certificate again. Install certificate.
Okay.
Yeah, local machine. Next. Place all certificates. Browse. Yeah, trusted. No. Wait. Trusted. Yeah, good. Okay. Next. Finish. Okay, and then again install certificate. No, wait. We have not completed it. Yeah, and again local machine. Yeah, and next. Again select that. Yeah. Browse. Third one, enterprise test.
Oh, I need to do for.
Yeah, for all the folders. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, install certificate again. Local mission. Next. Yeah, again place all certificate, and then yeah, intermediate. Yep. Next. Finish. Yeah. Okay. And then again. Yep. Yeah. Trusted publishers. Yes. Finish. Yeah. Again install certificate, and then the last one. Yep. Next. Yep. Place all certificate. And this time it is no, scroll up. Untrusted certificates.
Yeah.
Untrusted. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, click OK. Yep, and next. Finish. Cool. So now, now can you click
Not
OK.
the
That's it.
remaining.
That's it. This is enough. Yeah. And now open. Click OK and restart JMeter again. Yeah, save and restart. Yeah, save just and then restart. Save. Yep, and now we can do a restart. Yeah. And just go back to your Firefox and check whether you have the same proxy there. Settings. Go to settings, the previous one. Yeah. Close this and open the proxy. No, not this one. Proxy.
Proxy.
Yeah, settings. Yeah, www is there. Okay, fine. Now we are good, I think. Yeah, click OK. And come back to JMeter. Yeah, and now you can start recording. Yeah, close this one. Close this browser completely.
Yeah.
Fully, and then now we can go to file, open recent. Yeah, open. Yeah. And now we can start recording. Yes. Yes, now it's working. Yeah. So now we can start this steps. Yeah, I can stop. Yeah, I can stop now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and go to thread group. The plus symbol, the plus one. Yeah, now you can see, right? Yeah, now you can delete the unwanted requests. Yeah, so this is how the proxy, the certificate thing works. Yeah, so now we are good.
Hey,
so
can you please just
delete.
help me with the one deletion and do it remaining?
Sorry, what's that?
Can you please help me with the
Yeah,
deletion?
we can. Yeah, click the plus symbol at the No, next above that. No, above that. The first one, No. Yeah, this one. Yes, click on that.
Yeah.
And can you click on the enter the store? Yeah.
Yeah.
And this one is not required because this is Mozilla. What we need is only petstore.octopuff, so you can delete it. Yeah, you can remove. Yes, yeah, yes. And the same way, I can select everything. Yeah, so I can remove it. I can just click delete. That's it. That should be fine. Yeah. So click on that. Yeah, if this is required, so you can. No. This is required. Wait. No. Yeah.
Oh, this is
Yeah.
October.
This is required. Yeah.
Sure.
Go to 10. Go to 10. 10. Enter the store 10. This is not required. You can delete it. Yeah. 11. Yes, it's required. Yeah. Same way. 12. It's required. And then come to the next one. Next, select the PR. Yeah. Yeah. This is not required. Yeah. You can delete it. Not
This is
required.
again
So you can
okay.
delete the entire folder. Yeah. I can click select the PR and you can delete it. Yeah.
Okay,
And now
I'll
this
identify it and delete the remaining. Yeah, thank you.
exactly. Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, I can do it.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Anybody else would want to try the certificate thing or the scripting? If you guys want to try, just let me know. We can catch up. All good? Yeah, Ganesh. Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, I'm working on a different laptop, but the meeting
okay.
I've joined in my mobile. So
Oh,
I
okay.
get an error while installing the certificate. I
Mm-hmm.
installed through the cert managers, and that is all fine. But when I opened the Firefox, and then I went into the settings and certificate manager. I in the your certificates I was searching for the JMeter, but it was not installed. I don't know
No,
why.
not there. Can you check the last one, the authorities?
Okay, 1 moment. Let me
Can you
reopen the
check there?
Firefox.
Yeah.
So under settings,
Authorities, the last one at the right end, you can see that.
so under view certificate authorities, and then JMeter. Yeah, no, I don't see JMeter here. Okay, let
Okay,
me
then in
import
that
one.
case, you can import. Yeah, in that case, you can import it.
Yeah. Okay. Trust the CA to identify website. Trust the CA to identify
Both you can
that I
select.
can select, right?
Select both. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think that is done. So now
Now
I
you
can
can
close the browser,
and restart JMeter.
close JMeter, and then reopen again.
Yes.
Let me try.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so let me close JMeter and then JMeter.bat. Okay, I will reopen the JMeter again. So in the script, I used the recording template, and in the request defaults, I'm not giving anything, but still it should work, right? If I click on start and with the okay, I don't think so. So I will change the port in the because I'm not able to record anything with the Chrome, so I thought I will install Firefox, and I'm setting it up actually. So yeah, so manual proxy local host. Okay.
ஐபோன் தான் ரொம்ப செக்யூர் ப்ரோ அப்படின்னு நிறைய பேர் சொல்லி கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க. Ganesh, you're trying it. I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm trying it, but
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
one moment.
Sure. Sure.
But I still didn't get. Okay. Yeah, I started getting, but one moment.
Sure. Is it possible for
Yeah,
you to
I'm
connect?
able to.
Oh, yeah, it's
Yeah,
working.
yeah, I'm
It's
able to
recording.
record. Yes, now
Oh,
it's
okay.
working.
Oh, okay. Great. 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 Yeah. So yeah. Anybody else? Anybody else want to try? Want to share your screen and show us the recording, or if you want to have any help on fixing the certificate thing, just let me know. Okay, so I believe everybody is okay, but fine. Yeah, if you have any, if anybody is trying, and then if you want to have any help, just let me know. Fine. Let me share my screen again. Yep. Yeah. Can you see my screen, guys? Okay, I think you must see now. Yep. So yeah. So after we create the scripting, like the scripts, so the next thing we have to do is, like, most of the times this is required, because if you see here the part where we enter the credentials, right? So I'm entering one credential. So there are, like, one important concept which we usually talk, like, even in fact in your interviews also, you must have got this question, like, what is parameterization and what is correlation. So let me tell you clearly. So parameterization is something which the user supplies the value, and correlation is something, the value that you get from your server. So even I can show you an example. So if you see, the username and password are the values that we supply, right? So when we are trying to log in, so we supplied these values, which is the username as 1 and then the password as 1, right? But on the other hand, if you go to the other transaction, I can show you this one. If you see in the fish, the transaction, right, where I have selected the word fish, if you see, there is this value, the J session ID value. So this is the value that comes from the server, right? And this value is always changing. And also, you can't get this same exact value next time when you are trying to log in. So this is something like a hexadecimal number, and this value keeps on changing. So that is the difference between the parameterization and the correlation. So again, I'm reiterating. So parameterization is something that the user enters, which is we enter the value, but the correlation value comes from the server. Okay. So before we move on how to do the parameterization, you have any doubts with the parameterization correlation values? So this session ID values, or the parameterization values, any doubts, guys, in that area? If you have any
Vasant,
doubts,
can you
just let
please
me know. Yeah.
just come back again? What is the session ID value over here? It's the core connection.
Okay, see, this J session ID value that you see here, right? So this value comes from your server. And how does it comes is, when you are establishing a session with your server, right? So the server want to identify that it is you, and you do not, and this does not want to get like hijacked or something. Like, if someone else wants to hijack your session, right? So they might come up and do that. But instead, if you have this session ID value, nobody can hijack your session. So this is something related to a development thing, where if you were able to correlate this one. So why do we need to correlate this is, if you are again trying to run this script, right? So let me tell you again one thing. So every session ID value has some validity, right? Some lifetime. Okay. So this script, if you run it tomorrow or day after tomorrow, it won't work, because it depends on the validity. Because if the Octopuff, they have set up this session ID value to some extension, right? So until that time, this script will work. And if you try that script after that time, it won't work. And the reason is this session ID value will have some validity time from the server. So which means the server will hold this value for some time. And anytime when you log in again, it will tell us that, okay, so this guy I know, come on, you enter the system and you do the transactions. But if this value get expired, right, you can't log into the system. And the reason we correlate here is we are going to create separate sessions for all our users, right? We are not going to use the same session for all the users. Instead, because most of the systems will be written in a way that if you are trying to access the system with the same credentials, it won't work. Okay, and that's the reason we are using different credentials, and we are creating different sessions in a way that we are trying to emulate that. Okay, there are like 100 users and we are trying to use the system, and it's not like only one user who is doing multiple testing or like doing multiple hits, right? You understood, right? So why are we, or
Yeah.
what exactly is this value? Okay, got it, good. Thanks.
Nothing but the access token or the refresh token which you get when we enter a credential in real-time web application.
Exactly. So this is for J session ID. We have this, and if you are running an AXPX application, right? So you get an AXPX value. So for any application that we run, there will be a server value like this. A session ID value will be like this. So if you are running a Pega application, there will be a value like this. And for a Java application, you have, and for ASPX, for any application, you have this session ID value that will tell us that this guy is separate from all other users, because everybody will have their own session ID. Because if you record, right, can you go to this transaction and see what is your session ID? Or if anybody who has recorded, you can see the session ID will be different from what I have from your system.
Yeah, it's different.
Right? Yeah, exactly. So you are establishing a separate session and I am establishing a separate session, right? And when you are doing your test, you must not use the same session ID because you are going to emulate like a different users, right? So that we have to correlate this value. Okay. So first thing we will see parameterization. That's very simple. So if you see in this step, we did a parameterization, right? So we entered the credentials. So what if, so here you are entering with just only one user, and if you want to try this test with like 100 users or 200 users, how will you do it here? So for now example, you can change it like two or three. So in terms of, so let me just check whether we have the value to the system. I think it should be there, but let me just check it. Okay, let me open this one here. Yeah, so we have to find. So what if, okay, you have another user to log in. Okay, so how will you do that? So let's go to JMeter and select this transaction controller, right click on it, go to add, and then under the config element, the very first one, which is the CSV dataset config. So select that, and then under the file name. Okay, so we have to create a file name for this. So let me create a notepad file. So let me create a notepad ++ file. And here I'm going to use, so there are like several ways to do this. Okay, so if you really want to add the header for this, for example, if you want like add username comma password, and then I can add 1 comma 1. So this is the kind of a delimiter. Okay, so if you can use delimiters like comma or colon or any values like dot or anything you can use, or even ampersand. Okay, so in my case I'm going to use 1 comma 1 and then 2 comma 2. And then I'm going to save this file. So I go to file, save, and make sure you're using, so that's the reason I told you to create a separate folder. So I'm going to the bin folder and then JMeter BootCamp. And then inside this, I'm going to use cred dot. So mostly try to use CSV or text files. Okay. And that will help you to keep the file safe. So cred.csv is the file name which I'm going to use. And go to this normal files and select all files, and so that the format will be saved. And I'm going to click save, and then coming back to the JMeter here. Now let me click on browse, and I'm going to choose this file. Okay, you understood, right, until this point? So I'm going to choose this file, and then the file encoding, I'm not going to choose anything. And then in the variable names, I'm going to choose, see, the comma delimited it's mentioned. So we are having two values. Okay, so one is username and then the next is the password. So I'm going to use username comma password, and then here there are like few settings. If you see the ignore first line, so here in the first line we do not have the credentials. Instead, what do we have is the heading name, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this and I'm going to click true, so that the first line will be taken as the name, the variable names, and only the second from line 2 it will be taken as the variables. Okay, and then the delimiter. So here, as I told you, we can use any delimiter. Like it can be comma, it can be a dot, it can be like they mentioned, like slash tab, slash t for tab in case if you have a tab in there, and you can use any special characters. Even you can use any characters. Okay, and that's the delimiter thing. So delimiter is something like it will distribute the values. Okay, and then the allow quoted data. So this is, you can keep it as false, and recycle on end of file. So if you are having just 50 users, but you want to run 100 users. So for that, what happens is, so UAF, we all know it's end of file. So once you come to the end of file, it will automatically come from the start. So that's the reason. If you want to do it from the end of file again, start from the beginning of the file, you can select true, and if you do not want, you can select false. So most of the times I used to select true, so that the data will be reused every time. And then stop thread on end of file. So if you want to stop your thread, so for example, okay, I'll just show you how to what happens. Okay, so for now I'll choose true, and then sharing mode I'm just keeping as all threads. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is, so I've created all the values, I have created username, password, everything is there, and then I'll come to the request here, and how I'm going to replace it is select this, select dollar, open bracket, the open braces thing, and then username, and then close bracket, and then I'm coming to the password same way, dollar bracket, open the braces, open braces, and then password, and then the close braces, and yes, that's it. So now I'm going to save it, and then again I'm going to do a quick validation, but instead this time I'm going to do twice so that I can see what value is being recorded. So I'll go to the thread group. Before that, let me disable all these, otherwise they will also run. So let me just, in fact, I can remove it. So now let me go to the thread group. I have one users. Let me do two iterations. Okay, and let me save it, and let me run it now. Overwrite 5 existing files. And here, if you see the values, 534 is where we have requested. Okay, I think it's 534. So if you see, I have used the username 1 and 1, and then let's go to the next iteration for 534. So if you see, we have got the values 2 and 2, right? So this is how the parameterization works. So once you start using the values, you can understand how it works. And yeah, the other one, the other settings which I told you, let's test it now. So here, if you see, I have mentioned as stop thread and end of file, and I made it to true, right? So now what I'll do is I'll go to thread group. I'll make 4 iterations. Okay. And now let me add the summary report so that I can show you how does it work. So this is another listener and the summary report. So now I open the summary report, and now if I run the test, you can very well see we'll get only, okay. Okay, it ran, but then let's see the view results tree thing. Okay, so it ran, it went fine. I think it's working. Yep. So now one quick change we have to do is I have recycled an UAF, right? So let me click false here. So it's just there won't be any recycle that happens at the end of the thread. And then if I do a test, go to summary. Yep. So what happens is it automatically stops at the second. So if you see here, by the time it comes to the 534, automatically I do not want it to run. So from there, it is like only 2 transactions. But before that, it's 3 because we are not dealing with the parameters until that step, right? So the settings has to be, if you do not want to run after the end of the file, you have to change the allow quoted data to false, and then you have to recycle the data to false. So if you want to run, just make both of them true so that you can run these data any number of time. And yeah, stop thread on true is going to be false. So you have to change all these things. So okay, low coded data is fine. So recycle and end of data is going to be true because you're going to recycle, you're going to rerun it again, and stop thread is going to be false. So yeah. So if anybody wants to try the parameterization from your end, you can share your screen.
Vasant, I have one doubt.
Yeah.
So while doing load testing, we are giving a number of users as 1,000. So
Yeah.
during that time, do we need to in the CSV file for parameterization, do we need to enter 1,000 username and password or how?
See, sometimes some applications allow you to use the same credentials for multiple sessions because anyways you're going to correlate it. So you can establish one user with multiple sessions, but some applications they won't allow it because I have worked in both the applications, both the type of applications, because I use just 200 users for 1,000 users. And in another scenario, I have used 200 for 200 users because, like I said, it all depends on the architecture of the application. Because if they do not want to create multiple sessions. Say, for example, you can open Amazon.in in several tabs, right? Which is it allows you to open multiple sessions using the same credentials, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, there are specific applications. If you open your credentials in another browser or tab, right, it will tell that there is another application you opened already. Do you want to close it and you want to continue it here? Right. So that kind of settings is depends on your system. So if the users want you to have single session for single user, then yeah, we can't reuse it. But if the user can allow you to establish, like, okay, you can allow like any number of tabs to open, yeah, you can do that in that case. Like an excellent examples like Amazon.in or any websites. If you open, you can open any number of tabs, right? When it comes to Amazon.in, because that they allow you to create multiple tabs, like multiple users. You can even in different systems also you can log into Amazon.in, right? You can open in your mobile one time and you can open in your laptop at the same time,
Okay.
right? So it all depends on the system settings. So if they really want the system to be like too much secure, like if some applications like data related thing or like highly critical data, they won't allow multiple tabs or multiple sessions.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, anybody wants to say, Hitesh or anybody, Manoj, you want to try the parameterization, you can share your screen and you can try it.
Sure, I'm sharing my
Okay.
screen.
Yeah, who's going to try first?
Manoj, you want to go first?
It is you try first.
Sure, sir. Please allow me the share option as well.
Yeah, Hitesh, I'm giving you. Yeah, Hitesh, you can share now.
Okay, so over here, I have one basic query that you have added a transaction controller, right? First.
Yeah.
So where did we add, like over here under the this is the login screen, login con where we entered the credentials, username, password. So
No, firstly, I could firstly first thing is like I'm confused how this transaction controller comes inside here, because it usually should come outside a little bit. So can
I
you
know it was
just click on it?
outside, but I just moved it inside.
Oh, is it? Okay, fine, no problem. So what do you want to do now?
The same, I need to repeat it again. You mentioned, right? I need to enter add one transaction controller.
Yeah, sure. Then first you have to add the CSV thing. CSV.
That I have created over here in my bin.
The file. No. I'm telling the config element. The config element.
Okay. Yeah.
And is that a CSV file or a TXT file?
It's a TXT.
Fine. TXT also should work. Yeah. So right click on that on the login on the above one. Yeah. Right click on it. Yeah. And go to add config element and CSV. Yep. And yeah, now you can browse the file name and you can bring it.
Do I need to select anything here?
No, it's not required. Yeah.
Variable names.
Yeah, variable names you have to give. If you have username and password, you have to give it. Yeah, and separated by comma. Yeah.
This is the one I have.
Yeah. No. Again, at the end you have a colon, right? It's not required. The semicolon. Yeah, it's not required.
That's it.
Use only. Okay. Comma is fine. Okay. And yes, I think you can save it and you can try now. Yeah. And you have to replace the values there in the place. The value where you have 1 1. Yeah, you have to replace there.
Okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's see.
Yeah, you can save it and go to the script, the header manager, the login one. Yeah.
No, it went to a different one. I believe.
No, above that. Login 57. Login 57.
Yeah.
Next. Yeah. No, it's login 56, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here you have to replace it. Yes. So dollar and open braces. Yeah. Now we can save and run it. Yeah. And go to the view system. You can view it. Yeah. Now you can save and run it.
I already saved. And do I need to write enter here as a 2 users, right?
Yeah. 2 users and 1 iteration. Yeah, should be fine.
And run per period should be also, it's okay, 1 line. Yeah. Shall I start?
Yes, please. Yeah.
I don't see anything running.
Can you come to the view results tree? I think it's completed.
Okay.
Yeah, it's done. It's completed. Yeah. So now we can select the
Should
login
I
56.
check it? Is it the current result or last run results?
Yeah, you can check it. See if you can see the timing, right? Sample start. Can you see the time there?
Sample start, no, it's wrong time. 1732 is like last run I did manually.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, I can clear it now. Clear
Or
it.
maybe it is the different.
At the bottom. Yeah.
Bottom. Yeah, okay. Got it. Shall I?
Okay. Yeah, I can clear it, and you can run another test. Yeah. On the top, can you see the clear button? No, on the top, still on the top. Yeah. Next. Previous one. Yeah.
Clear.
Clear. Yeah, clear all. Yeah.
Okay. Now shall I run it again?
We can start. Yeah.
I will run successfully. But one question I have, how do we know that all these calls are happening in like sequential manner, one after another, or all are being triggered at once?
Yeah, that is the reason I told you I chose the numbers like 0, 1, 0, 2 so that they come in the order. And again, there is one more thing. Can you click on the thread group?
Thread group, yeah.
The thread group, yeah. So if you see, there is an option. Okay, same user registration. Can you click on the test plan? Sorry, test plan on the top. Yeah. Yes. So okay. So mostly any requests that we send, they happen sequentially. So that's how it works. So the thread groups you are seeing, right? So that actually happens one after the other. So you don't have to worry about the sequential part, that because that's been handled by them. So, but that's the reason if you want to really test, and if you want to confirm that it's going fine, so that's the reason I choose 0102, right? The way when I start recording, I used to mention that way, so that I can confirm that they go fine. But again, I like I said, it's going to be the same way, but still, I just make a way that I confirm that everything works fine in that same manner. So that's the reason I add 010203, so that they go fine and I can see that in the view results tree. So that's the reason I even recommend everybody to follow that same
So let's
methodology.
say in my case, if I enter the store first, this should be the first call, right? Enter the store, then it shows 6, 11, 12 is happening.
Yeah, this is because you are running. Yeah, this is because you are running multiple iterations, right? Multiple users, right? So there will be a confusion because the first user's first transaction will run and the second user's first transaction will run. So there will be a big confusion. So if you want to confirm, you can just run one iteration and see how does it work.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Sure.
So I'll stop sharing it.
Yeah. Now I think Ganesh, you can go ahead. Yep. Let me. Manoj, right? Manoj, you want to share your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, now we can try.
Sir, is it visible, sir?
Yeah, I can see your screen. Yeah.
Okay, sir. I added the data.
Okay.
Like that, and I have the configure the CSV also.
Okay.
And where I need to check the two data have been passed or not.
View results tree. Go to view results tree, and you have executed that step, right? So can you click on that step? Which step you executed it? It's
528, 528.
Click on that 528.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sir.
and can you expand that thing? Yeah. Yeah, expand it and click on the first one and go to request. And can you see now?
Password to okay, sir.
Okay, and now in the previous iteration, I think you must see one, right? Or like whatever values you change, you can see that. Yeah, I think in the previous iteration you can see one. Okay. Cool. So now it's working, right, for you? Okay,
Sir,
fine. Okay, cool. So this is how we do the parameterization. Okay, so so you're going to supply the value. So any values. It's not just about the credentials. In case if you are running some test data, if your application some PNR, or if you are supplying some policy numbers, or if you're applying some anything that is related to your parameter. So this is how we actually supply our data. Okay. So any doubts so far for any others?
Vasant, I have doubt.
Yeah, go one by one. Yeah.
For parameterization, can we give any drop-down values in the CSV file to make the system to click on that? Is it possible?
Yeah. If you have all the values that you have in your drop down, right, you can collect them and you can add it. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be just the data. It's not going to be, it can be a drop down or it can be an option box or whatever it is. The only thing is, at that particular point of time, you're going to replace that value. That's it. So it can be anything. It can be a checkbox or it can be anything. So, like I said, it's only the values that's going to matter.
Okay.
Yeah, because in most of the scenarios I do that. Previously when I identify how to do the complex correlation, I used to do that drop down thing. So I used to collect all those values, I used to enter it. But again, there is scenarios where you can correlate those values, like whatever it comes, and you can do a random part, you can just play whatever we need. But yeah, but again, like I said, it's possible. You can, if you have the list of values, like for example, if you have a drop down with 10 values, you can add them in the CSV, and then you can correlate, you can parameterize them, so that every time it automatically changes the values. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Manoj, you are asking something.
Sir, if I need to apply for 100 users and 100 username and password I need to use, can we use the Excel format?
You can use CSV. Excel won't work. You can use CSV. You can use TXT. So these two formats, they work fine.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So Excel sheet, again, you have to save it as CSV so that they work it. Yeah. So JMeter only accepts with those formats. So that's the reason I told you can use TXT or CSV. That's it. Two
Okay.
formats.
In the Excel format, we can save it as CSV and we can apply it there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Any other doubts from anybody, please? Sai, Nagarjun.
Sir, for the drop down
Hmm.
also, I have a doubt, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
If we have the drop down of 10 values, how can we use to select the first or second value?
Okay, so usually they go in the sequential order. Okay, they won't be dynamic. So it always works in a sequential manner. So if you add 10 values, it will start from 1 to 2, and then it will come to a 10, and then again it will start from the first.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't do a kind of what to say a randomization in that.
Sir, yes, another doubt also. Sir, in the some other registration, we have the country. Based on the country only, the state and city will be displayed.
Correct.
How can we select
That comes under correlation.
Okay, sir.
Okay, I'll tell you how to do that. Okay, if we have, I think if we can find something, I can tell you. But for now, I can do the correlation because it's something like what happens is once you select, you can add your country in the parameters. Okay, and then once you populate your country, automatically the states get loaded. Okay, in that response. So from that response, you can correlate that value, and then you can pass it in the parameters.
Okay, sir. But we I mean, by default we need to set the country name in parameterization.
Yes. So actually, there is another way where you can do the combination. So for example, it's quite time consuming, but still, what I will do is in that scenario, I will add the countries, comma states. So for example, India, comma Tamil Nadu, India, comma Kerala, and India, comma Karnataka. So in that way, you can add all the country names, and then you will move to the next country. Okay, and then you can add all the states with the country, comma state. So you will have the list of country and states. Right.
Okay.
So there won't be any mistake in that. So this is another way I do it.
Okay, you are passing the country, comma state, comma
Country,
city.
comma state. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, it's time consuming, but still, this is a quick way to resolve that issue because there were scenarios where you might take a lot of time and there will be like some complex logics to bring those values. Okay, so in those scenarios, anyways, this is going to be again kind of what to say, replicate the scenario what we really do want to do. But again, this is time consuming because you have to collect all those things. You have to avoid all the typographical errors and everything, right? So you can do it. It's possible, but it's time consuming. So that's the reason we have moved to correlation part.
Okay.
Where you are going to extract automatically from the response, you're going to pass it in the request, and then it's going to be like done.
I guess.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. Anybody else have any other queries and parameters? Ajay, Alfred, Harish.
I have another question. Like
Yeah.
you use a CSV, right? So in the first, not CSV again. I have used the text file. The first row was having just the headers, username, comma, password.
Okay.
But during the CSV file setup in our JMeter, we did not mention to exclude the first row and consider that just as a header. So, can you please explain that again? Like, is it considering automatically, or do we need a setup?
Oh, when you say CSV, you're telling about that AB, the first thing, the column name.
Yeah.
No. Don't worry about that. See, when you are looking into an Excel format, you will see that A and B. But when you save that file and if you open a notepad, you won't see that A and B, right? So it will be only the username.
I use the text file only, the .txt format. The first row is username, comma, password, which we have given as a parameterization in our configuration as well.
Okay.
So how JMeter understands that, okay, the first row of the .txt file is the headers, not the actual values.
We are selecting that, right? We are selecting that. Okay, let me just share you my screen. I'll show you what did I do. So I think you are also seen that, if I'm not wrong. Let me just, so can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you can see that. Okay, just a second. Okay, so here, if you see, there is this option, ignore first line. So if you select that, this is across any tool, like whatever document, it's same. So here in my case, I have ignored that, right? Cred.csv. So if, for example, okay, let me do one thing. So I have add username and password. So if I'm choosing false, okay, and then if I'm running this, I can show you what happens. Let me do
I'll
validate.
take the first row value as well as
First
a
row
value.
is value. Yeah, first row is value, and I'm making it as false. Okay. Sorry. Let me validate. All right. So if you see here, I'm sending the username and password because I have not what to say. I have not ignored it. Right. So it's for every tool. It's for every format. It can be a CSV or it can be a TXT. This is going to be the same rule. Okay.
I mean, over there, the ignore first line is the field where we have to do this setting, right?
Yeah, exactly. So if you edit it, if you made it true, then you're going to ignore it. If you make it as false, you're going to include it. So that's what I'm saying. So some people want to have that to remember that what exactly is that value. So for that, we used to add it. If you remember, if you know that it's going to be the same value, then yeah, it's not about a big problem. You can just keep it as false and then you can run it. Can you keep it as true and then you can ignore that value? Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. So any other doubts, guys? Anybody has any doubts? Fine. Let's move to the correlation. So as I told you, we have this J session ID value in this header thing in the path. So what I will do is we are going to correlate this value. I mean, like there are like two very good interesting things which I can show you in correlation. So this one, how are we going to correlate it? Because this value comes from the server, we all know. So how can we correlate this value? So for that, if I go to the view results tree, and if I go to the first response, okay, so in the 5 I'm getting this value, so I go to the 104. Okay, so we go to 104, go to the response data. Let me change this to text because only the text value we can find it. Choosing text, and here can you see the J session ID value here, 22D557? Can you see it? So I'm going to correlate this value, and how am I going to do it is I'm going to select this complete value starting from J session ID value, J session ID equal to, and then this number, and then the double quote, and then the bracket. Okay, let me just choose this, and what I will do is let me select this part. I'll just select this, and I'll come back to the okay, I'll just change it. Okay, that's one interesting thing. So just change it to regex tester, and then I will come on. Yep. So what I will do is so I have the expression here. I've copied what I wanted to extract. So I just paste this value. So what did I paste it is the J session ID value equal to, and then the value and double quotes, and then the open bracket. And then when I click test, so you can see here I've got 2 match count, so which says that these values are present 2 times. Okay, but what we have to do is I have to fetch only this value. So what I do is this is the common regular expression, which is open bracket dot star question mark close bracket. Someone wants to join the call. Yeah, left, fine. And I have to click again the test. So now this will bring me multiple J session ID values, right? So can you see I have got multiple occurrences of this J session ID value. So what I want to do is I want to fetch only the first one. So I'll copy the same value, and then the next thing is I have to go to this particular request where you have that value, right click on it, go to add post processor, sorry, regex, yeah, go to post processor, select the regular expression extractor because this is going to extract the value for you, and then go to the name of created variable. I'm going to extract the J session ID. Come to the regular expression, just paste the value that I copied there, and then $1, and $1 is something like a combination of values. So if I click comma $2, so that will fetch the second group. So for now I'm going to just have only the first group. Okay. And then the match number is going to be 1. So in case if you want to select some particular value, so if you want to like choose the third value, you can click 3. If you want to select fourth value, you can click 4. For now I'm going to choose only the first one, because as I showed you in the extractor, it's just going to be the first value. In case in some scenarios like the country thing or the state thing, if you want to randomly get some value, you can choose 0, which will randomly get you the value. And then for now I'm going to just choose the use empty default value, and I'll save it. And now what I have to do is I have already extracted this value in the previous response. So I'll copy this, come back to this response here, and then on the URL, I'm going to replace it with $ open bracket J session ID close bracket, and now we are good, right? So let me clear everything and let me do a quick validate. Override existing file, come to the view results tree, and if you see I'm just selecting the 015, going to the text, and if I go to the request, you can see the value has changed now, right? Previously it was 7.2, right? And now it is 3.2. So this is how the correlation works, and this is I'll just give you another example as well. But meanwhile, if someone wants to try it, you can just share your screen.
Vasant, I have one doubt.
Yeah, Venkat.
In the interviews, most of the time I used to come across this question like, if your right boundary or left boundary is keep on changing, what is your approach in that?
Yeah, Venkat. Yeah, even I came across that question. So usually what happens is even though your left boundary and right boundary changes, there is one common thing will be there, which is it follows a pattern. Say, for example, your left boundary can be a combination of hexadecimal values, or it can be a characters, or it can be a numbers, right? So there is a regular expression in a way that you can capture that. In fact, I am actually preparing a video on that, but the problem is I'm not able to get a proper example. So I'm actually trying to get that. In fact, I think we have discussed in the WhatsApp group as well, right?
Yeah.
So I'm actually I've almost reached that point where I have extracted the value, but still I'm not able to properly fix the left boundary and right boundary. But still I'm working on it. I think maybe in one day, 1 or 2, I'll just come up with that example in a video. But yeah, but the solution is very straightforward. So you will have a pattern. The value will follow a pattern. Okay, luckily the dynamic thing will not be changing numbers. I mean, like they're changing the character length or something. So there are scenarios where if the character length will be the same, but then the values will be changing. So for example, like even in this scenario, this value previously it was 72 and now it is 32. So in this scenarios, yes, this value is dynamic, right? But again, we have to categorize the value, find the value which is after that. So I can even use this scenario and I can extract this in some time. I'll just prepare a video on that. For now, I'll just don't want to confuse people. But for now, yeah, that's a very valid question, and I will come up with that result. So with that exact video, so that you can answer that very well in your interviews next time. But still, I would say there is a chance, because we can regular expression that value using the character format or the length, so that we can fix it actually, both the left and right. Yeah, Jay, you have some
You mean like a /D or /W will be there?
/D. Yeah, it should be a combination. It can be a /D, but when you say /D, they will say, what about the what about the character length, right? So we'll have to come up with some different examples. So if you are very sure that they're going to ask this question, you can come up with some examples, and you can even show them the regular expression, like what did you use to fix that. But yeah, again, if it is going to be integer, yeah, /D will work. If it's going to be string, /yes. Yep. If it's going to be mixed, then we'll have to bring some complex regular expression, something like
W,
escape
right?
sequences.
W.
Double. Yeah. There are like several options, but still, the reason is what I'm saying is like maybe they could have some proved results, so they could have been expecting it from you. So that's the reason I'm telling you. Let's prove it, and then we'll come up with that exact thing. What we do. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. But in a day or two, I'll come up with that example. And again, thanks for reminding, Venkat. Yeah. Ajay, you have any question?
Yeah. So can you explain me about the template in the regular expression? So can you give me an example? So how it works? Like
What is that templating thing?
template. Yeah, $1 and $2.
Okay, this one, right? Yeah. So this one, I think I can explain you with an example. Let me get that one thing. In fact, I've recently got that example. And regular expression regex page. This one. And yeah, here. So I recently have this a complex thing where I was supposed to get this extraction, okay, and the expression goes like this. Can you see my screen? Can you see my
Yes, yes.
screen, right? Okay, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the test string, okay, and what I have to do here is I have to extract this PO box and then the this location and then the NM and then this number, okay, and like you asked the question. So what happened is I have to extract. You asked me, right? What is this 1, 2, 3, whatever it is? So the regular expression I used for this is this one. And when so if you see here, that's not right. Sorry, where is that? Where is that? Yeah, I think this is the one. I believe. Come on. Address. Is it not working? Yeah. So can you see here the first matching group, first capturing group, and same way the second capturing group on the right side? Can you see? This is something that you asked, right? The $1, $2. So the $1 is the first capturing group, and $2 is second capturing group, and $3 is third and fourth. So same way it works. So this $1 is the first capturing group. For example, if you have multiple groups, so here it's mentioned right very clearly where I is the capturing group number, right? So if you have multiple groups, like I said, if you want to capture multiple values, like the one I showed you here is the regex thing. Yeah. So if you want to capture, so this will actually capture the PO box. This will capture the values here, then the NM, and then the fourth capturing group. So we have 4 capturing groups. So this will actually capture all these values. So that is why this group number works. But most of the times what happens is, like, I agree, there are scenarios where you want to capture multiple capturing groups, like 1, 2, and 3. And in those scenarios, what you have to do is you have to use $1, and then in fact, if you want to separate it with some values, you can use comma, $2, and then another, like same way, like comma, then $3. Yeah.
Some small question, like in the dynamic value itself, can you give me an example like how the dynamic value will be looking like?
Okay. Let me tell you. Okay, let me explain you. Okay, here
I'm
I
like
think in this.
bit confused with the dynamic value, so
Okay. No worries. I can just show you. Go to the view results tree and the regex tester, and let me paste this. Yeah. Dot star. Oh, it's in here. Sorry. Okay, so can you now see here? Most of them are like one group number, but again, okay, let's try this way. Yeah. So let me copy this value, and what we'll do is here, if I'm selecting like comma $2, I will show you what exactly it will extract so that you can understand. And then comma $3. Okay. And now let me save this, clear everything, and let's do an execution. Overwrite. Okay, and if you see in this text, did I? Sorry. Oh, come on. Run it again. Summary report. Yep. Okay, going back to the request. If you see here, can you see it has extracted the first value, but the other that it has no other groups, right? So it is showing
Okay.
there are no other. So it's showing null. If there are some values, then we could have appended it here.
Okay, so the same thing like dot star question mark we can give for the respect other dynamic value as well, right?
Yeah,
By using
exactly.
comma in
So,
the single.
tell me.
Yeah, please go on. Yeah, in the single
Yeah.
value we can write multiple regular expressions, right?
Yes. See, it depends on your case. Like if there is say like in the example which I have given you, there were like multiple values which I have to extract. So in that case, I have extracted that way. But in your case, if you really most of the scenarios, it will be like one or two. So this is a kind of a complex scenario. It's a kind of a unique scenario where you have to fetch values
Yeah.
from the middle and then you have to copy paste it. But in most of the scenarios, it will be like one value. Some say, so for example, in the JSession ID, it's just only one values, right? So you won't be getting much. But again, if you want to see, for example, if you want to ignore the first group and if you want to take the second group, yes, you can use this way. So this is nothing. It's just group numbers. That's all. Nothing else. It's not nothing complex. It's okay. I think I can even try something here. Let me just get something. We'll try with a different value. Okay. And yeah, I think not this. Okay, maybe we can try that one. Dot star question mark. Just in fact, each of these values have just one. Okay, yeah, everything is just one value. So if there are like two values, then we could have tried it. Match number one of one. Okay, see if you see here, this one of one, right? This should be like two or three, so that we can get those values. But most of them are like just one. And
Yeah. So
this
when
just
you get the
14,
scenario like
14
this,
yeah,
two
in this
values, we
scenario,
can make a video on that
yeah,
person so
exactly.
that
So if
we
you see here, the
quickly.
match number is one. And that value we have given it here as one match number, and then the group number. So the first value is the match number here, and then the second value is the group number. Got it?
Okay.
So that's the reason we
Got it.
cannot replicate this. Yeah. So this is match number, and then the first one is the group number. So yeah, that's how it works. So group number is something you can see it here. This is the group number. So the match number and then the group number. Okay, and then you get this value. That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah,
So whenever
anybody
like
wants to?
you
Yeah.
encounter that scenario, you can make a video on that. That would be
Yeah,
helpful.
yeah. Sure. I definitely get it. I'll definitely prepare one. I'll just even add a
Okay.
note. And just information. So I have a WhatsApp channel for those who don't know. I have a WhatsApp channel and I'm having an Excel sheet in that. So if you guys have any questions to add, you can just add it and I'll prepare a video on that. Okay.
Sure. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Straight. Okay. Yeah, I know, made a note of it and we'll prepare in time. And Hitesh or if anybody wants to try this thing, like in your mission, Manoj, would want to
Shall I
try?
share my screen, sir?
Yeah, Manoj, please go ahead.
Run. What I need to? We need to take the session ID here or some other place, sir.
Okay, so you got the session ID in the request now, right? But the correlation works in a way that you have to get it in the previous response. Okay, because this value does not jumps from nowhere, somewhere like that. So it will actually come from the previous response because in the very first request it will try to establish the session and then that value will be taken into the next request. Okay, So if you are finding that value in a request, you'll have to go to the previous response and find that value.
Okay.
So can you go to the previous response where you get that request?
Need to check in the request body or response data, sir.
You have to go to the request. Go to the first. So where are you getting that session ID?
In 10th one, in 24, sir.
24, right? Now, go to the rec. Okay, you're pausing it there, right, in the request. So go to the previous response. Go to the previous request. Click above. Yeah, click. No. Click above, and go to the response. Response data. Yeah, nothing is there. So go to the previous one. Go to the previous one. Yeah. Can you see now in the screen in the response data JSession ID? Or can you just search for that in the screen? Yeah, JSession ID. Can you see? No. Okay, then go to the previous one. Previous screen. Yeah, can you search here? I think it's there, right? Yeah, it's there. It's there. Yeah. So from this particular request, you have to correlate this value. Okay. So now go to the script. To the same request. Yeah.
Okay.
And now select the post processor and regular expression extractor. Add post processor, regular expression. Yep. Yeah. Click on that. And before that, like I told you, you have to get that regular expression. So for now, I think I have told you how to do that. But any time, like when you want to do that regular expression, you have to use that combination of that regular expressions. Like, okay, so usually the universal expression is open bracket, then dot, star, question mark, and then close bracket will actually extract any values inside that left boundary and right boundary. Okay, so basically, this is something like we used to say as left boundary and right boundary because the left any values between these values will be extracted. Okay, so that's why we name it as left boundary and right boundary.
Okay.
And yeah, in your case, can you do it? So give a name for the variable first. Yeah, session ID or whatever. Yeah, I think that
Okay.
you can remember it. Yeah.
Will be better.
And then the regular expression. Yeah. Now what you have to do is go to that particular request where you see that regular expression. Yeah, and now change the text to regular expression extractor, and yeah, just copy this and yeah, copy colon and then the bracket, right? You have the colon and then the bracket. Can you see that?
There is no colon.
Sorry, double quotes. Sorry, double quotes.
There is no double quotes also in this, sir.
Oh, okay. Is that the JSON ID? ID? Okay. What is at the end of that? After that, sorry.
End of that, only question mark is there.
Then select that question mark.
Okay.
Wait, question mark. I think can select. Yeah, and it's like JSession ID is equal to and then the value, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Yeah, select that, and go to the and wait, and now go to the text thing. Text. Can you search for again another way?
Manoj, can you take that above value? It
Yeah,
is
above
not the
value. Yeah,
correct
because
value.
question mark will not escape. Yeah, just select the above value here. Response and search for JSession ID. No, I think this is not the proper request. Yeah. Search the correct screen. Sure. See the screen. go to 0, 1, 10. 0, 1, 10. There is nothing in this value. Go to 0, 1, 10 and search now. Click find. Find. Go to 1, 0, 1, 24. Yeah, search now. Find. 0, 1. Click on 0, 1 above that 0, 24. Now, where did you select that
It is in
fish?
catalog call if you want to see. Maybe we can identify it with the request.
Yeah.
Request
Click the
ends
request.
with the catalog.action.
Exactly. Yeah. Click that request and yeah.
Request, sir.
Yeah. Click on 0, 1, 10. 0, 1, 10. Above that 0, 9. I think it comes to the bottom. Can you click on 0, 2, 25? 0, 24. Sorry, 0, 24. Yeah, it's there. So it should be in the previous one. Go to 0, 1. Response data. It's not here. 0, 1, 10. Can you search for JSession ID or
Nothing.
you scroll down? Can you scroll down? Scroll down in the screen. Yep. Slow. I don't. Can you scroll up, please? Scroll up. Up.
Okay.
Click on request.
Request.
Okay. Oh, this is a different one. Okay. Click on 019. Click on response data. Search for JSession. Yeah, it's there. Wait. Scroll up. Can you see the session ID previous to that? Above that JSession ID. No. Wait. Can you
Yes,
two
sir.
lines above? Yeah. Select that value. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now regex. Yeah. Now paste it here.
Too much.
And select that values. Select that value and change it to. Oh no. That 172 till that 106. Yeah. Select that value. Delete it and add bracket. Open bracket. Yeah. Delete that. Yeah. Open bracket. Dot. Star and question mark. And close that. Yeah. Close bracket. Yeah. Now do a test again. Yeah, so now we have got the value, but with different match numbers and group numbers. Okay, so now copy this value and go to 019 and you have the regular expression extractor. Okay, select the regular expression extractor, click on that. Yeah, and paste that regular expression. Yeah, and the template, the group number is going to be $1, $1, and then match number is going to be 1 because that's the first match, right? So yeah.
Okay.
And you can select that use default empty value. You can just choose that. Yeah, and save and run. Yeah, that's it. And just a second. We have to replace this value, right? So go to that 0124.
0124.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to replace that value. Can you see that JSession ID? Yeah, you have to. No. Just that value, because JSession ID equal to you have extracted, right? Yeah, only that value you have to replace. Just delete that. No. Wait. Not that value. You have already given a name for that, right?
Session ID.
Session ID. Yeah, you have to paste that. I have to enter that. Yeah. No. Dollar open braces session ID and then close braces.
Okay, sir. Dollar
open braces, which is that floor bracket thing. Yeah, and then is that okay? And then session ID, whatever the name you given there, you paste it.
Session ID.
Yeah, that's it. Yep, we can save it, and then you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, now we can run it.
Here we need to validate.
Yeah, just validate. Yeah.
On.
Sure. And now if we can check there, yeah, and 019 and go to change it to text. Yep. And go to request. No, I think it's 0110, I guess. 0110. Yeah. Can you see the number has changed in the cookie data? Yeah. Yep. So that's how the correlation works. Yep. Okay. And Hitesh, you want to share?
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Please
I'll
give
give
me
you the
access.
access. Yeah. Yep. I think I gave you. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll just.
Sure.
Yeah, so over here, if I check my results tree, in the second call, enter the store level. In this, if I search with the JSON ID,
Okay. You're getting
I'm
it here.
getting
Okay.
the here.
Sure.
And this is nothing but the starting with FBAA, and that is being passed in the next call in the request. FBAA. And I mean all the subsequent requests. So this is the one where we are getting the JSON ID. Now, can you please help me check this out? I was trying to search with the template. Just a minute. This is maybe just to
Sorry, sir. I was on mute for some time. Yeah. Can you click on? Can you use that 9 bracket? Shift 9.
Shift 9.
Yeah. Shift 9.
Normal bracket.
Normal bracket. Normal bracket. Yeah. Not square.
Got it.
Oh, okay. Got it. So you made the mistake. Okay. Yeah. Dot star and question mark.
Star
Question mark and close bracket and double quotes. Yeah, double quotes. Double quotes is the right boundary. Yeah. That's the reason we are giving
and then
and close the bracket.
Yeah, it's more than not required, but yeah, I can give it some time. Yeah, give it test. Yeah. Yep. Now it's working, right? Yeah. So it's bracket thing. Yeah. So you have to use the right bracket because this is the exact regular expression which you have to use. So yeah, now we can replace it and yeah, we can work it.
Sure. Now I should be going to this regular expression which I added and replace the
no, wait. Enter the store. Okay, is this the place where you get it? Okay, fine.
So I can tell you enter the store
just confirm. Enter the store 11, right? Is this the name? But I could see select the product 28, 38.
Okay. I added in the wrong one.
Yeah, you have to go to the previous one. Yeah.
Or maybe should I move it?
You can move it. You can just cut it. You can cut it and you can paste it. You can right click.
Drag and drop it.
Drag and drop.
Yeah, you can drag and drop.
I'm getting under 11.
Enter 11. Hey, put inside 11. Yeah, correct. No, previous. Yeah, correct. Now we can paste it.
Now next, please.
Give the name for the variable. Next, you copied. Okay.
And this set all this in dollar, then $1.
Default use default empty default value. Just save it. Okay. Clear the result tree and run it again.
You have to give the match number. Can you go to the
yeah. Go to the regular expression and match number is 1.
Number is 1. Yeah.
1. And what exactly is the match number when we
match?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. In the first you got the session ID in the first match itself. While searching the data, if you get the data, if you get the session ID in fourth or fifth match, you need to give the number as 4 or 5.
Okay.
Is that correct, sir?
We can tell in the other way. So can you go to the view results tree for me, please?
Yeah.
And yeah, just run this test. Just run it. I'll show you what exactly happens. Yep. And come to view results tree. And can you go to the enter the store? I mean the place where you extract the value. I think it's enter the store, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Test. Click test. Yeah, and if you see, there are like two combinations, right? Can you see the match 1 of 0, match 1 bracket, match 1 0 J session ID equal to some value, right? Yeah, and then can you see the next one, match 1 of 1 equal to, and then the value?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the first bracket is the match number, and then the second bracket is the group number. So in match number, you have to give 1, and in the group number, we have given us $1, right? So that's a group number. So this will extract the value, the BF value. In case if you give for example, like the match number is 2 and the group number is 1, then you will get the next set of value, which is that BF1 14 and then question mark U cart equal to. Can you see that fourth line, right?
Yeah.
So you'll get that value. So that's the reason we told you to give the group number as 1 and then again the match number as 1. So that will extract the second line, the match 1 of 1. Got it? So now you understood, right? What I'm trying to say?
Okay. So over here we have given the group number between the dollars.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And
That's the second bracket. And
okay.
match number is the first bracket.
Got it. Okay.
Got it? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
simple.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I can now extract, run it, and then yeah, should be good. Fine. Guys, I think then.
Is there any
yeah.
other stuff left from this one?
Yeah.
I need to replace that as well, right?
Yeah, you have to replace it. Yeah, you have to replace the value and then you have to run it. Yeah.
Should I
go to that request where you have to replace it? Yeah. First get the regular expression extractor name. So copy the name first. Yeah. Copy the name, just as an ID variable. No, this one. Name of create. Yeah, that one. Copy that.
Yeah.
And come to the place where you want to replace that value. Where you want to replace, where you find that J session ID equal to, I think you have to come to enter the store 12, I guess. Enter the store 12. No, 12.
Okay.
No, 38. 38. No, click on 38. The above one. Yeah. Can you see there? J session ID equal to?
Yeah.
Yeah, click delete that value equal to. Yeah, no, after equal to, because you have going to replace only the value.
Variable, yeah.
Yeah, correct. And now to replace any variable, you have to enter dollar open braces and then close braces at the end. So the same way what we do for parameter, the same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, dollar open braces and then at the end close braces. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Now you can save and run it. That's it. Yeah. Now if you see, you would have seen a different value. Yeah. Go to the request. Change it to text. Yeah. And then go to select the product 38. Yeah. And go to request. Yeah. Now can you see the values changed?
Yeah.
Yep. That's it. So this is how the correlation works. So any doubts, guys, apart from Venkat's question? Anybody else has any questions on the correlation or in the parameterization?
Do you have any existing video to configure the regular expression?
Sorry, Hitesh, tell me.
Is there any existing video we prepared on the YouTube and uploaded on YouTube?
Yeah, there are several videos. I can share you the link
for regular expression configuration.
Yeah. There are several videos. I can share you those links. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Anybody else? Yeah. I think someone was asking some question.
One question.
Yeah, Venkat.
So this is another interview question. Like I came across. If the dynamic value is in 2 or 3 lines, how we can approach that? So in 2 or 3 interviews, I used to came across this question. The dynamic value is in 2 or 3 lines. How we need to approach?
Okay, so for now there is a escape expression to do that. So if you enter /n, you can escape the lines.
Okay.
Okay, by doing that, actually we can extract that values. Like for example,
Okay.
it should be a combination of the escape expression for that values, which is like a combination of characters or strings that should come, and then the /n, which is it should be the line end, whatever it is, like the next line, right? And then again you have to copy the same set, which is like the combination of characters, and then again the end of the line, and then again that combination of characters. So this will capture 3 lines of new 3 lines, and then the values, right?
Okay. So
So
we
most of the
have
times it's actually the expressions that we are going to use it. That's it. Yeah, 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 Venkat.
yeah. So the regular expression 3 times we have to give the regular
Any number of
expression.
lines, any number of lines. If it's like 3 lines, then it's, yeah, 2 times you have to bring the /n, which is like the new line thing. Yeah.
Okay, and regular expression will be only once, or after /n we have
It
to give
depends.
another
It
regular
depends
expression.
because yeah, because in any line you have to capture that value, and then the new
Okay.
line, and then that values that you're going to capture, and then the new line, and then the value you're going to capture. So it's going to be kind of a mix of values. So first,
Okay.
we have to try it with the first line if it works, and then we have to move it to the next line, and then same way we have to move to the third line. So the left boundary will have all those values, and then right boundary, whatever, it depends on the values on the right boundary.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, but thanks, Venkatesh, for asking the question. I mean, can you, if you can add that question in the Excel sheet, it will be very helpful for me to create a video on that.
Okay. Oh,
I'll
yeah,
prepare
sure.
one for that. Yeah, sure, Venkat. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, anybody else? Any questions? Anybody has any questions, or can we take a quick break and then we'll join after 15 minutes? If you guys are okay, then that will be last session for this time, this boot camp. If you're okay, then we can start our break and then we'll join after 15 minutes, guys.
Sure, that works. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then I will take a quick break, and then after the session we'll come back and join. We'll do a quick load test, and we'll see how to do the load test, and we'll see how to collect the results. Is that fine?
Yeah, sir.
Okay.
Okay, fine, guys. We'll look at the timer, and then we'll look at the timer in the sense like the think time, and then we'll see the load test, and then with that we'll end the session. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then meet you after 15 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys. We'll meet you quick. Yeah. Bye.
என்ன பண்ணிட்டு இருக்க? எந்த பக்கம் ஒண்ணு சாப்பிடலையா? என்னடா பசிக்குது. என்னடா சாப்பிட போற?
Manoj, I think you didn't mute. You are speaking.
Hi all, I'm back. Hi guys, let me know when you're ready so that we can start our session.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, Hitesh, Venkat, Manoj, you're back. Can we get start?
Yeah, yes, yes.
Okay, great. And can you see? Okay, can you see my screen, guys? Okay, let me. Okay, so now as I told you, so the
Vasan,
the
one
major
second.
thing. Sorry,
Priya, your
Venkat.
camera is on. You can turn off. Priya, can you hear me? Your camera is on.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So yeah, coming back to this testing. So the major steps. So that's what we are going to cover today. So like I said, the first thing is like recording the script after we fixing the certificate issue, and then the next part is going to be our what to say, the parameterization and then the correlation, and then the next few things is, let me tell you. So for example, like naming the transactions. So you have to name the transactions, and then the next part is we'll have to introduce two things, which is the think time and then the pacing. So think time, we all know, which is when you're trying to emulate the real-time scenarios, right? So what we'll do is I mean, whenever we do some transactions, we normally have some delays between one action and the other action, right? So that is why that's how we are going to introduce the think time into the scripts. So the same way, like how we enter some data and then we think about something, and then again we do the next click or something, and then or we click on a hover over something and then click navigate to the next page or something like that. So that is how we do the say the think time. So okay, and let me just go back. Yeah. So that is how this think time works, and I will tell you how to do that think time part. So for that I use the what is it, the timer, which is uniform random timer. So there is one unique thing about this is we can use this uniform random timer in two ways. So either we can make this random delay to 0, and we can add the constant delay value here. Say for example, like I normally use like 20 seconds as the constant delay, and then a 5 second of random delay. So what happens is, at least I'll get a minimum of 20 to 25 seconds. So within that bandwidth, I'll get that response times. Okay. So in the same way, if you want to achieve the think time like between 10 to 15 seconds, so most of us will have a question like, what will be my think time that I should introduce, or what should be the think time that I should add? So for those scenarios, we'll have to use the Little's law to find, based on the number of users and based on the what to say, the number of hits you want to achieve, you can arrive your think time, or the what to say, the throughput again. Like it's mostly using that law you can actually arrive that. In fact, if you want, I can just take you through that as well. But this is how we can achieve the I mean, like, this is how we can introduce the think time to the script. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm adding a constant delay, which is the think time, and then I'm going to add a random delay, which will be anything between 0 to 5,000. Okay, so for example, if it is like 20,000, and then it can be 0 second, or it can be even 5,000 seconds. So for this one, you have to add just once after your recording controller, and that's more than enough. And that will actually distribute your think time across all the transactions. So for now, for the sake of demonstration, I will just change this to just 2 seconds, and then I'll change the random delay to just 1 second. So a maximum of 3 seconds will be there. And yep, so I've added this. Let me do a quick run into the view results tree, and let's wait for a few seconds, because by the time, if you see, for every 4 seconds you can see, like for every 3 seconds you can see there will be a new request that is getting popped up. So for a minimum of like what to say, minimum of 2 seconds it will take, and a maximum of 3 seconds it will take, and by the time it will trigger all the responses. So yeah, so this is how the think time works. So any doubts on the think time part?
No, Vasant.
No? Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, so for any test that you run, you must definitely add, and it's not about just emulating the real-time scenario. The other thing is, if you keep on sending requests back to back, what happens is it will be treated something like a DDoS attack, and then the system will block your requests, or it can even completely stop all your requests, and or the other cases like the server might go down. So this too can happen. One is your request will be stopped, and or the next thing is like the server might go down. So to avoid all those things, you will have to introduce the think time, and it's always better to the more you use the load, the better you can increase the amount of think time. So for example, like if you're using 300 users, it's better you can use around 15 to 20, and in case if you're using a bit more, you can increase it to like 2 to 3 seconds to 5 seconds. You can increase, like for 1000 users you can at least have between 20 to 25 seconds of response times, because the thing is you will have enough number of active users, but to avoid more number of requests to hit the server, you can follow this technique. Okay. Now we will see how to run the load test. So I'm having the thread group, and I'll make some multiple iterations of the thread group. So what I'll do is I'll duplicate this. So I'll have some 2 to 3 scripts. I have now 2 to 3 thread groups, and then let me remove this summary for now. And then what have to do is I'll have to rename the transactions. Okay, otherwise everything will come as the same name. So what I'll do is I'll just change the transaction name to 01. And yep. So I'll have to generate only the parent sample. So I'll select generate parent sample here for all the transactions. So it will generate only one sample and not the values from inside the requests. Okay. So why is that is, let me just show you what happens. Okay. So what happens here is, let me just save it, and I'll add a thread group. I'll add a summary report. Okay. And then if I'm running this test, so if you see, you can see that 014, and then finally you can see the 011, right? But what I want to see is I do not want this 014 or 015 to be popped up, but instead I just want only the 0101, which is the parent sample, or which is actually the transaction, something like enter the store or clicking the login or whatever the transaction names, right? So I'm clicking that, and just have to select everything like this, 002. Back to the next one. So this is another best thing which you should practice in your scripts, so that you don't want to mess up with all the transactions, because that will be like creating a lot of duplications. Then 01 underscore 05, then finally 01 underscore 06. Yep. So I think I have created all the 6 transactions. So now you will see the response time of these scripts just from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, right? And then I'll go to the next thread group, and here I will. Okay, now it will be like 02 underscore 01, and then the same way here 02 underscore 02, 02 underscore 03, 02 underscore 04, 05. So this is
Sir,
another way of, yeah, please go ahead.
have you duplicated all these here?
Yeah. Because I do not want to create one script and run the test. I just want to create multiple scripts. So that's the reason I duplicated just like that. Yeah. Yeah. Because this will actually give you a better idea on why I'm doing it. Okay, that's the reason I'm doing this part. and 03 and 02.
You won't select generate parent sample for the duplicate thread groups.
I'm doing it. Sorry, I missed it. It's quite easy when I select it like this. Thank you. Thanks for reminding. And here, there's one more thing if you see, which is including the duration of timer and post process and generated sample. So this I would recommend not to select, because if you select this, automatically the think time and all the other latency times will be added. So I would recommend to not select this. So you can just keep it like unchecked. Okay. And I think I can remove this for now. Just select only the generate sample part. That should be fine. Then here as well. Yeah, so we're done. So now, yeah, so I will disable this view results tree for now, and I'll add the maximum number of thread the listener, and I will tell you what and how to use it. So for now, we have this summary report. So this will tell us the samples. So samples is something like the number of hits that we send, and then we have the minimum, average, maximum, and then I'll just move the samples to the last. Okay. So which is minimum, average, maximum, and then the samples, which is the total number of requests that we send, and then the error. So if we get any errors, we have to make sure that we minus that, and then we have to, so when we are preparing the report, we should have it as pass and failed. So pass will be the samples minus error in the report, right? And then the throughput is number of requests that we send per hour. So this will change based on the number of hits that we send. And as I told you in the very beginning, the throughput part, so the received bytes, and then the sent kilobytes, and then the average bytes, right? So this is about the summary report listener. And so the best practice, again, I would say is, so since I want to demo this part, I'm showing this in the GUI mode, but whenever you do load testing, you have to do it in the command line prompt or in the Azure DevOps pipeline through the non-GUI mode. I'll show you how to do that as well in this video. But okay, and then we have other listeners as well. I'll show you that. So go to so you have to make sure that you have selected the listeners here, and then you can run your test, and automatically you can see those results. Okay. And okay, we have the listener summary, and then I can add the aggregate report. So we all know this part, which is the 90th, 95th, and 99th. And we'll bring the minimum to the front, and then the average. So we can actually reorganize like in the way we want. And then the 90th, the 95th, the 99th, and then the number of samples, and then the error. And then we have the throughput, and then the amount of bytes received and sent. Let me bring it outside this so that there'll be universal thing. Yep. So it's moved outside, and then I think it's come too far. Yep, here. And then we'll add another thread group. So most of the listeners you might not get because they were the additional plugins. So you can just go to your plugins and you can add them. Okay. And then the active threads over time. So this active threads over time will show you the number of threads that's been active during your test, like during the ramp up, during the steady state, and then during your end of the test. And then the next one is the response times over time. So how is the response times, whether it's increasing or decreasing? Like this is one of the way to find the bottlenecks. For example, like if the response times are like spiking high, or like it's normal, or it goes fine. So all these things you can find it using this particular listener. And then response time versus thread. So why this particular thread is needed is because this will tell you that at which point of time, like whether it's during a ramp up or whether it's during the steady state, whether the response time is going high or down. So that's why we use this response time versus threads. And then we have the other listeners, which is the transaction throughput versus threads, which we can collect, or we can even select the transactions per second. For now, I'll just select the TPS, which is the throughput part. So this particular transaction per second report is required because if you can see the harmony, like for example, like there is a regular spike and regular fall and regular spike and regular fall, which means that the test is going fine, right? So now what I will do is, let me go back to the, since we are going to run a load test, I'm going to increase the response time. So it's going to be 3 seconds of random delay and 10 seconds of, because I do not want to break this website, so I'm going to give enough amount of delays. But at some point of time, I know there would be some errors, but I will just tell you how to do it, or how to handle it. 10 sec, I believe, yep. And then coming back to the third one, it's going to be 3 and again 10. And let's go to the thread group, and I'm going to add. So again, there is another thing. So when it comes to the thread groups, for example, you must have multiple scripts, like you must have 4 to 5 scripts or even 10 scripts. So the first thing is, like when you're collecting, in fact, collecting the NFRs is actually, as it has to be separately dealt with. I mean, it has to be a separate day, like what kind of requirements do you select, and everything has to be like separately discussed. But for now, I'll say that the number of threads, like you have to mix the workload. For example, like if you have multiple scripts, you are not supposed to use the same load. For example, like the first script will have 10 scripts, second script will have 10 users, third script will have 10 users. It's something like you'll have to distribute the load based on the requirements. Okay, so for now I can give you the numbers, but still when you are doing a performance testing, you must understand what is the requirement, and based on that you'll have to give the workload modeling, right? So now let me go through the the first thread groups. I'm going to give it as like 10, or I can make it as 20, and then I'm going to set up the duration. So for that I have to select this as infinite, and then I'm going to select the thread lifetime as it's in seconds. So we have to give it like for example, if you want to run like for 10 minutes, I'm going to give it like 600, and the same applies for the other as well. So I'm going to give it as like 30, and then the ramp up period I'm going to give it as like some at least for a minute, because usually we need at least some time to ramp up. So again here as well, I'm going to give it as 60. So just after 1 minute of time, all the users will be ramped up. And then for this one, it's going to be infinite time, and then 600, which is 10 minutes. The third group, I'm going to just use 10 users. Again, it's going to be the same thing. So just make sure you have the ramp up time same for all the thread groups. So by the time they reach that particular time, all the users will be inside the system, and then infinite, and then the duration is going to be 600. I'm not using any startup delays. I'm just going to go hit straight. Let me save, and yep, I think we're good now. Let me start the test. Like I said previously, after I do the certificate thing, I do pray to the gods. So same way, before I do any test, I do it. So no matter what test I do. And let's go to the summary report. Yep, so the users are yet to log in. I think we can see that in this. Yeah, so if you see, we can slowly find the users who are logging into the system. Yep, so you can see the active users are slowly logging into the system. And by 1 minute, we can see all the users, but now we are in the 34th second, so we can see the users who are logging into the system. And same way, if you go to the response times over second, you can see the first transaction has response times around 140 second, and then the second one is around 40 seconds, and then the third transaction is around the same amount of time. So this is how we can actually view the response times or the graph. Like it's really easy for you to understand. Like rather than seeing the numbers, this will actually give you a better idea on how do they work. And then the transaction per second, if you see, automatically they work in a manner like in a synchronized manner. And if you really want to aggregate all the display, you can do this way. So you can see this in a separate way, like the pass and the failed transaction. So if you can see, they were all in a rhythmic fashion, like they go into a particular number of transactions and then they come down, because the coming down point is where you have your think time part. So they go up, they were active, and then they come down, they go up, they're active, they come down. So now I think we have reached the steady state, I believe. I think all the users are into the system. So if you see at around 1 minute of time, we have all the users inside the system. And then, okay, I think we'll have to add the active thread groups. Come on, active threads over time. Aggregate. Yep. I think this is only picking up the values for this particular thread group, but it's supposed to be for all the thread groups. Yeah, but by the time you, here you can see the, sorry, I'll just label it. Okay, so here again, there's another reason for me to name it as in the transaction. So here you can see in the order I can get. So for the first scripts, I have got all the values in the order, and then for the second script, I've got all the values, and then for the third one. And here the samples is the number of hits that we have sent. And I don't know how it changed. Yeah. So then we have got the minimum response times, and then the average response times, and then the maximum. And there is no errors. That's it. So far, it's going fine. And then here you can see we have got 12.9 hits per minute for this particular transaction, and same way it's for the other transactions as well. And then the received bytes, as I told you, it's how it works. The amount of bytes that it sent and the amount of bytes that it received. And then in the aggregate report, we can see the difference between the average and the 90th percentile. So you can see there's a quite a significant difference, but because in average it's like 102, but in 90th it's like 141, and you can see the maximum is almost same to the 99th percentile. So this is how actually it works when it comes to the minimum, average, maximum, the percentile response times. And let's go back to the
in summary report and aggregate report. Let's say if you navigate to last summary report or aggregate report,
yeah.
it is showing the results for all the runs related to all three thread groups, not only for thread group 3.
All. See 1, 2, and 3.
No, my question is why it is showing for all, because the aggregate report which you have placed, which is right now selected, that is under thread group 3, right?
Yeah.
So shouldn't it show the details or results related to just the last thread group?
This one you are saying? This third group? Summary report you're saying?
Yeah.
No. See, when I was copying it, actually it came, but it's not supposed. It is not required.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the one which you selected, that is out of
yeah,
all three, right?
you have to keep outside. Yeah. So once again, I have to tell you this. Yeah. So just remind to keep outside all the thread group. Only then they will collect for the entire one. Otherwise, like it happened here, right? It just select only for this particular thread group. So for example, if I have moved it outside, I think this should take. Okay. So we should have added it before. Okay. So you should add all your listeners outside your thread group and not inside your recording controller or inside your thread group. Because if you, okay, I should have did this in the test plan. Sorry, I tested. I made it for the thread group. Okay, so go to the test plan and then you have to add your listeners. Okay, because only then it will select for all the thread groups. Otherwise, something like this will happen. Like it will select only for this particular thread group. Okay, so just remember we have to select for the test plan and not for the thread group, right? And yeah, so. Response times over time. So this is going fine. Response time versus threads. Yes. And so the response times are going fine. And then the transactions per second. So if you see, we have got the successful transactions are going in a random, like in a rhythmic pattern, and going fine. So any doubts so far, guys, in terms of think time or in terms of listeners? Yeah.
I have. So you have given active threads over time, response time over time, those listeners, right? Which is in a graphic. So if you are running it in a non-GUI mode, how can we monitor this parallelly?
Yeah. You can't visualize it in during it running during while it is running, but you can view the results after it is completed. I'll show you how
Yeah.
to do that.
Okay.
So once you
Dot
complete that,
JTL, like
once you complete that, you can add the JTL to it, and once you click on configure, you can automatically view the results. That's it. It's so simple. But like I said, the reason for running it in non-GA mode is to avoid using the resources. So that's the reason we don't see those values, but we have to make sure that we have the reports attached, but then we can view it after we complete the test. So only thing which we can see is like even during the non-GA mode, we can see the results, like it comes it like after for every 30 seconds of intervals, so that they don't collect a lot of data, but those data will be there in the results, so you don't need to worry about missing anything.
Okay.
Yeah. So
So
again, the objective is to avoid using the resources. Yeah.
okay. Another one is like if I want to run it in a GUI mode instead of non-GUI. So if my laptop or PC's configuration is like 64 gig SSD or something else. So can I run it in GUI itself? If can it the number of users is 1,000 or 2,000 number of users I am giving for a load test. So during that time, can we run it in GUI itself? If I'm
Yeah. We
having
can
that.
run it. See, as far as your system can handle the load, any number of users you can run it. It's not going to be a problem. You can run any number, because even sometimes like the agent pools that we are using in Azure DevOps, they do. It's how it's running, right? Like they take maximum enough amount of resources. So as far as your system can handle the load, you can even run a million of users. So it's not be a big deal.
Okay.
Yeah, but the moment you realize that it's not going to handle, then you have to come out.
Sure.
Yeah. So Mastan, you have any questions?
Hi.
Sheikh?
Hi, Vasant.
Yeah. Hi, Sheikh.
So basically, in summary report, we are getting some request, which request is taking max or min time. So if any request is taking max time, let's say we consider it is like for one user, it is taking 5 seconds. For 10 users, it is taking 50 seconds. So in that case, for that request, we can say performance is not good. So how in real time, as a performance test engineer, how you are going to give like stakeholder or developers? So this request is going taking a lot of time when we increase the number of users. In that way, are we giving or using JProfiler? Basically, we need to check the class. Which class is there any memory leak is there in that class or any variables? So like that, do we need to provide? So I just want to understand like how we are going to report to the developer to fix this thing.
See, actually, you have asked multiple questions in one single question. So let me tell you. For example, the first part, your question is the SLA part. Okay, so you are saying that for one user, we are getting less response time, and for 10 users, we are getting a high response time. So the objective here is we should have a defined SLA. Right. So when you say defined SLA, you must have something like a 3 seconds or 1 second or whatever the business says. So if they say like that, I have to get and that has to be reasonable, because anybody can say I just want it in 1 second, but that's not a reasonable one, right? So the industry standard, I mean, most of us would follow is like 3 seconds of response times, right? For most of the pages. If you see, for example, like if you open web pages like Apple, right? If you open it, they have a huge set of elements in it. Like they will load their phones, they will load their iPad, everything they load. But have you ever faced any sluggishness or any latency in that pages?
No.
We would never see. Okay, that is the perfection of a website. And another perfection, I would say, if you see Amazon.com, they will load lots of products, they will load lots of items. But have we ever faced any slowness, or have we ever faced any 404 or 400 issues? We never faced it, because they were in their peak perfection. Okay, and that is because they were able to understand what is their expectation. Right. So their expectation is their reliability and then their performance. Right. So we have to first understand what is going to be the response times. So it can be 100 users or 1000 users, whatever it is.
Okay.
The thing is, you must achieve 3 seconds for any number of users, because the moment you are going to increase the users, automatically more resources are going to be utilized, and that's going to be load balanced.
Yeah.
So you don't need to worry about 1 user or 1000 users or 1 million users. For any number of users, it's going to be 3 seconds. If it is 3 seconds, it's 3 seconds.
Okay. If anything
first
goes
question is,
when we increase number of users, time is increasing, then for that request we need to do some improvement, right?
Yes. If it is going beyond that time, then you must start investigating both the front end and the back end as well. So when I say front end, let me tell you an example, right? So for example, this will definitely help you to understand. So you must have ordered in McD or what is that? KFC? No, I think Pizza Hut. So if you go to Pizza Hut for ordering an item, right?
Yeah.
Click on F12. F12. And here there is a thing called, where is that? Come on. Lighthouse. Where are you? Yeah, Lighthouse. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to analyze the page load.
Okay.
This will tell you very clearly how much time this page takes. This is in terms of your front end. Okay. And this will also tell you why this page is taking too much of time, right? Because when you go to this page, this will have lots of items like this. See when you see the performance, which is very clearly telling it's just 51%. And
Yeah.
also it will tell you why is it 51%? Because if you see the total blocking time, so the total blocking time is the amount of time it's blocking to load this page. And then here, if you see the largest contentful paint, so the largest contentful paint is something like a particular item, which takes 3 seconds to complete its loading, right? And then cumulative layout shift is something, when you see a page, automatically every item when it comes, right, it will automatically start loading into the page, right? And then they start to shift, they start to move one after the other, and then they used to load into the page. So it is taking 0.102 seconds. And then when it comes to speed index, it's 9 seconds. So this is how it works. And when you click on the tree map, so if you see, can you see my screen, right? And
Yes.
here, yeah, the first item, this particular thing, the JS, it's taking 2.4 MB, and out of which 1.4 MB is unused. Same way, it's this particular thing, it takes 2.0 MB. But now, so as I mentioned here, it's see the score for this is 51, right?
Yeah.
Now I'll take you to apple.co.uk, right? I have loaded it. I'm not sure whether they will allow us to do the Lighthouse thing, but yeah, let me try it. I've tested it different other websites. Let's see.
Yeah, the public websites, I think you will be able to do it. Vasant. I
Sometimes
think
they
it's
allow and
not
sometimes they block it. Yeah.
sometimes. Yeah, maybe not all resources are
Not all.
loading.
Yeah. Yeah. At least the things that you can have access to. Yeah. For mobile app, how the client side performance. For the mobile app, again, the point is that a native app or is that going to be browser app? That's another question. Right? Okay, so see if you see here, this particular thing, like it has got very poor performance, but still it loads fine. But let me give you a quick example. I think it should be Argos or Tesco. Tesco or some page. Because I was like exploring different pages. So after that, I think this one should should work fine, I believe. Yeah. So because this again, yeah, sorry, coming back to your question by the time it loads. So your question was like, what is it for mobile application, right? So when it comes to mobile application, there are two things. Either it's a native app or whether it's going to be your browser app, right? So native app is something which you install in your application, mobile, and you are going to test it. So for that, I would say there is nothing to do with that, because for that particular thing, there is another category, whether it's an Android or whether it's going to be an iOS. And if it is an iOS, then you will have to do it in the Swift thing. And most of the times, I would say in mobile thing, you don't need to worry about the front end, because they were static. They were into your mobile's processing. So they're not going to take too much of resource, right? It's only going to be the network that we are going to send. So in terms of mobile, you don't need to worry about the front end thing, right? You understood, right? Yeah. And sorry, let's just wait for a few seconds to get this thing.
Is it
Maybe
doing for a mobile page? Like it seems
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm saying. If it is mobile web browsing, then yeah, in that case, you are going to
no,
worry about.
currently the thing which you were running in that Lighthouse, Like it seemed like it was
Oh, sorry,
showing
sorry,
right
sorry.
side
Yeah,
for
yeah,
the Moto G power. It was showing my
yeah,
left side.
yeah,
I guess you have
yeah,
to change the devices.
yeah.
That's
Exactly, exactly. I every time I do this mistake. Sorry. Come on, where's the don't you gain application?
Vasant, maybe
Yeah, yeah,
I can answer Mohammad's question.
yeah, yeah. Please,
I
please,
think
please.
you asked about native, right?
Mm.
See, Mohammed, as Vasant mentioned on the native side, I worked on it. So I was also researching on how it can be done. So when it comes to native, all mobile devices, like there are many, right? So it's heterogeneous. If you're really interested, there are many commercial tools which can help. Okay, but if you ask for an open
Second
source,
option from the
if it
download.
is iOS, then you have to use instruments. It's from the Swift or the um, Apple devices itself. I mean, laptops already it will be their instruments. So you have to connect your mobile to the Mac, and then instrument. Yeah, and then you use a USB debugging, and you can see the traffics and see what is happening. And if you want, and also it gives all the device level metrics. Okay, and when it comes to Android, it is even more powerful when it comes to measure the client side performance with Android Studio. There are a lot of options called app insights, right? So you can measure locally also. Of course, you might have to set up the project. Okay, and there are I talked about the open source, but commercial side, there are many tools, like from browser stack or any mobile cloud platforms. There are many mobile cloud platforms like Perfecto and all those things, right? By default, they also support mobile performance. So for every device you select, they will also give you the client side statistics and also the server side statistics. But yeah, I went with open source and I used Android Studio with the USB debugging and iOS for instruments. But yeah, still you can measure. And Android is more powerful, I would say. Just refer androids.dev and it will give you a lot of libraries and all those things which will be helpful for you. And there are many metrics that you can take out of the Android logs. Yeah. Sorry, one more. So you can measure from the Android logs as well, but you need to know which metric to check, what is the metric pattern, and all those things. For that, you can refer to the Android documentation. So yeah, I think this helps. I did something a couple of years back, but it is super useful. But because end of the day, when you open a mobile native app, um, most of the things are static based on your cache, and then most of the things goes from your backend APIs, right? So this helps actually. You can try it out, and if you need any help, you can ping me in LinkedIn. I can help you out.
Yeah, thanks, Ganesh, for giving all your insights. And on top of it, yeah, Ajay, you have any question to ask? Yeah, please go ahead, Ajay.
So if any doubt is there, I want to contact Ganesh, like through LinkedIn or any profile you can share. Ganesh.
Yeah, I worked on it, so I'll be able to help. I'll ping you. I
Okay.
can ping you my LinkedIn. Yeah. To you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Ganesh. Thanks, Ajay. And yeah, on top of it, I would say when it comes to Android and iOS, the reason behind the iOS applications are quite strong is they are completely prepared only for iOS. But when it comes to the Android thing, they have different set of devices. So the mix of the Android with the devices will have a little bit of sluggishness. If I'm not wrong, I think I would agree, or if you can, if not, you just let me know. But I would say when it comes to the iPad or the iOS, they are like an inbuilt one. So they know what is their end tool. So it's going to be like much more powerful, or it will like mingle, or it will like merge with that the tools in terms of the front end, I would say. But when it comes to Android, we used to get different set of tools like Samsung. It can be a Motorola, or it can be a whatever it is, and they have their own set of hardware and they have their own set of processors. And if you see even uh, Like for example, the Moto comes with a foldable phone. So the Android is quite complex in terms of building the UI, or in terms of building the processor. So it's quite complex, I would say. So that's the reason I think yeah, Ganesh, you're telling us something. Yeah,
So yeah, I mean, what you mentioned is right, Vasant. So
mm.
one metric that I used to measure from the client side is the FPS, frames per second. For
Exactly.
example,
Yeah.
this the FPS frames per second is based on your gigahertz, right? It's like the CPU, how much it can process in your mobile, and also the graphic card that is there, right? So based on this, all your frames. First thing is when you load something, it loads as a frames in the background, right? So your
True.
FPS rate has to be maximum. I mean, like it should be less than 60 mhz or ghz. So based on the frequency rates, the page renders in such fashions. So yeah, there are like 4 to 5 important metrics similar to web, like LCP, FCP, INP, right? So similarly for mobile also, there are few metrics. One is FPS and GPU and all those things. This is where it is going to process so many things in your front end. So these are the metrics you can check in the logs. As I said, for Android, it is Android logs, but I exactly forgot what was the name. But you can check the Android logs device. It's called as device logs. So in device logs, you get like millions of things. So so that's the reason I said if you refer to the documentation, you will know what are the key metrics and key values that you can measure out of that logs, right? So FPS, GPU, and there are a few more. Even you can measure the JVM heap in your device. And example, the Samsung, Apple, I always go for baselining the metrics with Samsung and iOS, right? So how do I know it? Based on the production usage, I go and check which are the devices or which are the devices that is maximum used. Mostly it would be Samsung and Apple in Western region. And the next part is, if I know the devices, the models also differ. There are so much of models, right? So you will have to first understand which are the models is primarily used and which are the devices are primarily used, or understand where are the problems in the production systems. And then you can understand how you can improve or what is the problem with those. Like similar to web app, you do JProfiler and all those things, right? So similar to that, you can do it for the devices in the IDEs like Android Studio or instruments.
Thanks, Ganesh. I think we should have a separate session on that from you, Ganesh, sometime.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks for sharing all your knowledge. And yeah, we'll plan something. Yeah, Ajay, go ahead. You are on mute, Ajay.
So can we record this iOS application through JMeter? One doubt.
Yeah, I have a separate video on that. If you want, you can. I can share you the link. Yeah, we can do a recording of the iOS application through JMeter, and I haven't yet tried on Neoload, but if possible, I'll share one video on Neoload as well. I have created only for iOS through JMeter. I'm planning to prepare one for Android as well. I'll do it and share it across.
Please do it, Vasant.
Yeah, sure.
We'll follow.
Thanks, and yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, so we were like moving from somewhere. So yeah, so like I told you in the front end part. So this is how, I mean, like for some reason this is throwing some errors. I mean, like the performance is like very poor for now. But yeah, these are some of the things which, in terms of your front end response times, the client side thing, I would say. And apart from this, when it comes to the back end, the server side thing, yeah. So we need to worry about the CPU, the memory, and there is another thing. So when it is like the response times are high for very particular transactions, then we have to do a deep dive. Like for example, we used to say the tracking, the tracing of that particular transaction, and we have to find what exactly is that application, that particular transaction is doing, whether is that dealing with any databases. Because if it is a kind of a dealing with the database, whether we have to check like why is that particular transaction is taking a lot of time in terms of the database, like whether the data that it's retrieving is too much of time, or whether the database does have an indexing. But again, I would say indexing is a kind of a short-term fix. It's not going to be a long-term fix, but at least I would say that will fix the issue for some point of time. And there are like several other reasons, like you have to tune your query, you have to change the joins which you are you having in your query. So these are some of the things which you can use so that you can improve the performance of that particular transaction. And apart from that, nowadays we have the APIs. So now we have to tune the APIs as well. so that they were very quicker in terms of sending the request and getting back the response. So these are, it's not, we can't say that there is one medicine for every solution, for every issue. So every like for us, like if we have headache, we take a different medicine, and for leg pain, for everything we have different kind of medicines. So same way, we have to diagnose first, we have to have the results, we have to analyze it, and then we have to move towards the diagnosis, like the analysis, like how are we going to deal with this, and have faced this issue in the previous version, and or is this change has been only with this particular version. Because most of the times what happens is the change that you made, the recent change, would have bring this issue. So in that case, we have to do all these analysis, whether this has been in the previous version or whether this is in the current version. So because if you find that change, right, then in that case you can find, okay, what are all the things that have changed, and that change would have got this issue, right? So all these things you must have it handy. You should not just jump into conclusions that, okay, so this transaction is going well, not well, so this means that there is something wrong. No, it's not something like that. You must have the evidence, you must do the entire analysis, and then you'll have to come up with the final statement that this is the issue and because of this is the reason. And then you have to move to the solution. You can recommend the tuning to the dev team or the infrastructure team, because if something goes bad in the hardware and the infrastructure, yes, then you have to recommend your recommendations to them, and then they will pick it up, and then they will solve the issue. So this is how the structure works. Got it?
Yeah.
I think I've had.
Okay. Thanks, Vasan. Thanks for the detailed explanation. Yeah.
Sure. No problem. And yeah, so so far I think we have completed the testing. So yeah, the summary report. So this is how the result goes, and yeah, so at the end we'll collect the response times, and then we have the percentile. So in case if your client business is interested to know the response times, then yes, we'll have to give them the response times, and then the number of samples as well. Then if there are any errors, yes, we have to give the errors, and then the throughput. Like if you see, we have achieved a similar set of throughput for these particular transactions, and then at the end, since the users were very less for this transaction, adding the think time, and after that the number of users, we have got less than what do we really expect to achieve. So this is how the results come. So yeah, so far let me just do a quick recap. So we did created a script, and then we did parameterization, correlation, and then we have set up the timer, and then we executed test. So this is a very basic thing. So in case if you really want to jump in and try these things, so this is a kind of an end-to-end what you can try. So if you guys want to try, and we can just see, or else we can move to the questions section.
Sir.
Yeah, Manoj, go ahead.
Sir, the active threads over time, response over time, where we need to
add. Is that a question? Yeah, just go to the test plan, add listeners. Oh, sorry. Yeah, listener here, and then the all the whatever. You want to add it to your plugin? Sorry, the listener thing. Okay, then you have to go to options, go to plugins manager, and then you can find it. It should be part of your the 5 additional graphs. I believe, yeah, it should be part of your 5 additional graphs. Yeah, Hitesh, you have some question? Yeah, Manoj, tell me. Mostly, okay. I think you can get all these. 3 basic graph, 5 additional, and then yeah, these are the graphs you must collect. And yeah, Hitesh, you have some question?
Same question I also had, like from where to add all these things. But you mentioned
yeah, it's
options,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, go to your options. At the bottom, you have your plugins manager, and then you'll have all your plugins.
I do not see a plugin manager over there under options.
Okay. In that case, like we did for Manoj, so you have to go to Google, go to plugins manager, extract the file, and paste it into the library/ext folder. And then restart the JMeter, you'll get it.
Okay, I'll just try it out.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So anybody has any questions? Yeah, Hitesh. Yeah.
We did not have this ramp down time in here JMeter, like we have this in LR. So, like, how we can achieve that if it's the case?
Yeah. See, for this particular thread group, we do not set proper ramp down time, but still based on your ramp up, right? Automatically there will be ramp down. So if you see here, they did not ramp down all at the same time. They were ramping down at a particular interval. Can you see here now? So in this one, so yes. they were ramping down based on the time they were ramped up. Okay. So, but like your question, there is other thread groups. I think these not the stepping, sorry, there is the other one. Yeah, so if you see not this one as well, sorry, where is that? Stepping for arrivals thread group, it's not this one, sorry. And then ultimate, yeah. So if you see the ultimate thread group, we have the option to do a proper ramp down at the shutdown time. Can you see now the last one?
Yes. Yes.
Using this, if you really want to do a proper ramp down, yeah, you can use the shutdown time where you can properly start settling down the users. So it all depends on what kind of thread group you are going to use. So yeah, I would recommend thread group, and if you really want to have an exclusive one, then yeah, you can use ultimate thread group as well. And there's one more thing, you don't need to worry about copy pasting it. Just go select the thread group, and then I think there is an option to change. Okay, fine. At least for this one we don't have, but for others, yeah, we can have change controller. But for this one, yeah, we'll have to copy. I mean, like what you can do is you can add the thread group, and then you can move all these scripts there so that you can run it from there. So it's not a big deal. So you can just copy the original one and then you can paste it there. So it should be very simple. Yeah. So yeah, any other queries? Manoj, you have anything to say? Ajay, you have anything to say? Yeah, anybody else has any questions?
No,
Samir?
thanks.
Yeah, Ajay. All good?
Yeah, all good. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, Samir, you have any questions to ask? You are
Yeah, like if there are two samples, I
Mhm.
was asked in the interview this question, like if we want to run that first sample for 50% and second sample for 60%. So how will you configure that?
First one for 50% and second one for 60%. No, I don't think that is a valid question, because if it is total, it should be 100%, right?
Yeah,
So
something.
either it should
Actually,
be
he is
40 or 60.
distribution. He is talking
Yeah,
about maybe distribution that
yeah.
we can do with formalize. It's like when we add, we can iterate. For example, 10 transaction. You can loop it with the internal coding, like how much time you have to run within one thread, how much time this transaction can go, and how much time the other transaction can run within a thread.
Okay.
Can you explain that more, Imran? Sorry for me. Can
Yeah.
you explain that? Yeah.
Yeah, actually, if actually, anyways, we are running in thread, right? When
Okay.
we start the thread group, if you have two transactions, but you want to run first transaction for 3 times, the second
Okay.
transaction for 5 times, for example.
Okay.
So we can do a formalization in order to use it. Like this thread, when it starts, it will run the first transaction for 3 times and second transaction for 5 times.
Okay. Yeah, I can. Yeah, we can do
We
that.
can
Okay.
control this by a formula. I will share.
Sure. But how will you use it? Like, for example, my question is, are you going to use any controller, something like a looping controller, or how do you
Yes,
control that?
it's a looping controller.
Okay.
But instead of infinite, right, default we have that infinite loop and all. Instead of that, we can generalize it, saying how many time it can one can run
But
in one.
are you telling about the total script, or it's just for one transaction?
That's cumulative. For example, if you want to achieve distributed, like for example, as you said, one for 100 times, the other one for 1,000, and we can scale it or scale down based on controlling from the this mathematical logic.
Okay.
Let me
Because
share.
this, yeah, please, yeah.
But in right, in load runner, it is predefined. We can easily set it in the controller itself.
Yeah. See, my question is, even though we can share the percentage, the total should be 100%. See, the question which Samir asked is like 50% of load and 60% of load.
No,
Is
he's
quite
telling the same.
confusing.
He seems to be saying like if you run for 100, 60 should
Yeah.
be second transaction, 40 should be first transaction.
Exactly. Yeah, that I understand that, because see, in load runner it is percentage wise.
Yes.
Because you can't give the numbers, but in JMeter and new node we can give it the numbers as well. Like in new
Numbers,
node you can give both percentage and numbers, and
but
in JMeter you
if
can
you
give
are
it numbers.
unable to if you are unable to gauge it. For example, in 1 hour, you don't know which one will take based on the response time back, right? Normally, it will scale it based on the next transaction will follow, maybe based on the performance of the service itself. So in order to control that, even after sampling, if it's uncontrolled or we don't define it properly, right? Still, we can control it with having this arithmetic calculation, like how much time it has to control within that thread itself.
So you're telling in terms of the duration, or you're telling in terms of the transaction, the throughput?
In terms of number of transactions.
Which is throughput. Okay. Got it. Okay, if you can share it now, it will be very helpful for us.
Yeah, I will. Like, I'm just
I'll give
opening
you the
the
access. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thanks, Imran. Yeah, anybody else has any question by the time? Or else, I think I could see some chat. Let me just go through it. Load gen, in load runner ViewGen, we can distribute by defining the percentage. Yes, I agree. Yeah, and Ganesh is going to share the formula with us, and 2 units. Okay. Yeah, I gave you the access. Imran. Anytime you're ready, you can start. Yes, we can see your screen. I can minimize this window. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, for example, this is our thread, my main thread. It's a base meter concepts that group. So I have multiple. It's a mobile app actually. But in this I have 4 types of business transactions. But when it runs in this sequential, I need with certain within this. I wanted to have a customized data. So this is the same group which will have a certain sequence of transaction, but the same group will with a different data set, not even from the perspective of I can parameterize. That is one more option will be available, but still in order to change the main payload itself, there is a small difference with a different data set for a different user type. So in order to do that, for example, this user type, they define saying like, okay, this we want a combination of, for example, the total of this outside submit violation outside transaction should be 5, for example.
Okay.
In that they need this data type as 1, the other one is 2 transaction within one thread group, and the other one is like 1 or 2, like that. So the next it goes like this another one, new transaction like with side organization, which is 2 they need. And this they need foreign, like another transaction type which is for 2. So I can use the loop controller for like making it like how much I want to within a thread once, because obviously one user when submits, it takes us when it enters, it does the first full cycle for the same activity, everything, right, as a sequence or a sequence or parallel. For in that sense, I need to multiply within that one thread, I need to submit this much.
Okay, got it. So once it's enter inside the thread, it will iterate only the defined set of iterations, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
So I can multiply it with this logic.
Yeah, with the numbers. Okay, got it. Okay.
There was one more thing also, like even we can the payloads also. We can define with some formulas. Let me find it out.
Sure.
Where is that example?
Yeah. So, but actually, this is a very good example. Like, I'm not sure whether we were able to explain it, but yeah, he explained very well. So, yeah. So once we, so the number of thread groups multiplied by the loop controller, is that right?
Yes.
Got it. So
In order
it's
to
like
have a
100
definite target, right? We can define the target here.
Got it. So we won't be executing more than that because we are going to control it with the loop controller. Got it. So even though we are going to run it for 2 hours or any number of hours, it's going to be just the iterations that we're going to exactly running it. Correct.
Yeah, because there might be few services working out faster. But so the next thread will start automatically for that process or there's that transaction. So in order to control that.
True. That's very good answer. Thanks, Simran. I wasn't able to immediately catch it, but yeah, Samir, hope your question is answered, right? Is that the one
Yes,
you
yes,
expect?
Vasan. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Imran, for jumping in and helping me. And yeah, is there any other questions we have, or we can discuss?
So quick question. So
Yeah, Ganesh.
you just added the loop controller in particular call or something, and then you added a counter. I think that will iterate in the number of times that you have given in the logic, right? It's a
Yeah,
logic
actually,
controller,
Ganesh,
right?
what did he do is, let me show you. So under a thread group, okay, and what did I do is I'm adding a controller. So actually, this is a separate topic which we can discuss separately, which is I'm adding a loop controller, and inside this loop controller, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the entire scripts, like for example, the recording controller. Okay, so which
Can you
means
share your
inside
screen,
that
Vasant?
thread group.
Can you share your screen?
Sorry. I just missed it. Sorry, I thought I was sharing my screen. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
see. I think
Okay.
you
So what
just
did I
have
do
to.
is, okay. So what did I do is, I just let me just go back. I'll do a Control C. Oh, it's not working. Fine. So what did I do is, I have my recording controller. So which is I have all my scripts inside here, and what did I do is I added a loop controller. Okay, and then inside the loop controller, inside the thread group, I'm adding the recording controller. So which is I can control my iteration. So even though I have 20 users, right? I don't loop multiple times, which is I'm going to control it through this place. So if I'm running it 3, which is 20 multiplied by 3, which is going to run it just 3 times, which is like 60 iterations. And it's not just about all the items which I'm going to run. And the
Yeah.
other thing is I can bring multiple thread groups inside here. For example, if I instead of having one
But
thread group,
yeah, Vasant, just to
yeah,
add, not to divert you, it's
please
simple.
go ahead.
It is for definitive calculation. If definitely
Exactly.
numbers. Otherwise, we can use random controller. You know that only one's controller. If you want to do only one transaction within
True.
inside, so that is there. But this is for specific number. If you know, like normally we do in load runner, like is
Load runner, it's
specifically
like a
1,000.
iteration
Yeah,
run
runtime
until
settings.
complete,
Yeah,
right?
runtime settings. We have
Iteration
number of
run
iterations.
until complete.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
like he said, the way to control it. So for example, the first one we had around 120 iterations, right? And these hits are also were not even. But when we do this via this loop controller, so it's going to be like 20 multiplied by 3, which is going to be like 60 iterations, which is it won't exceed more than that. So in that way, we are like he said, which is going to be a controlled explosion.
So
Right?
it won't pick the duration then. Duration will be
No.
obsolete.
Yeah, duration will be obsolete. Yeah, right. But at least if you really want, so for example, like at least what to say, it won't go beyond that time. At least if for example, if your iteration is going beyond that time, I don't think in some case it will be stopped or something because it will start to ramp down. So again, that is another constraint. So what do you say in that thing, Imran? For example, we are going to run a test for 1 hour, but the iteration is going beyond that. How will that be handled? Will the test run based on the iteration, or it's going to be beyond the duration,
No,
which is
if
going
for open, sorry, for example, for open timeline, like we don't know the response time, but normally we do a sampling of, as you know, as a practice, always we do a sampling of this is how much it performs within the time. Then we have a timer controller, right? So we can always delay it within the scope so that it doesn't surpass us or even more controlling inside.
But then, Imran, I have another question because instead of timing, why if we do the looping here, even
Fixed,
that is also
fixed.
going to be
Yeah,
even that is
fixed.
also going to satisfy
True,
the
true,
same thing, right? Then,
true.
okay, in
See,
that case, you are
but
saying
it will
multiple
change the.
conditions. Yeah.
I will tell you. I will tell you. Here there is one issue here, but now based on the strategy, now we are going to hit for the volume, or we are going to do a volume-based testing, or we are going to do a transaction. Means other ways like endurance or a spike or whatever. So in that sense, as you said, if it's volume based, we can obviously we can put the definitive time number counts of loop we can within this. If it's not volume based, we have to see like scaling it up anytime, like it's spiking, or we want to do a kind of long time duration, then still to control number of trans. Like why I got this requirement, I will tell you as an example.
Please.
For me, in our mobile app for the client, it was like for them they are getting only 4,500 transaction per day,
Okay.
and
Okay.
and there is no peak time here to to
Ah.
generalize. So it was a distributed one. There is no peak time. So once I did a test with 1 hour loading, and I when I published it, that 1 hour it crossed but reached their standard performance of, which is like they have a kind of like a 5,000 to 6,000 transaction per day.
Okay.
So they said like no, it is very much hypothetical scenario. If this performance cannot be reached with what is the test you are defining. So then I found like this is the only way like I can have the variety of data set, as well as I can control the transaction within this 1 hour period. So I was running not even like a full fetch, was 1 hour test we used to do for this client.
Okay, got it. So based on your requirement, you have come up with this solution, right?
That's the I mean that's the push around like so we have to customize it within this.
Got it. Got it. Got it.
But otherwise, Vasan bro, right? Like normally, even in otherwise, like we know that this is not going to be static, right? Obviously, when you add more transaction or scope within the test, especially when it's going to be a combined test. For example, in our environment, we have a enterprise tool running Java combined. We make it differentiation based on technology. We have a Java combined applications, which is like a 10, 12 application runs. In apart from along with it, we have a separate Siebel. So when we run a combined run with all the technologies or tech stacks together, those applications, you cannot even define your static what you are going to put here, right? This number is not going to satisfy there.
True. 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 Yeah. Got it. Got it. Yep, I agree. I agree with your valid points. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So, any other questions we have?
Yeah, I have Vasant.
Yeah.
The uniform random timer you have given, right? That is like a think time, correct? For
yeah, it's a think time.
Okay, for pacing, what we will do for.
Yeah, for pacing, what we can do is I'll show you. So, go to this transaction here, and last transactions after this, you can add a think time. Okay, it's not going to add. Okay. So this will, okay, I think I have added, okay, now. Yeah, so this thing will actually add the think time, and let me tell you what I'll do. I'll just remove this for now. Remove this as well. And then I'll bring it. Okay, so I actually have it inside this transaction, because if I bring it outside, then that will impact the entire set of transactions. So what I'll do is I'll add a think time to this particular script, and then I'll add the response times. So this will, so if I show, okay, it's just impacting the current thread, right? So by doing this, I can, by doing this, I can delay the, what to say, it's a kind of a pacing, like pacing. Yeah, the difference between the think time and pacing is this. So think time will actually come in between the transactions, and pacing will actually come between the iterations, right? So by keeping it at the last point, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to delay the throughput, or I'm trying to delay the hits on top of the think time. So that's what I'm going to do with this particular transaction. So this will be like you're going to add the think time, and then you're going to add the pacing as well at the end.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, any other questions we have? Yep. If not, we can wrap up. I think I mean, there are like lots of other things to discuss, which we can plan it in our upcoming sessions. So I think so far I have given a basic idea on how approach, how to do the testing. So if you have any questions, please do comment in the comment section of my videos. If you have any questions, or you can even reach me out directly in the LinkedIn, or you can ask me the questions in the WhatsApp channel, and I'll try to answer them. And yep, I'll inform about our next session on what we're going to discuss, and then we'll join. And I would like to thank everyone for all your participation and all your questions. And Venkat, Ganesh, Samir, I mean Ganesh, as I told you, we'll plan a separate session on your the mobile testing. We'll plan
Mobile
sometime.
thing, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. We'll plan something. And then thanks Samir, thanks Imran for your insights, and thanks Manoj. You have helped us by sharing your screen and showed us how did you do. And thanks Sai, and thanks Hitesh again. You have showed from your screen how did you do. And thanks Sheikh for your questions. And yeah, Sai Krishna again, Samir for your questions. And yeah, thanks everyone. I think sorry if I missed anyone. And thank you so much. And if it'll be helpful if you can share me your feedback in my LinkedIn page. If you really find the session useful, please do tag me, and then you can give me like what's the feedback on your on this session. And then yeah, going forward we'll catch up regularly, and then yeah, we'll keep on touch, and we'll discuss more. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Vasan. Thanks a lot.
Thanks everyone. Thank you. Take care. Yeah. Bye. Bye.